Okay. So, like we were just talking about, you got picked up for this traffic violation, all right? So, since you got brought down here against your will, before we can talk, I gotta read you your rights.
Okay.
That's just the rule of how it is, even though you're not under arrest for anything that I'm investigating.
You didn't read me my rights the other day.
Well, that's because you weren't under arrest at that
Okay.
time. So now you've been arrested for this traffic violation, so it changes things. That's the difference.
Well, we hope that that's going to get fixed pretty quickly, because that is not how.
Okay, we can discuss all that. So you have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. And any statement you make may be used against you and probably will be used against you at your trial. You understand that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you've had all this.
Oh, yes.
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Understand?
Okay.
If you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning.
Okay.
And you have the right to terminate this interview at any time.
Okay.
Understand that?
Okay.
So, any questions about any of those?
No.
Basically, you're in charge. Okay, you talk as long as you want to, and then.
Well, I need to know, why come you didn't just let me know that you thought I could maybe help somehow?
Well, here's the thing. We went over to talk to your wife because we hadn't had a chance to talk to her before.
Okay.
And so we caught her there. It was just she was there. And
Yeah, we had just got back from lunch.
Oh, okay. So we talked to her, and she gave us consent to search in the
Right.
apartment.
We're always going to cooperate
Right,
with
sure.
you. Sure.
And and you have been really cooperative, you know, with the band and everything like that. So
And I would hope she's the same way. So she.
Oh yeah, she was totally cooperative, very helpful with us and everything. So
Was there something that you were looking for in there?
well, yeah, you understand that we're looking at what we're investigating, right? We talked to you about it the other day.
Really.
We're investigating a murder that
Yeah,
happened.
I don't know anything about it. I don't really understand what you're messing with me for about
Sure.
it, but
Well, like we kind of explained the other day, is that we went to talk to everybody who
right.
had anything to do with her, and that
Yeah, I
includes
never knew her. So
gardeners and people who did work on her house, and her landlord, her ex-husband, every other kind of person you could think of that we might
Right.
talk to, and we
well,
just
yeah,
worked
that
our
would
way.
make sense.
And we worked our way down the list till we got to you. Okay, so that's why we made contact that first time stuff. So I went to follow up on that as well because when we talked the first time, your wife was not feeling well. She was asleep and everything.
Yeah, she
and you
was.
asked us not to bother, so we didn't bother.
She
so.
works chaotic hours.
Yeah,
she
so-
works 4 in the morning until in the afternoon.
Right.
So that kind of schedule, she doesn't get the proper. Well, she's to get up at 3 in the morning. So usually she'll nap in the afternoon.
Right.
If she, if she feels up to it, we'll do a little something. So today we had lunch, and then I presume she probably was asleep. Whatever y'all.
Yeah, I don't know. She didn't say. I think she was changing clothes or something like that. Maybe
Okay.
by the time we got there. So of course we went in and checked the place. So there's a few things I'm concerned about, and maybe you can kind of help me out.
Yeah, if you tell me what they are, I'll
So
gladly help
one
you.
thing, there's a lot of women's jewelry there. So tell me about why there's a lot.
Was
of
it in
women's
a
jewelry.
book? Inside a book?
That's one place. Yeah.
Okay. I only have a couple of jewelry pieces. I'm wearing one, and I have an alternate that I wear that's a Mother Teresa
Right.
medallion. I wear sometimes, not very often.
Right.
I just like Mother Teresa. She was a good person, and she tried to always do for others.
Sure.
So I like to sometimes, I actually got that from a vendor, for a fair price.
You got what?
The Mother of Teresa medallion.
Oh, the Mother Teresa, the one you're wearing, you mean?
No, it was in the.
Oh, it was in the thing. Okay.
Yeah. The only thing that I can think of that you would have found is a Bible, or it's actually a book. But when you open it, it's not a book. It's a container.
Right.
And it's just junk stuff that I let the kiddos randomly play with or pick through.
Right.
And it's very old. There's nothing, like I would gladly let you do whatever you got to do
Right.
with it.
So how did you come across that stuff?
I have collected it for a long time. When I was in 1993, they had stuff here they had to give back to me. They did whatever they wanted to do with it. I've always been a little collector of coins or stones or little junkyard garage sale stuff.
Right.
If you can get it for 50 cents or $1 or $2, the kiddos will play with it if nothing else. I've got 4 grandbabies.
Right.
And then like sometimes for a birthday, if you don't have, if you can't afford a good birthday present, then you can give them something out of the junk box. That's just a junk box is all it is.
Mm-hmm.
And it just so happens to be I used to like to do that a lot. Okay, I used to like to, I still like to go like on the Congress Avenue or whenever there's something going on where there's a lot of foot traffic and foot vendors, I still like to go peruse around and see what the people are having or making.
Right.
But I presume you understood that from last time. I don't do anything wrong, and I'm fully going to cooperate.
Sure. Yeah, you've been very cooperative, and I appreciate
with anything.
So here's a few things. So there was some other stuff that looked newer.
There's only one new piece that I know of for sure.
And
it's that Mother of Teresa. It's a silver chain and a Mother of Teresa medallion, silver dollar size. Okay. And that would be the only thing I can think of. Maybe one of my old watches, which I quit wearing.
So you said that you got a bunch of stuff back from the 1993 case they returned to you?
Yeah, it might have been even a tad before that. I used to keep rings on my chain, mm-hmm. and I actually have the receipts for them from the pawn shop. I mm-hmm. bought them. Let me see. 08, 09, maybe, I think 07, 08, 09. I would go in and try to buy them at a fair price. They'll mark them higher than what they actually have in them. Mm-hmm. And so I would try to buy them, and I have still have in the paperwork, which I'm sure y'all found. I keep all my paperwork with me, so if there's ever any question, I have the paperwork. I have receipts for everything from the pawn shops that I've bought, and they give you a receipt. And I recently had to, because we're in a hotel, mm-hmm. and because of our for some reason we just applied and got denied to rent a place, an apartment.
Where was that at?
She has the data. I can't think of the name of it. It's right there on 35, and it's in the Tech Ridge area. She would know the name of it, but I paid the deposit and everything and got denied, so we're waiting on that back. And I think you probably found a couple of rental agreements in there that we're trying to enter into to lease, so we don't have to live in that area.
Right.
It's a pretty crazy area. And she ended up there. I was in trouble about a year or so back. I'm sure you have a record of that. And I have a question, because that's what this license thing is about that you're using against me now, or that's where it originated from.
Right.
I was asleep in that same van, asleep parked, okay, and then they arrested me for parole violation for not reporting. Right. Okay, and then in the van they found a little bit of marijuana in the van. But they asked me, since the vehicle wasn't moving, right, and since it was just a very minor amount of marijuana, how could that get my license messed up?
I'm not sure all the details on that, but I think that whenever you get arrested for marijuana, you have to do like a drug education program, or else your license is, even if it's not in the car, or else your license can get suspended. Yeah,
even if you're not even in a car?
Yeah, even if you're not in a car.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's how my license ended up being suspended. I've never had any traffic violations or anything like that, so... that annoys me.
That's a minor thing. That's
the mistreatment of me can hinder any type of anything that you would ever net or gain from associating with me or asking me to figure out what can you figure out to help us or anything.
Right.
Because I'm an old man, and I've been, I did my time, and I've been treated harshly before, and I don't cotton to it too well.
And I don't think that we're mistreating.
No, you're not yourself. Your buddy, the day that happened, was a little bit.
What did he say?
Well, he was just a little bit astute, like he was like a dog on a trail.
Sure.
And that you just have to be up front, and then I'll open the door or whatever it takes.
Sure.
You just have to treat me fairly because I've been through the ringer.
Well, okay, and I want to do nothing but treat you fairly, but believe me. I want you gotten on our radar. I want to get you off our radar as quickly as I possibly can.
I don't understand.
But I'm going to be straight up forward with you because I try to be as straightforward with people.
We should always be that way. That's the best way.
So, and that is that you're someone that we're definitely looking at in association with this murder that occurred. Okay.
You actually think that I did a murder?
Well, I'm not saying that you did a murder. What I'm saying is, you're someone we definitely have to look at, and we have to do everything we can to try to get you off. So this is where it's real important. Okay, so you have some association with her, and you may not remember it. Okay, with Kathy Blair. Okay?
I don't think I ever met her. I don't think I ever saw her.
Do you know anyone else who's been murdered?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
No, I mean, you're the first enlightenment of anything at all, and you didn't do anything but just briefly mention her name. And the only thing I was trying to do was I was trying to put together my records because they got one of my briefcases when they stole the van.
Mm-hmm.
And it had I usually have a notepad of some type.
Right. And
several pens, and I keep notes as to what day I worked, what work I performed, who owes me for the work, like that. Phone number to contact, who it is, what do they want done. And that information may be in some of the paperwork that y'all probably found in the room.
Yeah, I found another briefcase, and I didn't see any paperwork.
I think that's an older one. That's very old. Was it like a Samsonite one, like a real old school? Yeah, that has legal stuff in it. And
so, one thing that we did was, and we had talked about how this murder that we're investigating, okay, is a murder that happened on the 5th, okay, the 5th or the 6th, okay, it's the night of. So we talked about maybe what you might have been doing, or if you had been working, and you said you thought maybe you may have been working that day. So,
or I was with my wife, one or the other.
So we went to your work.
I think I was still employed there at that time.
Yeah, and you weren't. You weren't employed, and you weren't working during that week. So
did he say what day it was he actually let me go from there?
Yeah,
I think I was on the
last
schedule.
day you worked there was, let me see.
I know I was there Thanksgiving Day for sure.
12/2. 12/2.
12/2. And that would have been
that would have been the end of that week's schedule right there.
That would have been a Saturday or a Sunday, 12/2.
Probably.
And this day that this thing happened is on a what day? On the 5th, and what day of
5th. 5th is a Friday. 5th and 6th.
So it would have been on a Friday.
Friday night, Saturday morning.
Oh, golly. She usually works early. We usually go to bed early, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. She's usually 8. When she goes in at 3:30, 4 in the morning, usually we're in bed by 8 o'clock. Or, around, I think what we do is we put on wrestling or whatever show it is that she wants to watch, Criminal Minds or whatever, and we fall asleep to that.
Right. So, tell me your cell phone number again. And we found another cell phone inside the house.
It's one of those Obama phones. It's one of those.
Okay, it's Obama. Do you know what the phone number is for that?
Yeah, I do. It's I never use it hardly.
Okay.
Because of the work, not being able to predict a whole month of our finance in advance, we pay our room, which is 300 a week, and we weren't sure if we could both keep phones.
Right.
So I got that phone approximately. I don't know. One got stolen when the van got stolen. I had one in there. So I just called them up, and it's a
They
give me
transferred
phone.
the phone number.
Yeah, it's one of those they give it to you and give you 200 minutes a month.
Cricket
and
phone.
it's free. It's a free phone
Oh,
from
the
the government.
Obama phone one.
Yeah, it's a free phone. Now my Cricket, we're just not sure how long we're going to be able to keep it because of the bill for it.
Right.
You know, we can't afford it.
Right.
And hers is a little higher because she has all the apps and everything on there, the internet or whatever. Her bill's more expensive.
Right.
And we just, matter of fact, today actually just stopped in there after lunch to get, you have to renew, if you have Cricket, you have to get it changed over by January 1.
Right.
I think they call it migrating, something like that. So we had the old phones, and so we had to get them turned over to new phones, and we just did that today. I don't think there's anything I can think of about this thing that you're looking at in question. I just can't. I mean, I was willing to let
me ask you this. I mean, because I'll ask you some specific things. I mean,
do whatever you need to do.
Yeah. So one of the things, and we talked about the jewelry and stuff. So
It's
I
all
noticed,
yeah.
I noticed you pawn a lot of jewelry as well. So where does that come
not a lot, just a little bit. What I do is, and she's actually been with me several times. I stop at garage sales and I'll get silver or gold broken. And I save a little bit of it until I have them, $20, $30, $40, $50, $60, $80 worth, and then I'll actually sell it, not pawn it.
Mm-hmm.
I buy it and sell it. But not very often, not all the time. It's because people are in a crunch for money. There's not a lot of it available. So, I mean, like I have a coin, if you look at my wallet, they took it. I have a coin that I bought. It's a 1895, I think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And I like I dabble in trinketry is what I call it. Trinkets, just dabble in it. I don't have no secular interest to have a lot of it or anything like that. I just sometimes, if it comes available and I could afford it and I could make money off of it, I would get it.
Sure. So one thing as part of our investigation that we're going to do, all of the jewelry we found there.
It's all junk. Yeah, it's all garage sale
seized the
stuff.
jewelry, and we're going to do some investigation on it. But once the investigation's done, we'll get that stuff back to you.
Okay, now what about the knives y'all already took?
The knife, it's all part of the investigation.
Are they ruled out already, or
no? All this stuff takes a while. The stuff that we do, it takes a while. So. We have to. It takes us.
Yeah, because that was
unfortunately nothing is really fast, and that's part of what the deal is that we are, sometimes we're waiting on information to come. We can't just wait for stuff to come. We have to. That's why we have to continue our investigation. So tomorrow a break may come that breaks the case wide open.
And get me off the radar or whatever you're saying. Okay.
Or put you more firmly on it. It depends on the situation, right?
I know that I don't have anything to do with it.
So but I'm just saying so in the meantime we have to do that. So sometimes I ask questions. Sometimes I ask questions I know the answer. Sometimes I ask questions I have no idea, but I get the answer later from a separate source or something like that. So one of the things that we do and are going to do is
like
all the stuff
today.
that we pawned. Yeah, all the stuff that we pawned is that we're gonna take that stuff and we're gonna check it for DNA. We're gonna make sure that it doesn't have any. Obviously, we know it's gonna have your stuff on it. But we have a reference sample from you. That's why we got it. And make sure that there's nothing from any of our victims that's on there. Okay.
Right.
The main thing I'm concerned about is this. The main thing I'm concerned about is murder. Okay. I don't really investigate all that other stuff. Okay.
This is
that's for you. Yeah, that's water. And here's the thing, and I'm kind of glad that I'm talking to you because you're kind of more of a what I would say kind of more of an experienced type of person. You know, you've been around the system, you know. Kind
Yeah,
of right?
I've been handled roughly.
So I have to.
I've never been treated
right
fairly
Right.
by the system
right
in any fashion. Even when I chose to do 15 years on a cockamamie story, that if you go back and look at the story yourself,
right
okay, which I'm sure you can do because I'm sure there's a report of it. If you go back and look at for yourself, you will see that it's a cockamamie thing.
that 93 case.
Yeah, and I did the time for it.
Sure.
And the whole time I learned and studied how can I keep myself away from this kind of stuff.
Right.
And just because of my situation with work, I've been working at 7-Elevens. Unbelittled to me, I'm highly more skilled than that.
Right.
But I would rather do that than to go any other route.
Right.
You know, I can barely make a paltry living.
But here's the point I want to make to you, and I think you'll understand this because you've probably seen guys do the same thing. And that is, so, like when I go in and I'm investigating something, I'm investigating a murder. I really don't care about all the other stuff, you know what I mean? But if it comes up, it comes up, and if people are lying to me, then then I'm gonna use it against them however I need to.
Right.
Or if I need to do it for
Of
my
course,
investigation,
of
that's what I'm
course.
gonna do. So I always make sure I tell people, hey, listen, I'm investigating a murder. Okay,
Right, which takes precedence over anything smaller.
If you're trying to worm your way out of theft or something like that, something minor, in order to avoid a theft, you might just get yourself into a situation where you get hemmed up on a murder. And that's what we don't want to have happen. So it's very important. I'm not trying to hem you up. It might seem like I am. I'm not. I'm just the opposite. The quicker I can get you off the radar, the better it is for me. Because then
does my wife understand your side?
Yes, yeah, we explain all of this to her.
You know, okay.
So, but
yeah, because I don't know anything about murder.
Okay, so
I know a little bit about some other things, but not that.
Yeah. So let me ask this, because this is a key thing, and this is something that might have happened. Is that did anyone give you anything to pawn or give you anything? And now looking back on it, went, well, man, I don't want to have that one held over my head because now that the cops are looking at it, because sometimes people who don't have a clean record will get somebody else who can pawn stuff, aren't red flagged and stuff to pawn stuff. So that'd be important for me to know because I don't want you to get hemmed up over.
This was December the 6th, and this is December the 30th. Let me think a second.
This month.
No, because I did have a gold nugget, just a nugget, one of those, it looks like a nugget.
Right.
I did have that, and I actually pawned it, but it's just a nugget. It has no...
Is that the only thing you pawned this month?
Yeah, that's the only thing.
And where did you get that nugget from?
I've had it for about a year.
Do you remember where you got it from originally?
I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think now that you brought that up because that's something I do a little bit of, not much of. Mm-hmm. And I think the ticket was in the room for it.
Okay.
I think y'all might have. It's.
Well, whether we had the ticket or not, I didn't do the whole search myself. So whether we had the ticket or not, we'll check your pawn history.
Can I know what all you took from there?
Yeah, we can let you know what was taken.
Yeah,
but
because
you can bet that any jewelry that was there was taken.
Yeah, I don't think anything was bad in there.
Right.
My wife wouldn't stand for it, and I really wouldn't either. It'd bother me. I wouldn't like to have it around if it's something I can't, explain.
Well, was your wife aware that you had all that stuff in there?
The definite, yeah. Well, okay. That's when you're saying all that stuff. The only thing I know about that's even within there is the book container.
Okay. But did she know that?
And I had a couple of other pieces in a basket on the table with the microwave.
Right.
And it's just that Mother Teresa, and I think it's just a couple of little hoops that you hook a medallion with, like if you were going to hook one onto a chain. And I do that, just tinkering with it. I have a couple of little pliers that I use, and I tinker with that. I tinker with jewelry or stones. You know, I like to tinker with it, or watches. I can fix a broken one. I can fix anything actually.
Right.
You know.
So that golden nugget thing, you said that you pawned this month. And you said you had it about a year. Do you remember?
I don't remember if it was this month or I thought it was before Thanksgiving.
Was that the last thing you pawned?
Yeah, that's the last thing I've dealt with.
Do you remember where you got it at?
I'm trying to think of where. It's been about a year since I got that. Because if I tell you the truth, it's going to hurt. You see, if I tell you that what I used to buy it with, you're going to think I'm a bad person, but I'm not.
What did you use to buy it with?
I used some to trade for it to buy it.
Okay.
You know, honestly.
Right.
And I got it about, I think I was living still at Marcel. So it would have been, this is 2014. It would have been like, when I got it, would have been like 2012.
Right.
So I've had it for a couple of years. I used to wear it, actually.
Oh, okay.
And then I decided we needed the money because the room's expensive.
Right.
Know? And I decided to actually I don't have much interest anymore in it. You know, when I was working, had a few extra bucks, I could afford to buy something for 15 and sell it for 25.
Right.
The 25 would help pay a bill.
So how much did this nugget did you?
It's only worth about $100. It's just, it's just 4 or 5 grams, 6 grams. It's nothing. It's not nothing serious. It's just one little nugget that hangs on a chain.
Right.
It's the only thing I can think of.
Okay.
I'm trying to think a minute, and I'm pretty sure that's it. Like, if I had my wallet in there, I could show you. I get the broken. Ladies' gold chains or men's gold chains are different. Men's are thick like this, and it weighs a lot. It's heavy.
Right.
They have little bitty thread size ones that are ladies, and they don't weigh nothing. You could have 3 or 4 of them, and it might only be 1 or 2 grams of gold.
Right.
So it's only worth like $50. People don't even check because they're so small to see if they are real or not. I will actually go to Gruss's, which they don't have them right now. It's too cold. But up until like the 10th month, the 11th, up until right before Thanksgiving, they'll still have them, especially in the area where we are. And we were visiting my brother one day, and we stopped, and I got a handful of silver for like $6, which was worth like 30, you know, because it's $15, $16, $18 an ounce.
Right.
And I got it, and she was actually with me, and we actually bought it. Had a yard sale, somebody moving out. Got it. But that's been, you know, like in the summer. So it's nothing I can think of related anything to what you're looking for. The only thing I could even remotely think of is the day that you came by, and I told you, I said, hey, I'm going to remember to look through to see, do I have any names or the list of the day when I worked at that residence, which was back in the summer, I believe it was, or spring or summer. It might have been summer. It's been 6 months or so, or maybe 4, 5, 6 months. I don't remember exactly when it was. But I did at that time, I always do that, is I take notes of who it is that called me, what do they need? Okay, and I write that stuff down. And then like that particular person, I've worked with him before, or for him before. Mm-hmm. We mended a fence on one of his properties one time, and let me see, what else did we do? We built a pad at his actual residence. Cow path, something like that, 183 area. We built a pad in his yard, a design scape. Mm-hmm. And I worked with him then. He called me in on that. But I only go to any of these people, they call me. I don't go.
So I want you to tell me what you remember about this one, because we had talked about that a little bit. So this one, it was over on Tamarack.
I remember the area vaguely, but I remember getting into the area and having to get instruction on where it was.
Right.
Okay. It's on the west side of Mopac and Palmer area. You go right when you go to the second light, something like that. Yeah, I remember exclusively having to get directions on how to get to it.
And what do you remember that the job was there?
I think it was a French drain in the back. I'm pretty sure. And it was just like where there's the carport or the patio, and then there where the roof drops and drains, and it runs everything back up on the patio. And there was planting grass because the grass is like that, sloped back to the patio. So it's gonna every time it rains, it's gonna wash right down.
Right.
So we planted grass to build it up to keep it from running back. And then he had a French drain already there, but it wasn't functioning. So I told him, I said, hey, Mr. James, you know, if you want this to function correctly, you're going to have to dig it down. You're going to have to put a liner in there, and you're going to have to put rocks back in there so the water will filter through. The rocks won't be together, you know, so then like when rocks hit, they hit like that or this, and then the water can go through it and drain out. And we dug it all the way around, if I remember correctly, all the way past the actual slab,
right,
to the where it would drain out the gate and not, you know, run up on the patio.
right.
Because that's
okay.
About
So how long was that job?
It was split up into several. He was there with some girl once or twice. So I think it's like 6 or 8 different times I went over there to his. He's one of those kind of people that comes to see, you know, if it fits his standards or not.
And did it?
I think at the end it finally did, but it was hell getting there. Okay, he's some kind of engineer or something, or he's some kind of highfalutin guy, and he's real astute. He wants the line straight, you know, directly or whatever, and. Yeah, as far as I know, he paid. So as far as I know, he was okay with it, or I wouldn't have. If it was me and I'm.
You don't remember him having any concerns about the job?
Yeah, he said it was taking a long time, and I tried to tell him, hey, it's raining. It's, you know, you're trying to dig in mud. You know, it's not an easy thing to do. What you're asking me to do. You know, I'm going to do it, but it's not an easy task. You know, you need equipment in here. I was doing it with just a pickaxe and a shovel.
Right.
Just with my bare hands, you know.
Right.
Yeah, it was very lengthy. He changed up once or twice the idea or the concept that he wanted to use, and then he wanted to bring in, like, we were going to use what was already there. So this is why it took so long. He had me dig out the rock that was in there and screen the dirt off of it, you know. And so it takes a minute to do all that,
sure.
You know. And he should have known, you know, because he's the one asking me to do the work. You know, he should have known what this is going to entail, you know.
Right.
And it's not an easy task, but I did it. And I finally, I think he was a little, only thing is, I remember specifically is that he called me and asked me, what did he owe me? And I said, well, this is how many hours I got in at James. So you decide, you know, I'll leave it up to you, but this is how many hours I got. And if you want to be fair about it, then you'll meet somewhere close to these hours. And he didn't. It was a little under that, just a tad under. But that was okay with me because when you're just standing there screening rock that you dug up, you're not working very hard.
Right. So the guy who hired you, what was his name?
His name is...
He owned the house?
Yeah, he's the owner.
He didn't live there?
I thought he did at one time.
Okay. But at the time you were doing the work, was he living there?
I don't think he was. I think he lived on Cow Patty or Cow Path. He's the owner.
Right.
As far as I know.
Right. And do you remember having any contact with the person who did live there?
No, I just remember her coming and going in some kind of I want to say it was a Suburban, but I'm not sure. It could have been a Yukon or whatever, some kind of an SUV, a big SUV,
Right.
coming and going a couple of times while, you know, actually talked to the lady while I was there.
Okay.
And just said, hey, this is Tim. This is the guy that does a lot of work for me, and he'll be doing this job, you know, or whatever. Something like that initially.
Do you remember talking to you or having some concerns about that you brought somebody else to the job?
Yeah, we didn't work, though. We didn't work that day. it was rained out. It was bad weather. It was that where we had those, I call them freaky rains, but it's where the sun's shining, but then it's going to rain.
Right.
You know, predicted to rain 20, 30, 40%, but it'll still rain.
But you did go to the job site with another person?
I think I might have had, yeah, that's the thing I was going to look up and see who that was. Anytime somebody helps me, I usually have some kind of a data on them of some kind, you know. And I've only used a few. I've only used a few helpers over the years. And I don't do this that much. You see, I don't do this kind of work that much, only in between regular jobs.
And do you ever use your brothers to help you out?
No, I help them.
Help them? Okay.
Yeah, I help them. At that residence that he owns another one, and I've helped do a fence and let me think, a fence in a driveway, I think, or stone in a driveway, something to do with the stone in a driveway, at another building another residence that he owns, that guy, Mr. And his last name is bewildering to me, but it's Mr. James, that's what I call him. So, and his last name, I can't think of it off the top of my head. I'm a little out of sort because I got to pee again, but it's pretty bad.
So just a quick question. We talked about this before, but I just want to clarify. So you never went into the house while you were
No. Yeah, definitely not.
So, I mean,
definitely not.
You got to pee a lot. You didn't ever have to go in and use the restroom in there?
No, I'm kind of pretty, I'll piss outside.
Right.
I never do that.
Right.
Unless, you know, if you calling me to go fix a broken sink or something,
sure,
you're going to be there,
right.
You know, because I don't need no kind of, you know, anything, you know, where you think I'm involved with anything.
Right. Well, and the thing is, and the reason I asked, you know,
I'm kind of cautious about that.
Yeah, I mean, that is an important thing, especially in this particular circumstance, because, you know, obviously, like we say, one of the things we check is DNA.
Yeah.
And even when somebody is, you know, wearing work gloves or whatever, going in and out, there's still a lot of times we'll leave DNA there at the scene. So,
yeah,
you know, we like to make sure that someone's
Yeah.
been inside, that we make sure that we get them identified, and that there's a reason that they might have left their DNA there at the scene.
Yeah, no, I don't do not remember going inside at all.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I don't ever remember even, I think just one day, but I'm not even sure. I think one of the days, Mr. would probably remember having me meet him over there and taking me to show who I am to the person. Right. You know, so this guy's going to be back there doing that French drain. And like I said, never. So might you have been in the house? No, I take my own drink. I take my own drinks. I take my own food. I don't, like you saw in the van, I got it in the summertime. I'll take a container full of tea. And then I go to corner stores, you know, grab a 99-cent brisk tea or grab ice water. That's one of the things I'm a decent guy, okay? Right. So I don't even leave my cigarette butts. Right. Okay, I put my cigarette butts when I'm working. I put my cigarette butts in my pocket. And your officer, the one which I'm hoping that's going to be fixed, because it's going to cause me a lot of headache if I have to get arrested for driving while license suspended. Because then the parole people are going to come in. The last time this just recently happened, I ended up spending 90 days. I almost got my wife to where she thought I was doing some kind of, you know, hey, you know, if you're going to get in trouble all the time, you know, this happened. Okay, now, as far as I know, okay, I'm just going to ask. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you would know. As far as I know, I need to be driving the car, and you need to pull me over in the car. Well, they could observe you operating the car. Okay, well, that y'all did do. Okay, I was coming because she told me y'all are there, and I'm like, she didn't say it was you. I probably wouldn't have been so pretentious had it. She had said that it was you. Right. You know, because you're somebody I met, and you treated me fairly. Right. So that's, as long as that still exists, then, you know, I can always try to meet that fairly. But if that doesn't exist, you know, and I get screwed, then, you know, that's... No one's trying to screw you, okay? I mean, you do, I mean, understand,
okay, you're not allowed to drive your car.
Right, I
okay?
understand that. I
So,
do know
so,
that.
so there's going to be some sort of enforcement action. There's going to be a ticket at the very least, okay? So
For today, though,
for
just because of today, because y'all are in for there at the residence, and I didn't know that you're there. All you had to do was call me. I would have been there.
right.
You
Okay,
see?
well, I can't help. I mean, Dad,
Let
I
me
can't.
know.
I can't.
You know, just let me know you need
Right.
to search the place. You know, I probably would have let you then if you would have let me walk in and wake her up. You know,
Sure.
you could search it right then. You know, I'm totally trying to do.
Well, I'll talk to the officer when I'm done here. Okay, I can't make
Okay.
any guarantees. Okay. So.
If he wants to give me a ticket, that's different.
Right.
You know, I can pay the dang ticket. You know, but if he's gonna let it go to where I have to get in a lot of trouble and have to
Okay.
deal with.
So let's
already-
focus. Hey, let's. I totally understand your concerns.
See,
I'm not doing that.
it's-
But I'm trying to. I want to stay focused on the important thing. Okay.
Okay.
That's what I call little trouble. Okay. A
Okay.
ticket or even going to jail for a ticket. That's little tiny trouble. Okay. Big trouble is murder. Okay. Murder is big trouble.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm really trying to steer you away from.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't
So-
think there's anything. I mean, I've tried to think since the other day, and I tried to think when y'all were there. I just don't think there. I mean,
Yeah.
anything I know or anything I could.
Oh, something
do.
that did come up while we were there at the house. So I do want to ask you about this. So while I was searching, you have a gray fleece jacket that hangs on the door there. I'm
Yeah, it's
talking
been
about
there
like a
for-
Lexus jacket.
It's been there for a minute. Yeah,
So-
it's been there for a minute.
Anyway, in the pocket of that jacket, there's a bunch. So it's my job to
Yeah,
to just find out about these things. So I'm asking. You're giving me an explanation.
yeah. That's and actually, but
It can
I
cause
don't
you
need an
issues,
issue.
don't
Is what I'm
Okay.
saying. I don't need
So-
any kind of an issue with
Right.
law enforcement. I'm trying to do everything I can.
I get it. We're trying to do everything we can and that's why we're here. Okay, that's
Yeah.
so.
I didn't like this actual method, but I understand. You have to
Sometimes
do
we
what
use
you have to do.
methods that people.
All you
don't
have to do is just tell me, hey, I want to search the place, and I'm like, come on, I'll stay right here till you get here.
So, what are your thoughts? Let's talk about Tamarack a little bit more. So, do you remember? I guess you met the woman, but that was about it.
It was so vague, I wouldn't even.
So it didn't ring a bell when there was news reports about a murder over there.
I didn't ever see them or know of them, as far as I know. Did y'all publicize it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I didn't ever know. We read the paper.
Mhm.
I'm sure you saw that. We get the Sunday paper, and we also get holiday papers.
Right.
Okay, she's just astute about that. And I don't think we read about it.
So let me just ask you a question. Do you know anyone else who's been murdered this month? Shouldn't be a hard question.
Who's been murdered? You mean?
This month.
Yeah, somebody. She went to some funeral and a church thing for something.
Who did?
My wife did. She actually. I couldn't go. I was actually working. Somebody from our church. I didn't know them, but they're from our church.
Did your wife know him?
I think so. I think she did, or she knew maybe from the church knew them. Our church is real old. There are a lot of older people there, and hey, you let me throw a leak again?
Yeah, sure.
I'm in bad shape right here.
Hey, can you hold on one second? I'm gonna have an officer walk over there because I want to talk to someone else. Okay.
That was much better.
Sure, we were talking about these people from the church.
I don't know anything about it. She just told me something about it from the paper. She would know more than I would. She brought me the thing from the church.
And so, what did she say? I mean, what did she say?
She just said she knew them.
Yeah.
She knew them from the church. You got to understand, the church is really weird. I go there and I set up all the tables. And then, like, right after we have the dinner or the whatever function we're having, they break down the tables, and they're all old. So I do it, okay? And then there's one or two other guys that help do it, and they're actually pretty old, and they shouldn't be doing it, but I do it. So basically, I don't get involved in the church stuff for the people. I'm kind of busy either in the kitchen or doing the tables or whatever. I'm just kind of there. We got married there in the church. And so we're not like very active members of
Right.
the church, but we go there some. It's been a while since we've went though, about a year or so. They just have functions. Sometimes they'll invite us for.
So what did your wife tell you had happened to these people?
I don't think she knew us other than just whatever the paper said. She read about it. The only thing I remember is we were laying there, and she read something in the paper about it, and then she looked at me, and she had a couple of tears in her eyes. So I said, "What's wrong, baby?" And she said that she knew those people.
Oh,
Okay, so or maybe not knew in the sense of like first name basis or whatever, but knew them from the church. Knew that they were members of the same church. And then, like, a lot of the people don't go very much because they're healthy and they're old, so they don't go a whole lot. So you wouldn't see them. Like, I used to go to Bible study Sunday mornings at 9:30, and just Bible study, but there's a service after, and there's a service, a breakfast or a lunch or whatever, and I didn't go to none
so
of
you
that.
never met these people? If I told you what their names were,
Yeah, I never-
their name was Shelton, you never met them?
I only just knew because my wife had told me about it, and she brought me the thing that they give you when you're there, when you go to the thing.
So you didn't go to the funeral?
No, I was busy working. I think she asked me or told me she was going to try to go, and then her schedule was like she just barely got off from work in time to go or something like that. I don't remember. I just vaguely remember it. I don't, I was kind of like the day when you ran into me as to why you found the stuff in the gray fleece jacket. Okay.
So let me ask you, actually, we're talking about stuff from the apartment. So
That's the only thing I can think
there
of.
was
That you would have found
in a backpack. You have a backpack,
Uh-huh.
and there was some jewelry in that backpack as well, including some in a box.
Oh, yeah, that's actually, it was bought. It's actually a blue and purple stone, silver ring, something like that. It's in a case, and it was actually bought. And that should have been, I think there's only a watch or two couple of old watches. I used to wear them all the time like you do, but I don't anymore. And
So there were a lot of jewelry bags in there, like, like the bags that you buy jewelry in, that sort of thing.
little velvet bags or little plastic bags.
Right.
Yeah, I keep a few of those around for that. I actually have things in them, like usually I'll put it up. If it's not junk for the kids to play with,
Right.
I put it up. I put it away.
Right.
And it would be inside one of the bags. There's nothing stolen
So tell me
or
about
nothing
this-
related to a
this
murder
box.
or anything in there.
Right. So tell me about this box that has a ring in it.
It has a purple and a blue stone in it, and it has some. It's in a brand new
Tell me,
box.
where did you get it?
Oh, it came from Christmas. It was meant to be a gift, and they decided against giving it for Christmas.
Who did?
Actually, my sister, and she'll know about it if you care to ask her.
And what's her name?
Her name is. In other words, it's nothing,
So she had originally bought it. and
Well,
you
I
got
don't
it
know.
from her.
I don't know. Other than it was supposed to go to someone and it didn't go to somebody
Okay.
around Christmas.
Well, you got it from her.
Yeah, I got it from
Okay. And what's the phone number? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, that it belongs. Yeah, it's brand new. It belongs to them. There's not, man. You obviously don't believe me, but there's nothing that I would not let you search
Sure.
or deal with.
Well, I'm a
you
little
know?
concerned. I mean, when I see stuff, I'll tell you, I'm not saying I don't believe you,
Yeah.
but I have to look at things in an objective way.
Check out your records for back with me, and I will actually even, given the chance, I will actually show you all receipts for everything ever bought from the pawn shop.
Mhm.
And there's a stack like this.
Sure.
Okay, so I don't do it. I did it a lot in 07, 08, 09. I kind of sort of messed with trinkets a little bit, but kind of quit because of financial. You can't afford it. But I have the receipts for everything. you know, that I've ever bought. I have the receipt. It's a big stack of them.
Mm-hmm.
And I also even bought 3 men's pieces and kept the receipt. You know, it was a large purchase. I was working for the moving company and driver for a moving truck and making good money, like 700, 800, 900 a week. You know?
Right.
Plus tips.
Right.
Plus tips. So it'd be like another half a paycheck in tips.
So you're a pretty healthy guy. I know you got the key.
I'm very knowledgeable. I can do any kind of plumbing, any kind of electrical, not major electrical where you tie into the power source, but like ceiling fans or these lights or
yard work. Obviously, you do yard work.
Not so much. I can tell others how to do it and make sure it gets done right.
Sure. Right.
Pretty much. And I can make sure make sure the job goes well on a major scape. They call it hardscaping is what they call it.
Right.
It's where there's a lot of stones and a little bit of plants and makes it look really cool. I'm curious, you know, it bugs me a little bit. When I stepped out of my van, they didn't have weapons drawn on me, but they said I was not under arrest. Okay, I asked you, am I under arrest?
Well, I think at that moment they were detaining you, so they hadn't really made a decision at that point.
And I always want to know.
Yeah,
I always want to know what, you know, is going on. I try to be alert to that.
Well, and I'm trying to keep you up to date on what's going on. And one thing that's going on for sure is that we're, you know, conducting a murder investigation. Here's an interesting thing, okay? So, as we discussed, okay, Are you liking me for this thing, or are you liking to try to, you know, make sure that I'm not liked for this thing? Here's the deal, okay?
This
is what I want, and this is not trying. I'm not trying to be pat, okay? What I'm trying to do is, if you did it, I want to get the proof on you. If you didn't do it, I want to get you out of the way as soon as I possibly can.
Yeah, I want to do the same thing.
So, and here's what I
didn't do it.
Okay, I get it. Here's what I'm running into, okay? So.
You're looking for anything little.
You got there, but here's the thing too, okay? And something we just discussed, and that is that. So you have Kathy Blair over on Tamarack, right? You were over at her house.
Well, I heard you say the name, but I didn't. She didn't contract me or anything. I wouldn't even know her.
Here's the deal too, okay?
You know?
Weird coincidence. The Sheltons, you also have a connection to the Sheltons too.
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I mean, I didn't know them or anything.
You go to the same church.
But you got to understand,
and your wife knows them pretty well enough. That
she knew them, but I didn't. They're separate.
And just to be on the safe side, you never been in their house. Right?
Never been in their house.
Because she did.
Never been in their house.
Your wife did massage and stuff like that over for them at their house.
She had said something about she knew them.
Okay.
Yeah. But I would.
So you never went in there?
No, I didn't have nothing.
I just want to make sure, because that's, again, when we're talking about just making sure that if we see something, we have an explanation. You know, it's like I ask you, everything that we've done, everything I've seen that concerns me, I ask you, and you give me an explanation, okay? Like,
I
found
want to make sure.
I ask you, you give me an explanation.
I want to make sure that
I found jewelry, I ask you, you give me an explanation. And that's what I'm looking for. So when I'm asking you stuff, all I'm asking you for
I want to make sure we can put it all on the table
for
here.
explanation,
you know?
okay? And I'm not trying to BS you. I'm not trying to do it. But it is just kind of weird that
I thought y'all were looking for
you just
knives.
You happen to know people that were
well, duh.
3 people have been murdered this month. Okay,
how many people?
Well, 3. There was the Sheltons were murdered and Kathy Blair was murdered.
The Sheltons, more than one.
Yes.
She had just said it was the lady.
Well, maybe she just knew the lady.
Yeah, maybe that's what she meant. Yeah.
So that's a weird coincidence. It doesn't mean that you did it. Okay?
Yeah, well, I definitely
so that's a weird
didn't
coincidence. All right. It doesn't even mean that
we can do whatever it takes.
That it just means that we got 2 unsolved cases. Okay, and you're kind of a link between those 2 unsolved cases. So that's what makes this so weird. So now you kind of understand what I'm looking at. I'm like, that's weird.
That's weird.
Right? So I got to look at you. I got to, because when I find the right guy, they're going to say, "Why didn't you look at this guy? You were obviously focused on my guy and not on this." So I got to do it. I got to look at you.
Is there anything that I should do or can do that you can advise me of that I should
Well, if you can help us,
Yeah,
like one thing I want to try to figure out, and I don't know, maybe you don't remember, but are you? And the biggest thing, I mean, I'll just tell you this, and the answer to that question right there is to tell the truth. I mean, 100% tell the truth. And listen, I know you're saying it always, but listen, I've also been a cop for like over 20 years, so I know that people lie to the cops. Okay, it's just normal.
Well, I'm not interested.
Even my friends lie to me because I'm a cop. It just happens. Okay, especially a guy who's been around the block a few times. Okay?
I put it straight up with you. I put it straight up front.
And I don't hold that against you. Okay, but in this case, it is super important that I get just the truth, even if it's bad, even if it makes you look bad. I'm not worried about that. I'm honestly not worried about you looking bad. I'm just worried about getting the truth.
Okay, now
I know you told me some stuff already. Yeah,
you can follow the record. Check it out.
Right.
When they found me asleep, they found a little bit of weed.
Right.
They piss tested me, and my piss was clean.
Right.
They're asking me, well, why did we find weed?
Right.
Because it has a more powerful dollar component. Okay.
You buy other stuff.
Well, no, it's just the dollar's only worth $1.
Right.
But with this, you can actually use it for something that you could buy that would gain you more of $1.
Right.
You see, that's why they
so
found
it's just
a little bit.
unit of exchange.
Yeah, that's exactly why they found it. And so then it actually came up, that my PO comes over there, and I had to tell her the truth too. And it didn't look good on me. I told her the truth, and I did 90 days in jail and was released. But if you look at those records, that would tell you, that's why he had a little bit of weakness. I'll tell you the truth.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I mean, that's all little stuff.
Yeah,
so the big stuff is the big stuff. Okay, so here's another.
I might know a few little things, but I don't know any big.
There's another big things through a variety of ways.
I don't know any big
and through a variety of ways, and I can't get into all of them. You can probably imagine a few of them, but through a variety of ways, we can kind of figure out where people are at a lot of times. Okay. And
I'm an old man. I'm a nickel and dime.
So the important thing is we need to know on that night that the murder happened on Tamarack, was the 5th and 6th. Would you have been over there for any reason at all?
Hell no. No.
The night the Sheltons were killed, and that was
I vaguely remember her reading about it in the paper to me.
So let me tell you the date on that. That was the 15th.
15th.
Okay.
Would
so
I
it could have happened the 14th.
Would I have been in that neighborhood? Is that what you're asking me? No.
Now that's, you know what neighborhood it is?
I think so. She had said right close by the church area.
Okay.
So that's just.
You know what street they lived on?
I think she said. It can't be that many because there's the church is on Woodrow, and she said that they lived close by the church, so it's in between Koenig and probably Anderson.
Does Brentwood ring a bell?
Yeah, it does actually. Brentwood does because that's where I actually lived.
So you lived on Brentwood.
In 07.
Yeah.
In 07.
But I also saw that you were trying to rent a place on Brentwood.
Yeah, I was trying to rent one there, but it didn't come through. I called the man several times and didn't come through.
So this is some of the stuff. I mean, this is, again, it's coincidence
you don't boop where you live.
You shouldn't.
Yeah, you don't.
Some people do,
you don't.
So we'd be dumb not to talk to you, and
but when you talk to me, you talk to me once.
Right.
Okay. The procedure or the methodry in which you're talking to me the second time is probably what I would not have, expected from you. I would just have expected you to somehow or another approach me the way you did the day that I met you, or any other time. You could notify me that you need to speak with me or whatever, or anything.
Right.
And I would have gladly obliged.
Well, there are a lot of different ways that we could have done this.
Well, the methodry was a little.
Yeah. So
my girls held this.
I take responsibility for the method, but there are other methods more harsh that I could have used. So
yeah, when you're
done to your parole officer or done a variety of different things.
She's already called me to change the appointment. My appointment was on the 12th.
Right.
And she changed it to the 6th. I don't know why. She just called me and said that. So, and she asked me if that was okay, and I said, of course. You know, as long as I know what I'm supposed to be doing, then I can do it.
Right. So so getting back to the Brentwood thing, I mean, because I think it's important that I at least ask and try to find out. I mean, obviously
Wouldn't know anything
there's
about it.
there's some connection there. You go to the same church with the people, live on the same street. So,
But
I was
it's
trying to
way
figure out,
the heck on the.
yeah, the other side. Yeah,
Yeah, I wouldn't have known anything.
Right.
I'm trying to transpute it just in my
Right.
head, and it's not.
But as you
ringing
see,
a
there's a
bell.
lot of coincidences that are going on. So that's
Yeah.
what, and in my line of work, coincidences kind of set off the alarm bell. So we have to look at those.
You
We
can
have to
rule them out,
check them.
though. You know,
We,
or
we can,
rule
but
them
it takes a
in.
lot of work. And
Yeah,
that's,
rule
this
them
is
out
the
or
one-
rule them
this
in
is the
either way.
process that we use to rule it out.
I'm sorry
ask the
because
people
this
directly.
process is kind of not.
So on the 15th, do you have any recollection of what you might have been doing on the 15th?
Oh yeah, we do that every night. We sleep together every night. I mean, she works 4 to 12, so
Right.
unless I go do laundry, and that only takes about an hour.
Mhm.
Sometimes she'll go to bed at 8, and I'll go do laundry and get home at 10. Because I'll leave right when she's going to bed, and I'll be back in bed. And then as soon as I get in bed, she wakes up. You see, she knows I'm there.
So
I sleep
So
with
this
her
month-
every night.
this month, there wouldn't be any situation where it said, well, I got home from work and he was gone, or he came home, or he left, sometime during the night, unexpectedly, nothing like that.
No. I sleep with her every night, and then most of the time, if she wants to take it, I make her breakfast in the morning on the way to work.
Right.
I usually make her either a sandwich and grapes, or cucumbers, or I make her healthy stuff.
Right.
And I make her lunch. If she wants to take it, I make it. She doesn't eat cereal, but when she comes home, she'll eat cereal. Yeah, I do. I've been doing that. I'm a good husband. I take care of her. I cook for her every day, and I make her lunches, and I do her nails, all the above. I'm with her all the time, in other words. Yeah, I'm believe it or not, I think I'm learning. I didn't ever think I would be, but she thinks I am.
So over the last month, just to be clear, so that I'm 100% clear, we wouldn't find any record of you being anywhere out at night.
No, yeah, not late
So
at
you're
night.
always
No.
you're always
Yeah, well, 10-ish, it's the latest,
by 10. So after
I don't even
after
hardly,
10 or so,
yeah, after 10 or so, we're in bed, for sure, unless I just step out the door to smoke a cigarette, because she doesn't smoke. So, and I was curious, I need one badly, but I have some with me in my stuff. I would step out, I don't even close the door or lock it because it makes noise. I just step out right there in front of the door, and hotel people will be able to tell you that I step out there and smoke, and they'll come by, especially the old lady. She's real cool. And she'll talk with me a second as she's passing by. And it's just long enough to smoke a cigarette, and I go right back in. If I wake up in the middle of the night, I may smoke a cigarette and then go right back to bed. Or get a cup of tea and go back to bed.
right.
We have a common, normal,
Yeah. So, and I should tell you, because this is, I try to tell people this every time, when we sit down in this type of investigation, because of the seriousness of it.
right.
Every single thing that you tell me, we're going to check. Okay.
Yeah, it
and
matters.
I think you would expect that.
It matters. Yeah.
That's your tax money at work, so to speak.
Mm.
So he.
It ain't been at work on one issue. You remember that issue I asked you about?
Yes, and I'll send
You-
a
you-
message over to you.
You said you were going to do it. I hope
Yeah.
you had done it already.
No, I hadn't. So I apologize for that.
Uh.
But Friday, right after we got done on Friday, I had to go to another call, and today is the first day I've been back.
I
in
have a
the office,
curiosity
so I
question.
forgot.
You took 4 knives out of my van. I allowed you to take them.
Mhm.
Shouldn't that be on the expediency list? Because I allowed you to do it.
Sure.
You see, I mean, of free will, voluntarily,
Yeah, everything is. We can only be as expedient as our
Lab
scientists
teams
will
or,
allow
yeah.
us to.
Well, I know that those were,
Right.
they were sitting in Southside Impound, so I know that those are all.
Right.
He had to dig to find those.
Right.
And like I said, the van is very seldom ever leaves. It's not even in the best of condition.
Right.
Just today, I had a jack with the brakes That's why actually on the side of the road when I was calling her to let her know, hey, I'm going to be a little bit late. The brakes are acting up and the brake light is on.
Right.
You know, and there's a bolt missing out of the brakes. So I had to try to get the one to go. I had an extra one. I had to try to get it to go back in.
So, so these two phones that you have.
I never hardly use the other one. You can check its records or whatever. It just sits there just in case. Yeah, I never hardly use it.
So the other one, 803-4012.
It's my cell. It's in my
no, and
stuff.
you don't lend that to anybody. That's
no, hell no. Hell no.
So, and one of the things we do is we look at, you know, as you may be aware, those cellular phones, they ping on different towers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So we can use those towers to triangulate the location of a phone at any given time. It's kind of Big Brotherish, but it's very helpful to our investigations.
Oh, you're more than
So, and we've already started that process. So one of the things that, so that's why I ask you, you know, things.
Yeah, my phone.
And so I just want to make sure that we're clear that you will
cooperate in any way.
No, that you haven't been going out at night at all this month. I mean, we're not going to find you at 2 o'clock in the morning out in some other part of town away from your house.
Yeah, no, well, I'm with my wife every night.
Okay, and so we're not going to find you over on Tamarack or over there by Brentwood on nights of those murders.
Yeah, most definitely not. Okay.
So your brother is a deacon over there. Is that right?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what he does, but yeah.
Did you discuss at all the murders with him?
No, I did not.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, he knows better, you know, so he wouldn't even.
So he doesn't mention, I mean, it's kind of an important thing that happened in the church.
No, I think he just let my wife know when the service was going on or something or whatever. Right. And I may have translated a message about that. I think he said something to me about when the service was going to be or something like that. And I say, we're, man, why don't you just go and find out? Why don't you just come as a guest and see for yourself so you could just, I can't explain how that church works.
That's huge? Is this huge? Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, I can't explain because when you're there, you only have a particular thing that you're doing.
Right.
And it encompasses the whole time you're there. Right. So whatever's going on over here or over there, you're not going to know because that's not what you're doing.
Right.
See, so there's all kinds of stuff going on there. They have so many things going on. They have sewing clubs. They have excursions for the youth. They have, well, now I do pay attention to the youth, though.
Right.
Because my niece is one of them. Her name's and I try to make sure they don't have cellular devices on, you know, during church service. You know, they got these little toy games and pads and all this jazz now. Well, I don't agree with any of that.
Yeah. So you know, one of the things that I heard about the church and talking to the people at the church is that there's been a lot of discussion at the church about these murders because it involved two of their parishioners. Oh,
yeah, I would imagine so. Yeah.
But you didn't like hear about any of that stuff?
Or participate in it? No.
No, not participate, but just hear the gospel that's going
on. No, other than I think there's one guy named Nick, and I believe he's the son or the nephew of one of the other people of the church had said something about it vaguely, and I don't remember even what it was, but something to the tune. I wanted to say that I'm not sure. Okay, this is very not knowledgeable for me. I don't know about a lot of things. I know who's passing through the parking lot.
Right.
I know what time this store closes, or because it's right next door to the AutoZone, or some things like that. You know, I could know about. But this kind of thing I wouldn't know about. It's not from even in my thought pattern. You know?
That just seems odd to me. And not knowing the dynamics, but it seems odd.
Yeah.
Because that was a big deal at that church.
I vaguely remember one thing, and I wanted to say brought it up, but I'm not even sure if I brought it up. But something about the car being taken.
The car being taken?
Their car being taken, or something like that.
Right.
And then later on, it was discovered that it wasn't taken, or something like that. Okay. That's only, I just vaguely remember hearing something about that. And I don't even remember if it was one of either the nephew or the grandson of one of the others. He's around 20-ish or so,
Yeah.
and he's a security guard. Just about the only thing I can remember is that something vaguely about their car, and then their car missing, and then their car was not missing.
Mm-hmm. No, okay.
Something like that.
And when did you
Vaguely.
hear that? You remember when you heard about that?
No, I just remember hearing it through one of the church people. They were discussing, like you said, they were discussing. The only time they would say something to me is, Tim, we're setting up, or Tim, we're not setting up, or how are you doing, Tim?
Right.
Or something, you see?
Right.
It's kind of like the whole thing. You just have to go one time, you'll understand. Everything is structured. The people walking this way are going to this. The people over here are doing this. You know, and so this don't mess with that until after everything's all said and done. And you might say hi or bye on the way out or in the parking lot, or you know, or you might hang, like I usually hang back and put up the tables or the chairs, and we're usually the last ones to go. Like that. That's how it functions. It's very proper, very laid back kind of atmosphere. Like I wash dishes.
Right.
You know, I'll be in the kitchen, so I don't know what's going on out there because I'm washing dishes. You know, that kind of thing. Or sweeping the floor. The last time I did it all the way was been about 6 months. Probably time to do it again. But they set up a buffet or a dinner once a week in there. And the gym floor is rubber or vulcanized rubber. So you spill crumbs, etc. And over time it becomes gummied or gussied. And you have to mop it. That's the only way to get that stuff up.
Right.
Because it's foam. But it's covered foam. It's not like this raw foam. It's covered with plastic sealant kind of foam. And so once in a while I pay attention to that. So I'll be doing that, not paying attention to whatever's going on because I'm busy doing that.
So we had discussed earlier, one of the things that you had asked me is, you know, what can you do to help?
Yeah, because I told you I would look and I never got the chance, but I would like to look.
So that's one thing that can help us. If you could figure out who you might have been with in there. But
I should have some notes about it somewhere.
Yeah. There's another thing that we do is an investigative tool we use in cases like this where we're just trying to eliminate people as possible suspects. And
well, I did that already.
Right, and that is a polygraph.
Oh, yeah, I could do that too. Yeah. So if you want me to, I will. But I thought I was doing that when I did the DNA.
No, DNA is for, so people leave traces of DNA behind, you know, like it could be in your hair, it could be in your skin, you could sneeze and blow it out, you know, and people kind of tend to leave it all around. And even when they wear gloves and, you know, get fingerprints or something like that, a lot of time we'll get DNA because they've breathed on something or they coughed on something or hair fell out.
Yeah, I understand.
So
I
get
thought that was
so that's why we get that. Yeah. Well, that helps us, you know.
And then you taking those weapons out of the car. You're calling them weapons, or he called them weapons that day. And to me, I think they're all 6 months or a year been in there.
Right.
You know, I don't even remember the fourth one. I was looking over that list, the description list that he gave me, and I can't even really. He writes kind of fancy a little bit. I can't even really read the whole thing. But he said one of them was some type of a broken kitchen knife or something. Now that one I really can't even figure in my own head where it came from or how it got in there. But I know it's been in there since the van was stolen or before, because it sat in Southside for a good while. You know, before they ever let me know.
So what I'll do is I'll be able to get hold of you, and we'll make arrangements for the polygraph.
Yeah, I don't mind doing that. I don't mind doing anything.
Tomorrow afternoon is 3 p.m.
I don't mind doing anything that helps, okay? But as long as it's remembered, hey, he helped us, let's help him back, you know? Because I had something I asked about, and I know for a fact that it was parked when it was stolen, and they broke that door lock. It was parked underneath that camera.
Right. And I'm going to take care of that.
And so there's something's
so I apologize for
me.
that. Well, by the same token, we talked, and you said you would check your stuff, and you didn't get around to it. I didn't get around to this, so I apologize that I didn't get around to it, but I will.
Am I under arrest at this time?
You are still under arrest for the thing, but I'm going to check with the officers.
Because I will gladly go look for, I think somewhere in that van or somewhere in some of that paperwork, there is info from that Tamarack job, because I remember keeping track of the hours and I remember talking with him about it on the phone.
Okay.
I know for sure he would remember that.
So
See?
let me ask you a question. I don't know, what your feeling is on this sort of thing.
Well, I'm a little bit upset.
Well, no, I know that, but so with regards to these murders, we have.
Yeah, you said three. I wasn't aware.
Three, but one's
three.
One is two, and I don't know if they're related or anything, but they're unsolved murders, right? So, I have a case where a couple of elderly people were killed. Okay, and I have a case where a woman was killed.
Do anything to warrant.
Yeah, and so, I think I try to think myself, but I'm a police officer, so I'm kind of like a little jaded with how I look at stuff, So I would ask people, what do you think should happen to somebody who did that?
Oh my God! Well, I don't know any of how it happened or what happened. Did they shoot them or what? I don't know anything. But I would think that if they were church members of our church, they were good people. And so they need to be punished. Right. I can't really step up. I did my 15. Right. And I did it. It was tough. Sure. So they should have to do. I actually did. There's people coming in there for church and other things like
Doing
that.
Less time than you.
Huh?
Doing less time than you.
Yeah, I did less time than that. Yeah, and then not only that, it seemed like I got the raw shake every step of that 15. Mm-hmm. Every time there was a little disciplinary this or that or whatever, it was because they had a big hand and there's no other law to supersede the, like you have laws or morals to go by, or preferably morals over laws, but both. And there was never any of it. Right. And any of the dealings with me. So you don't think in a situation like that, they should be punished severely. You don't think there's redemption that can happen for someone who did something like that? We're taught to believe that in our Bible study class. We're taught to believe that they're, that they can, the worst people, because Paul was a murderer. We're taught that they can be saved by God. Right. But I would think that it would take God himself to be a part of it, to do it. Yeah. I don't know about if any superior being or law enforcement or anything could actually say, well, hey, he's turned over a new leaf. Yeah. That might not be our decision. Yeah, I don't think it's that person, if it was from the church. We talk about stuff like this. In our Bible study class, we talk about day-to-day stuff. But at least it was a person who's in church that did it. I don't know if it is or not, but if it was somebody, at least that person would know where to go to get that forgiveness. I guess they have to step up in that way. Yeah. So let me ask you this: if you knew who did it, would you tell me? Even if yes.
It was
yes, most
even
definitely.
If it was a close relative.
Not just to. Because, you can look at the records from the past, and I think there's probably some senior people out there that know me well from before. The 80s and the 90s, I was not a, very compatible person, to be around.
What's the most serious thing you got investigated for?
That was it. Oh, no, I take that back. Lord have mercy, I take that back. And this still sticks with me to this day. I'm in the joint, and I was in jail when this happened. Right. And they still pulled me in for this, for the yogurt shop murders.
So if you were in jail, why did they pull you in?
I remember broad as day sitting up in the day room watching TV in a county. I think I was in prison and I'm sitting up. I don't remember. I was locked up. Right. For something else. And I'm sitting up and all of a sudden I'm looking up and I'm seeing that on TV. Something's going on with some of these guys from that. And, lo and behold, they pulled me all the way back from TDC back down here to Austin for that.
Just talk to you about that.
Yeah, and I'm like,
you were in jail when it happened.
they did not give a rat's ass how much hell and heartache that caused me from that point until '07 when I got out. They didn't give a damn. It was like, oh, we just yanked his chain and pulled him back and questioned him about that. When I got back here, I said, you look on your records, and it showed you I was locked up. I don't know nothing about it. I didn't have nothing to do with it. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Right.
You know, and that was the end of it. But I was a little PO'd.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm not PO'd with you. I mean, we're just two men trying to come to some kind of a medium.
Right.
And I'm cool with that. I wish more people could do that.
Right.
You know, maybe your buddy will learn some of it. He didn't have as much. He wanted to take 4 knives that are not pertinent to anything at all, and they've been in there for a long ass time.
Right.
And that's bugging me. You know, you can keep them as long as you wish. You can take a picture of them and put them on TV. I don't care what you do with them.
Right.
Just remember that you took them from me and they come back to me.
Yeah.
You know,
Remember.
I mean, yeah.
So.
That's all. You know, just treat me fairly.
That's what I'm trying to do. And if I'm not, I know you'll let me know.
Well, if there's an inch and you didn't have no choice,
right.
you know, I can understand that. But
right.
if you got a choice and you can make a stand for something that's fair to, I'm an old guy. I'm obviously not in the shape to do what you're describing. I'm really not. Physically, I'm not in that shape.
To do what?
You know, I'm not strong physically, okay? My feet are in bad shape. I don't walk very good. And I don't see myself, you know, harming somebody like that. You know, you'd have to go shoot them or something, you know, or whatever. You know, maybe I could do that if they pissed at me off, but I don't even have a gun.
Mm-hmm.
So how could I do that?
When's the last time you ever handled a gun?
Oh my gosh. Jesus Christ almighty. This is 2014. Oh, it's been a pretty dang good while. Let me see. I can't even remember when. It had to have been, I think I got some remnants from, well, mostly it's just like either framing hatchets or like job knives, you know. Mm-hmm. Nothing really illegal. Now, I'm not even sure if that dagger that y'all took is illegal or not because it's decorative.
If it's double-edged, it's illegal, so I have to look.
It is illegal?
Yeah.
I mean, just to have it in your home or whatever?
Oh, it's prohibited, so you can't, you can't.
You can't, like, legally buy them or own them?
You're
not supposed to?
Buy them all, yeah, you're not supposed to, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's kind of, you know, switchblade.
Or a framing hatchet, maybe an odd, I don't know. I pretty much got rid of all my junk, pretty much. I'm trying to think. When was the last time? I guess it had to have been around 92, I guess. Okay.
So I asked this,
yeah.
You know, I just want to, again, a lot of times I ask stuff just to make sure.
Yeah, you can do that test too if you need to.
Yeah, one of the things I just want to make sure is that you had not, you know, that if we come into contact with a weapon or anything like that was involved, a firearm, let's say, that there's not going to be any of your fingerprints, DNA, anything like that.
Because you said you're a senior cop, can you jump to my side, like pull yourself out of your side and jump to my side for a second? If that was your van, and to me, this is a heinous thing to be asked about. Now, I got upset when they yanked me back through, because you know what that involves? That involves TDC chain. Mm-hmm. That involves going through a bunch of units where they check up your bowl on every stop.
Right.
And you wait in these non-living areas on the concrete for hours and hours and hours, up to 2-3 days. And they're yanking me back for something. If they'd have done their homework, they'd have seen I was locked up when it happened. How could I have anything to do with it?
Right.
You see?
Yeah.
And when I got here, I told them that. They're like, oh, golly, Barney, you know? And it was true. I was locked up. You know, I don't know anything about it. I don't run with those kind of guys.
Right.
There's something that's really, I guess you're guessing it. Okay, I think you're guessing it. And that is that those kind of people have something that you can detect. And it may not say, okay, he did it, or he didn't do it, but it's something you can detect that keeps you away from those kind of people.
Right.
And it could be a Chester or whatever, but there's just some kind of a weirdness sense that you know not to be around that kind of person or that kind of person. And pretty much, I think I'm pretty good at that.
Staying away.
Because
Okay.
I've been down 15 years, and I'm pretty good at staying away from all of that.
So, this is, I'm not saying you didn't. I'm saying this is just a mental exercise. If you did it, would you tell me that you did it?
Oh, yeah, you asked me that already.
No, I asked you if
Yeah,
if somebody
yeah.
else did it. But if you did it, you would.
At this
You would
point
tell-
stage, I'd have to tell you because
Why
you're
would you tell
already.
me?
Yeah, I mean, if I did this,
Right.
you know, and you're asking me, ask me that again so we can clarify. 'Cause I
If
don't
you
know
did
if
it,
the
I'm not
room's
saying,
bugged or
I'm not
what.
saying you did anything. I'm just saying if you did it, if you killed anybody, would you tell me?
Sure, yeah. At this
Why?
point,
Why
yeah.
would anyone tell me?
I don't know. We got all our cards on the table,
Right,
you know. So it's kind of just between two guys.
right.
We both put our britches on at the same time. You know, you're losing a little more hair than me, but just like on a path of life, you know, and we're just two men. Now, why can't I meet a man fairly? You know, that's one thing I stand on is you saw it. You
Right.
met me the other day.
Right.
I met two men, which is not cool. It's supposed to just be one-on-one.
Right.
You know, but I met two men. One guy, he's playing the bad guy deal or whatever. He had a hitch in his crawl that day,
Mhm.
and he dug first. He could. I have common sense, and I'm looking. I looked at the van. The van's a freaking wreck. You can tell
Right.
if that was a previously used item or not, or you
Right.
can tell if it's been there a long time. It's got dust and dirt on it. You know, why it was a ruse or a trick for him to take them, you know, or something. Something wasn't right in the taking of
He
them
was just
because,
being, I was thinking,
you know, he was being
careful.
cautious or
Being
careful.
cautious, yeah.
Well, see, I don't, you know, but to me, they're just, I have so many. My girl just bought me a brand new one. She bought me, I ain't even opened
Oh, yeah,
it
sorry,
yet.
yeah, I'm sorry.
You know, that
We
was a
didn't think
Christmas
that.
present,
Sorry.
you know.
Hey, let me ask you a question. You got a scar in your ear. What happened to your ear right there? I'm just curious.
Always been there forever and ever and ever and ever. I don't even remember how. I want to say that was a piece of wire that got flung being pulled. And you know how, like, when you're on a run of wire,
Uh-huh.
let's say there was a wire all the way around the
The
run.
last little bit pops back.
Yeah, when it comes out
Snake
of
bit
it flings,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's what did that. I believe that
man.
was. Yeah, I believe
You
that's
need a
what
better
it
story
was.
than that. You need like
No, that's
a
not
nice
true.
fight and
No, I have
two
one of
guys
those.
and-
I have one of those.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have one. I have one of those right here. Right there.
And in
I
prison.
had my
or,
I had my foot in his throat and he stabbed me with a knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. Right there.
So you had the better on him.
Yeah, I had my foot. Yeah, yeah. As a matter of fact, everybody in the damn pool hall was clapping when that happened.
Yeah, they didn't like him.
That,
much.
that happened at Moyer's Pool Hall back in the I want to say late 70s, early 80s. Pulled a damn pea shooter 32.
Mhm.
I think it was either a 4-shot or a 5-shot revolver 32. Pulled it on me and I kicked him. I got him down on the ground and I had my foot in his throat and he still got that piece. And I managed to kick that piece away with my other foot and I still got my foot in his throat and he stabbed me right there. They all got down for me though. The
So
whole,
what would have happened if he wouldn't have stabbed you?
he might have, he definitely, well, if he hadn't have stabbed me, it probably wouldn't have happened the same way,
Right.
you know. But what happened was when he stabbed me there, the whole group converged to get the piece. You see,
Okay.
so I don't know who, somebody in the group
Right.
got the piece away from both of us, but it was his piece.
Right.
I've never, you know, liked carrying them,
Right.
you know, and
It does sound like
they,
you
they,
need
they don't interest me.
to. Right.
They don't interest me very much. You know, they used to when I was younger, intrigued a little bit by them. But anyway, they got the piece away, and they were clapping like, yeah, get his ass. And we don't know who he was going to shoot, and all this and that, and he had a gun, yeah, chaos going on. You know, a bunch of people, pool hall in the 70s, 80s, it was a little more different than now.
Sure.
And, but I don't know, I know he was able to get up. So, but, you know, that's the last
Sounds like
thing
that'd
I'll-
have been the end of him if he hadn't.
I've jumped over and leaned against the bar and pulled the knife out, and I actually let it heal up by itself, so I didn't go to the hospital for it. So
Right.
it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah, but I guess I probably would have dared into it. If it was you and the guy had a foot in your throat, you probably just did what you could too. Well, he should have never pulled a gun over some bullshit. It was over probably 20 or $50 was a common bull bet, you know.
He thought he'd been cheated?
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think he was mad because he lost or whatever, but, you know, for whatever reason, he thought he could skate out by pulling the gun and not have to pay the bill, you know. That don't work. No. Not, well, it probably would nowadays because everything's all different now. All these youngsters are just hyped, you know. They're just, they're a different set than we were, you know. That's why I don't mess around too much. It's because they're different. They're into different stuff, and there's all this stuff I don't know about that's out there now. And the only thing I know about is a few pain pills are a little bit weak. That's the only thing I know about. I mean, the effects or how it makes people act or what kind of people do that. These ones that are out there now are into MMA and this and that and all. I don't understand all that. You know, I don't know how those kind of people are, so I don't mess with them. You know, they're into these. They're into these doing this and this and this, and all kinds of weird, and wearing these hats sideways and loud clothes, and I ain't into none of that.
I'm going to say something. I'm just going to be straight up honest with you because I'm going to tell you what I'm thinking.
Well, they did it in there.
I hope you don't take offense by it, but I try to be as honest as I possibly can. Okay?
Sure.
This is what I suspect. Okay, and you can tell me if I'm wrong or not.
Okay, I definitely will.
What I suspect.
I got to pee anyway again.
Is that we'll take care of it in just a second. So I know you don't have long, but so one thing I suspect, and the jewelry and stuff makes me think this, is that, and also a little bit of your background. I know that's a long time in the past.
Yeah,
okay?
I haven't had any of that background in a while.
But people, you know, I know people sometimes go back to their ways, and that is, I suspect that you might be doing some burglaries. Okay, I think you might be doing some, maybe working in people's houses, going in and doing them.
No, sir. Okay. No, sir. I'm not in shape for it anymore.
Right.
I don't got the mind for it anymore.
Well, how much in shape you got to be to do a burglary?
You pretty much got to be. I don't even know if my ticker would take it.
Right.
You know, because it amps out. Your heart kind of races, and you're in this. You know, from the old days, if I was to explain it, it's like doing a big old bump of meth or something.
Right.
I don't know if I could handle it.
Oh, just the heart rate being inside.
Yeah, I don't know if I could handle it. I wouldn't do good at it if I did it.
Yeah.
You know, I wouldn't do good at it at all if I was even attempt to do it.
But I know you did a lot of burglaries before you got caught, and then one in '93.
Not necessarily. I kind of just knew the people pretty much.
Right.
And nowadays it's different. It's way different.
So when you knew the people, how did that work out? How did you choose to burglarize a person?
I didn't. I usually didn't. It was usually back then. It was groups. Back then, somebody made the calls. You know, you either chose or not chose. You know, back then. Now I don't know how things happen now.
Right.
And check it out. I came out in '07. And in '07, I decided it was going to be different.
Right.
Okay. And it lasted for a pretty good while.
Right.
You know, it was hard. It was different. The only thing that really even changes me being able to sit with you now and even any kind of a norm of any kind. I don't know if you got people looking or watching or whatever. I am curious about that, you know.
Yes, everything that goes on in this room is
all right.
Audio tape and video tape.
Well, now you tell me, as I had to ask. You should have told me that at the beginning. But anyway, I don't have anything to hide, so it doesn't matter. The set is different. I don't know how things are done now, but they're controlled worse so than they were back then. You know, back then you couldn't do anything without having to, you know, appease somebody's order of some kind. You know, I don't know how things are done now.
And who did you run with back then?
Well, you have to take all the stuff to a hawk. You know, you have to take all the stuff to a what did we used to call it back then?
Fence.
A fence. You have to take everything to there, and their order is going to be, I'll give you this much or not. You know, and you know, it's all controlled. I don't know. I wouldn't know the first of how to get into it nowadays. I wouldn't know even
even how to get rid of the stuff.
I wouldn't know the first of anything on how to even delve in there now. I've been out of touch so long. I'm just barely learning a flip cell phone, you know.
Yeah.
I don't even text on it,
Right.
you know. So I'm old school, so I have nothing to do with the new way of things. I don't even really understand. I never partook long enough to learn.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So I would have to relearn because I was gone so long.
Mm-hmm.
When they brought me back for that yogurt shop deal, when they brought me back for that, they actually, you know, did me a service in a way. Even though I was pissed off at all the hell I went through,
Right.
They made me think, like, hey, these guys are out there doing some wicked act,
Right.
you know. And then, like, when I actually did that, to be perfectly honest with you, when I was doing that, it was during the daylight hours, and it was always when nobody was there, you know.
Right.
You check all that shit out first, you know.
Right.
Now, the way they're doing things nowadays, I don't know. You know, I had a way to get rid of them back then. You know, they wouldn't have gave you, but maybe if you're lucky, yeah, you probably, yeah, those are better than anything else. You can get about 70 cents on the dollar on those. If there, especially if there was pistols, you
Right.
know, and then you can get 70, 80 cents on
Right.
But jewelry and jazz like that, you know, anything like that is 30 cents on the dollar, you know, if you're lucky, because it's already marked way high, you know. When you go buy a ring, you go buy that same ring at the pawn shop and see how much of a different price you pay.
Oh, sure.
You know, that's why I got a whole stack of receipts.
Mm-hmm.
I got a whole stack of receipts for all the real ones. I got them. They're on record as being bought, paid cash. Yeah, it's a new thing. I'm not down with it. Everything that's new, I'm not down with none of it. I don't even understand it.
Right.
You know, it's not my. You can't even approach me about something. You know, I wouldn't even know how to approach somebody. You know, how to start that. You know, any kind of a relation, you know, I wouldn't even know how to start it, you know, because it's different. The rules are different. Normally, like back in the old days, you know, you could have met me to get some green, you know, or something like that. And then we went from there, and then you into me for a few hundred or this or that, and it would lead to something else or whatever. I don't even know if it works that way anymore nowadays.
So let me ask you a question. So let's say.
I gotta pee real bad.
Oh yeah, we'll get you.
Yeah, I'm like, I think I made a spot on my pants.
I'm gonna have an officer come and
Okay.
check you over here. So hold on 1 second.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, sorry. So we're.
That's okay. I had to pee really bad.
So we were getting stuff taken care of. I'm getting another detective to make a list for you of the stuff that we took, so you have that.
I appreciate the little list. It gave me time to look over it. It gave me time to think that I forget his name. The guy that was
Scanlon.
Mr. Scanlon. It just seemed like he really had a, you know, interest in me in general, and I didn't really think that was fair. I wasn't getting a fair shot.
Sure. Well, he has an interest in solving the case. That's his main thing.
I actually do too. Now that I'm thinking about it,
Yeah.
I actually do too.
So here's the thing. Okay, so you know, and we're gonna schedule a polygraph, and that'll help us along too.
I need to make sure that I have rights when I do that or whatever. I don't mind doing it, but I need to make sure that I have somebody on my side there for that. I don't mind doing it, but I need time to make sure that I can get somebody for like advisement about it. But I don't mind doing it.
Sure, you can talk to whoever. You're not going to be able to bring anyone in the room with you.
My attorney or whatever.
No, it's so because of the process, the way it happens.
Yeah, I don't mind doing it, but I mean, I can consult my attorney.
Absolutely,
first.
yeah.
I don't have a problem doing it. Like I gave you DNA, so that.
Yeah, and here's how it works with these polygraph stuff. It's like, you know, it helps us. If you fail the polygraph, we can't take that failing the polygraph and charge you just because you failed the polygraph.
Well,
it does help
them
us,
to ask me about the things we discussed because I'm just being man to man with you. Above anything else, I don't care what your game is or what your motive is or what mine is.
Right.
We're dealing direct,
Sure.
and that's all that I can live for today.
Right.
I treat
Oh,
you.
the polygraph was
yeah.
not going to be today. Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's gonna be
That's the only
Thursday.
thing. I just want to make sure if they ask me whatever you're gunning for or shooting at, if they ask me about that and just that,
We're
can
going to ask
answer
you
that.
straight up. It's
Yeah.
going to be, and you're going to know
Oh.
before you do it, before you
Yeah.
actually polygraph,
I'm
what
cool
you're
with that.
going to be asked. And it's
Yeah.
going to be straight up
I'm
like,
cool with
did you
that.
kill this person? Or
Yeah,
did
I'm
that, I
totally-
mean, it's not going to be tricky questions.
Yeah,
You're going
I'm
to know the
totally-
questions before they do it.
Totally cool with
They're going
that.
to tell you what they are, and then you're going to do it, and you'll do it like multiple times, just to
Oh,
make
yeah.
sure the readings are good. And if, let's say, it comes back and says, this guy's a lying piece of shit, we don't run out and go write a warrant. What we do is we say, okay, we got a problem here, okay, and we talk through it. Sometimes there's an explanation for why someone fails polygraph. Doesn't have
I
anything to do
usually
with
I
them
can just
lying.
touch look at you and be around you or touch your hands.
Right, and then you can tell if you're lying.
I can tell you if there's something I don't like.
Right, right.
If there's something I shouldn't be around, or that's pretty much. I hear what people tell me, like around the room there's a whole bunch of transient, strange people, and I hear what they tell me, and if something don't match up just from what they tell me, it's
Right.
I don't have nothing to do with them.
So let me ask you a question. We talked about the weird kind of coincidences and stuff like that. So
I've been through them all my
brother.
life.
Yeah. Okay,
All
so
my life
now
I've
you're in the
been through
middle of
this,
it, right?
you know.
Again, so here we are. So what that makes me think is, okay, so if it's not you that did it, I suspect that it's someone that you know who did it, and then you may not know that the person did it, but I suspect that
I would have
that
to know.
because I'm thinking, you're swirling in that same
have to
eddies as
know.
that killer.
I would have to know what happened and how it happened, and I don't know. I would have to know because you could be right. I know a couple of people that could be, pretty bad people. That's why I don't fuck
kill
with
some
them.
old people.
Well,
bad
I
people?
mean, I don't fuck with them, so that's
Right.
why, because I don't know what they would do. There's a couple
But this
of
would
people.
have to be somebody who knew Kathy
Yeah.
Blair or who knew the Sheltons, dude.
I don't think there's a connection that way. I don't think there's a connection that way. You're looking for one, and you're looking over something.
Yeah.
Or
Well, sometimes
something.
links come up. We were even looking for a link in this case. And what happened was it was there. So it just popped up. So it
I
kind of
think
popped right up to the front.
because I know a couple of people that I wouldn't trust around my wife,
Right,
so I don't fuck with them.
right.
That
Sure.
they're not anywhere around me because hey, I would call y'all. Hey, I ask this person to leave. Person give me a hard time. If I can't fix it, I call y'all.
Right.
You see, because I don't trust them. Like if I turn my back, they
Right.
might be to get in our wallet, or whatever.
Now
I know
sometimes,
a couple of people like that.
yeah. So is there
I'd have to
somebody
know
like
how these things happened.
Yeah. So in your particular line, is there someone who could vouch for you, who could say this is the guy who would never do something like that? Who could vouch for you?
I would imagine that my whole family would, my wife would, some people at the
Everyone
church
says
would.
this is not the kind of guy.
I'm not a murderer, sir. Okay.
Right.
And now I've done some stuff, but I'm not a
Right.
murderer.
Now, would anyone say you were a violent guy? I mean,
not.
obviously, we talked about some stuff. You're a fighter. Right? That's violence, controlled violence. Maybe
Only
it's,
when you put me there.
right.
If you put me there, then I'm going to try my best. But only if I've been put there, and I don't go there.
Right.
I'm pretty harsh from being through the ringer. I'm pretty harsh. I can go into a club or a pool hall and not have to fret none.
Right.
But then if something comes at me, I don't fare well every time. I've
So
had
now let me ask you this. Now you got
I
a
don't
bunch
go there.
you got a bunch of brothers. A lot of them have some background too. One of them lives right down on Brentwood. Now farther down. But any of those guys, I mean, like
No, they're
guys
all
go crazy?
upstanding young fellas. Even my baby brother lives on Brentwood. He's a manager of a security firm.
Upright guy.
Upright guy, fixing to buy a piece of property. Upright guy, has a girlfriend, does his own little
Right.
thing, works hard every day. That's my baby brother. I'm the next one. Then James is the next one, and he just had part of his. He's in bad shape. He can barely move like me. I'm knocking on the door he's at. and he's only 3 years older or
Right.
2 years older. And his health issues are coming up. I'm just fighting them. I'm ornery. I did my bit. I'm trying to regain. This is it in a nutshell. Y'all took away 15. I'm trying to get back 15.
Sure.
You know, that's it in a nutshell. I'm trying to do right. So I've done right for 7 so far. I'm trying to do right for 15.
Yeah.
Y'all can see, hey, and then maybe, just maybe, I'm hoping in my heart, I'm hoping that somebody will step back and fix that wrong, okay? Because I was screwed in that deal. But I didn't have a voice. How could I get a voice? I tried. I wrote letters to people about it.
Right.
You know, Mike Lynch himself. Hey, I'm coming out. Is there any way that I can start without an X, you know, on my back? I can become very angered by that, but I didn't. I did the right way. I've been working the whole time. I've been living the best I could. We ended up in a hotel in a bad part of town, and I'm still faring well there. We still managed to pay our bills. You know, we've been there 2 years there. We don't cause no trouble there, you know. As a manager, she's just a B to begin with. I think she's a doctor. But anyway, she's a little bit of a bee, you know. She doesn't like me to stand outside and smoke. She wants everybody to do everything inside their room. Well, my wife don't smoke, so I stand outside to smoke. But she hasn't ever said anything else about it. I don't throw my cigarette butts out there where her person has to clean it.
Did y'all have some? Now you had your wife's son staying there. Were you getting a lot of visitors during that time?
Yeah, somewhat. He's a big youngster. He plays video games and all that, and he works for 7-Eleven. He's green youngster, very well, not very well, very unsocietable, you know, like he doesn't function well. He's been around mama's boy.
Yeah, so he's not good out in social situations.
Only thing he does is play videos, so he has a few friends that play those video games, which I don't like or understand. You know, I don't want to know anything about them. People do it. That's their gig, not mine.
Right.
He was staying there with us for, let me see, I guess 9 months or so.
Right.
Maybe a little longer. Don't know. I think about 9 months.
So obviously we talk to a lot of people. Anytime we investigate,
I'm sure other people said, "Hey, he's a harsh guy, but he's not like that." You know, I'm trying to be. I've been trying since '07 to be different.
Sure.
You know, I've been trying to. I forgot all the things that they don't even fit anymore.
Right.
You know, how I would go to achieve some things before don't happen now. You know, you can't do it that way. You have to go to a different place, and you have to be a different dress and everything else and different style, and I don't understand all of it.
Is there something you can think of that could help?
I am thinking of a little something.
As a person?
I am thinking of a little something, but I'm going to have to think on it a moment. I'm thinking on something right now because you struck a chord when you asked me that. I'm thinking on, okay, but it ties into the van being stolen, man. That's what it ties into. It has to be who. Okay, get this. You did 15 in the pokey.
Right.
All right. You managed. You saved your integrity, and you come out swinging a heavy bat. I got a job right away. I got my own place right away. I bought my own truck right away. I worked my ass 2 jobs to the bone, and I came out and did everything successful. Somebody, I can't figure out who would be having enough balls to try to steal my van.
Right.
You know, because also, I know so many people, all it takes is for me to say the boom, and I did do that. We were even, several times I went with someone in their vehicle looking for that van.
Right.
And we was ready to take care of business.
Right, sure.
You see, if I caught them in that van, we were going to rectify right then and there. Now, you get a call.
It'll be a trial.
Thanks, thanks, but no thanks.
Right.
You know, that's what was going to happen. I was very upset, okay? Whoever had the balls to bug me like that is the kind of person that'll do something wicked. You see there? Now, there's 1 or 2 I can think of, you know, that might have, but whomever did it, and then this is telling me something weird too. They didn't even have to bust the lock on that van, but they did. They didn't even have to. All you got to do is put your hands on the glass and pull the glass down. I got a screwdriver jibbed in the door right now.
Right.
Did you notice that? the glass falls right down. You take that screwdriver out. You don't even have to take it out. You can take your hands. They didn't have to fuck the clock. So that tells me that it's somebody young.
Well, most of those things were stolen by young kids.
Okay, but somebody
Mhm.
knew that they was taking my van. You got to understand that there's something there. Okay, because I'm a helpful kind of guy right now. A lot of those people at the motel, I take them to the food pantries.
Mm-hmm.
I helped a couple of them get work. Not work with me, just get work. From other people that I know. And then I have helped a couple of them on some extra matters, that don't pertain to your thing. And so they think that I'm a nice guy or a helpful guy, and I try to be like that now. But somebody's eating at that with like it's a weakness, and they jack my man.
You didn't consider that maybe it was just some teenage kid?
Even if it was, when they did that, and then they abandoned it, where I was told they abandoned it at the on 290.
Oh, okay.
That tells me that it's somewhere in this district.
Right.
Somewhere in the north side.
Right.
And everybody freaking thinking those in the north side. I did my part and I come out and I ain't been involved in nothing and I ain't taken for nothing.
Right.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Everybody. Even those freaking ones that pulled me down for the yogurt shop thing. Mm-hmm. They're like, hey, we better leave that guy alone. That guy come in here and fixed our business. He told us our business, and they should have looked for that before they ever yanked me.
So what? So when you went out looking for your band, who did you go out with?
Well, they wouldn't be of your interest. They're not. They're aiding me.
Right. I'm just curious who your friends are that would.
Yeah, they wouldn't be. They're just regular old guys, but they're down for like being treated right. They do things right. They work all day and go home to their girl.
Right.
They wouldn't be. But I'm thinking.
I don't think they're killers.
Yeah, I'm thinking that somebody that may have even been in that van. Because they went to that door side.
So after they stole your van, why would they go kill somebody?
No, I'm not. Well, I don't. Right. Okay, I'm not. I'm just saying for them to have enough out of all the cars in the parking lot they could have took, why are they gonna take some jinky old junked up full van? Right. When there was all kinds of cars in there, Mustang, BMW, all kind of noted Ford trucks, Ford trucks with the damn hookup welders hooked up in the back and compressors right in the back. Right. Why are they gonna take that, man? See there, that's something. Okay, what I'm thinking, this is honestly, okay, I really don't even want this to be in this room when I discuss this with you, but I'm going to go ahead anyway. Okay. Whomever took that van has the capacity to do that what you're asking, you see, because they had it to take the van, because they had to know, hey, I know everybody in this town. Mm-hmm. I know everybody, man, in this town.
So you're saying you think that somebody who took that van has a capacity for committing murder?
Yeah, I'm saying whoever took that van got a capacity to do that. I mean, they had to have some hairy balls when they did that. Because I guarantee you, as soon as that next morning, I was out there looking. And I even told Mr. Geist, the officer that came on the scene 2 days later, I already been looking. Me and several of my buddies been looking. He said he'd be doing the same thing. He'd be doing the same thing. We went all the way to Grand Avenue, because we know there's a bunch of technical areas over there, a lot of warehousey type parking lots, big parking lots where they could have did. We went all the way to Grand Avenue, and we came all the way back to Coney Lane. Actually, really all the way back to 38th, but we didn't jump on that side of 35. I was thinking about that when we were looking. We didn't jump on that side of 35. I tried to look in Little Mexico where we're at. I'm thinking somebody had too much sauce because it was on a weekend, needed a way, and saw that and did it at first. And then I started thinking to myself, when I got the van back, it's on the passenger side. That freaking window, all you had to do is go like that. It come right down. It won't even lock. It won't even close. So why the hell did they jib the lock? Something ain't fitting right. Something just ain't right. And from that point till now, there's a whole lot of things not fitting right. It's like somebody I do the same thing every day, sir. In case you hadn't noticed, you might have been watching me just to see. You know, I work a little bit every day. I was working at a 7. I'm trying to get another job at a 7-Eleven right now. I just talked to Jacob, and he's trying to hook me up right away. You know, because I have the capacity to handle that job well.
Right.
I didn't work too well with Armando because he wouldn't give me no hours. I was pissed off. You know,
Right.
Go 3 days for 16 hours. That's just a headache. Would you come here for 16 hours? You wouldn't do it. It's not worth your trouble. Right. You're not getting paid enough money to make it worth your trip. I put up with it as long as I could, and I had to deal with 2 youngsters that don't know what they're doing and what they're dealing with. You got people slinging out in the parking lot and making people sick, and they're coming in here, and you got to call ambulance because the dude's going, I can't breathe, and he just went out there in the parking lot and scored some that was plastic or some kind of from one of them for $20
Mm-hmm.
and tried to hit it, and he had it in his hand in a cellophane when the ambulance got there. This is when I'm at work. I had to call the ambulance,
right?
You know, and they don't realize what they're dealing with. Is this what they?
Yeah, that's the inventory of the stuff there.
Okay.
You can kind of see.
And this one you had already said you were going to deal with. Is that still?
Which one is that?
Stand. You just let those. You said you were going to deal with that.
Flashlights, gloves.
No, it's from that police
Item
jacket.
from the police jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn that in. I don't know.
You said you were going. You said you was. You said it wouldn't screw me.
Well,
And,
what I said was that I mean I don't know.
that.
We're gonna look. We're gonna
I
deal
told
with
you
that. We'll
what they
take a
were.
look. So
Okay.
yeah, I know. So
Cell phone.
yeah.
Baseball card.
Let's just say that's something that's in my hip pocket.
Oh, yeah. These 2 things were in the little stash box for the kids to play with. My old phone, gloves, flashlights. Where were they? Backpack. Oh, everything in my backpack. That's all old shit. There for a year. Been in there since we've been in that room. The box with the ring. That belongs to my sister's son. She would know about it or can ask her son. He'll tell her that belongs to him. It has something to do with Christmas. I don't know any more than that. He just asked me to hang on to it.
What's that?
So I did. The box with the ring in it. And unknown jewelry is all junk, old stuff. Been in that box for a year better. You know, it doesn't relate to anything. The pawn tickets for the Nugget I told you about doesn't relate to nothing. Now, this one just says jewelry. It doesn't say anymore. So I don't think it was much jewelry. You know, there was just a few items. I just have a few real items. That's it.
Okay. Well, listen. Let me say this, just so you understand, because I want to make sure that we're all real clear. Is that, and I said this already, but I just want to. Yeah, you can keep that. I just wanted to make sure
It's
that it's
something.
really clear with you, and that is that everything we've discussed, I'm gonna check. Okay.
Okay, you
check
can
all the
evaluate-
stuff
yeah,
we
you
check.
can- you can
Check, and I think
evaluate
you
all you
understand.
will.
I think you understand that.
Yeah. But
So-
also though, you should. It part of. Okay, I don't know how. Okay, because I don't know anything about murder. Okay. Somehow, the theft of that van links into this, and I don't know how. Okay, I would have to know who did it. I would have to actually, even if I don't know them, they could have been one of the campers right over there by the camp that's right there by the A. You know, and if it's one of them that I've seen before, I've ran them out of the store and caused major
Well,
aggression.
why would that person who stole your van then go
If they
and
can't-
kill somebody?
If they can't get along with me during the course of something to come to a happy medium, just like you and I did,
Right.
there's something amiss with them.
Sure.
Okay.
And maybe they're capable of murder, but why would they murder these particular people?
That I would not know. I wouldn't. In other words, I don't even think that there's any. I don't even think there's any correlation.
Well,
Honestly.
maybe not between the 2 murders.
Yeah, I don't even think there. I don't even think
There
there's.
may not be. I just,
uh,
but
It's just at this time of the year, there's some crazy stuff, and I've fielded it before
right.
with the campers messing with letting the air out of my tire at the store on Masterson. See, I used to work at the store right there next to the room at Lamar, the 7-Eleven right there, right next to the room, Lamar and Masterson, and they let the air out of my tire right there, and I'm like, why the f you have to do that, man? Why didn't you just come tell me? I tell you, you can't be on the property, but if you need a hot dog and you ask me halfway decent, I give you as a hot dog, you get on your way.
Right.
And it caused a thing. I think there's some kind of a link.
Right. So the reason I mention this, and I'm just saying, the reason, and I always tell people this every time, is that if you did do it, I'll know that.
Yeah,
okay, I'm just saying. I know.
I would tell you.
I tell everybody.
Just so we can get past first base.
And I tell everybody this: that if you did do it, it's going to come out in the wash. So.
Yeah.
So now is the opportunity.
Yeah, I don't have anything to do with murder. Just for a side note, because those guys rode with you, and apparently you called for those two guys to come with you, but they left that stuff. They missed that stuff. It's just my receipt from Olive Garden. It was in my pocket. APDs that.
The officer
searched me. They left those, and I was digging through my jacket and found them in my jacket.
Well,
I should have found that first.
Or something like that.
If it was, I would hope freely that I could just put it there in the table and we deal with it. You see.
Okay, so here's the deal.
Hopefully you got some halfway decent.
I'm gonna send these guys. I'm gonna send you back to these guys, these officers. They're gonna take control of you again. They're gonna take you back out there. Okay, out to where you live at. All right. They're gonna issue a citation, a traffic ticket for the driving with your license.
Warning.
And ticket.
Okay, a ticket I have to citation. Pay. A warning ticket that I just had to pay.
But here's the thing. Okay, I understand the situation.
Yeah, because I have to answer for it, and it's going to cost me a lot of headache, and you don't want to cause me a headache. I have to explain it to her.
Well, you already have to explain this. You have to explain that you've had contact with me, correct?
Yeah, she's going to ask me everything.
You just explain the whole thing. Say, hey, listen, I was driving. I got a traffic ticket. They brought me in and they talked to me. Okay, not a big deal. All right, so.
Oh no, man. I don't know. She knew, and they've been really bringing me around. That's the bad thing. If it was Mr. OG, I'd tell Mr. O'Goyer straight up.
Right.
Because he was my person for 2 years. He could tell you I ain't no killer. I mean, I could think of a bunch of people that could tell you I ain't no killer. I would hope they would. But I am,
Mr. O'Goyer is the supervisor over there, right? So he's still there to vouch for you.
I saw him not too long ago, but I don't know. I just saw him in passing. Hey, Mr. OG. Yeah, he's came to my home for 2 years, met my wife, everything. I'm not no killer, okay?
All right. So
I thought you understood that from the first meeting. I thought you were just doing it in John Wayne style, but.
Well, but here's the thing. I mean, understand my side. I don't pretend like other people. I don't pretend that I'm a human polygraph, that I can look at somebody and tell if they're lying to me or not.
Well, what does your gut tell you?
Sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
After 20 years, you got to have a gut.
So what my gut tells me is that you're a talker. You talk.
I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah. So what I rely on is the facts. So you give me a lot of facts. We've talked about a lot of stuff, and I can check those facts. And those facts check out, then I know that you were telling the truth. If they don't check out, then I know you weren't. That's how my lie detector works. It's pretty easy, It's based less on
hunches and stuff. Handcuff me when they
No, they can take you back without the handcuffs. All right, just stay here, okay?
Okay.
You have any questions for me?
I would like both of y'all's cards, so I can contact you,
Absolutely. Hey, so I'm going to give you a call tomorrow about the polygraph. So whoever you want to talk to about
I try to get a hold. I have an attorney.
I
have an attorney. I just don't know if he's that kind of attorney. I just need to ask him, what should I do?
Get it set up. In the end, it's your decision. However you want to do it. You don't want to do it, you don't want to do it.
Oh, no, I don't mind doing it. I don't mind doing it at all. We did that already. Yeah.
We're not trying to. These guys are going to take you out.
Do I get my belongings?
Yeah, whenever we get that back to your place, we'll give them to you.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Thanks.
I feel kind of naked.
Yeah. Hey, you should come out. If you're arrested, you should come up here for a week or something.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
With your sergeant.
Oh, yeah. It'd be hard to do it during the training cycle because I'm the only FTO.
Yeah, so
kind of.
All right, thanks. Okay, this is case number 2014-3400873. I'm Detective Israel, 2570, the Austin Police Department Homicide Unit. It's 5:32 p.m. on January 16th, 2014. Interview subject will be Timothy Parlin. Step on in. Go stand by that white chair. Okay, turn around, face me. We'll go ahead and take these off.
It's pretty good amusement because it's uncomfortable as hell.
Yeah, pretty much everything we do has something to do with being uncomfortable.
So this one live, dude.
Yeah, I'll get it. Turn around. Okay, go ahead and have a seat.
The first thing I did, pull up my britches.
So, we'll be back in a second. I gotta go do a couple things, but I know you got upset last time, so I didn't tell you this. It's audio tape and video tape. Okay. In fact, I brought an extra audio recorder right here, just so I make sure that you catch everything. So that's my personal audio recorder. So if for some reason you get really mad and decide to tear the place up,
Don't tear up that one?
don't tear up that one. Tear up anything else you want, okay? All right. Just hold on. I'll be back with you in a second. You want a hamburger or something?
Later.
Okay.
Later.
Yeah.
Well, we missed dinner, so.
All right, I'll be back in just a little bit.
Ooh, that's a good one. Oh, that's good. Oh. I don't got no nails left. That's the table leg. Swallowing.
You need to use the restroom before we get
Yeah,
started?
you noticed.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave that open a second before we.
No.
Yeah, tell me the game. Tell me what's your. What's your?
Okay, well, let me go through this here first, because we gotta do this before we can start.
Okay.
So you have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all. Any statement you make may be used against you and probably will be used against you at your trial. You understand that?
Okay.
Any statement you make may be used as evidence against you in court. You
Okay.
understand that? Yes. You have the right to have a lawyer present to advise you prior to and during any questioning. Understand?
Okay.
If you're unable to employ a lawyer, you have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise you prior to and during any questioning. You understand?
Okay.
You have the right to terminate this interview at any time. You understand?
Okay. I don't want to get to that point.
Right. Yeah,
This
I don't
needs
either.
to be done.
I blame myself for that.
It needs to be done. I don't know what that is. I didn't do it. I kept my mess. So.
No, that's all right. There's so many messy people come in this room, so no big deal. So you understand, you don't have to speak to me. Are you willing to talk to me?
I want to,
Yeah,
actually.
okay, all right, good. I just want to clarify one thing. I asked you this at the jail. I just want to make sure. So you did your POCS charge, you got that taken care of. So you've already actually done time served on it, looks like.
14 days,
first.
and
Yeah.
it was over on that 8th.
On the 8th, right. And then you don't have an attorney for your parole.
No.
Right, okay.
I do. I want to show you something because you need to know. I brought it with me. They allowed me to bring this.
Okay,
And this is my ticket,
okay,
which actually is your ticket,
right,
and or the city's ticket. I want it dealt with somehow.
okay.
Okay, I don't want it to, I'm in jail, so I can't deal with it. So, and then I want you to know that this is the first time ever
Right.
that I've been advised. You see what it says?
Uh-huh,
Now, I've heard that
uh-huh,
years and years. I've heard that.
right,
But when you don't have anything you're not looking for the things that I could tell you that I was actually, guilty of some of the things doing.
right,
Like I told you on the way.
right.
That's not you don't care about that,
Right.
I mean, you
Well,
do,
here's the
but
thing. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. What we don't, what we want. So we've gotten to the point right now, based on what you've told us, because as you've seen, regardless of how things ended before, I did listen to what you said. I really wasn't moot, right?
Yeah.
I moved on, and I actually followed up on what you told me, and I found out the truth of the matter. Okay, so I know who committed the murders. That's not an issue for me. Okay. That's not an issue that's in question because that guy's already given it up. He's told me all sorts of details and everything, okay? And so, of course, he's also said some stuff about you, with regards to, well, Tim made me do it, that kind of thing, stuff. So, yeah, so again, same thing. He tells me something, I come back, I follow up on it. That's it. That's what it is. It's just being fair. So that's what we do. And also, if this guy did it, he needs to make sure, he needs to answer for what he did, right? So we need to make sure that is, that's taken care of.
Okay.
So we do want to make sure that we get all of the details out, that I understand the relationship between you guys, and all of that, between you and your Gant, Sean Gant.
I wasn't even sure of his
right.
name exactly. But.
Right, and all of that. So that's why we're here, because you kind of know it's out there. All the things had said. So, and I think I said this before. The main thing that I'm investigating is murder. Okay,
Right.
I found my murderer. I want people to help me strengthen my case against the murderer. Okay, so it's important for me to talk to you because I think you can help me with that. Okay, that's something that you can do. Now,
is it gonna be in my advantage to do it? Is it gonna? I mean, not advantage. That's not the right word. Is it gonna be? You have got my parole officer so scared of me that she wouldn't even come to me the other day. She sent somebody else.
Right.
Okay, and I'm not that kind of a guy.
Sure.
I need to know how do I shake that.
Well, let me tell you. Okay. And here's the thing. So I've heard a lot. So, and that's what we were, kind of got mentioned it on the way. And just as a matter of course that this is what happens. We talk to a lot of people.
Right.
We talk to a lot of people in this. Talk to, again, I had before, even more now. So from the last time we talked until right now, I know 1,000 times more than what I knew the last time I talked to you.
Okay.
So,
Do you think of me like you did before?
I don't think of you as a killer, you know, that's what I don't.
That's.
I mean, that's not to say you didn't do anything you weren't supposed to, okay? And you already acknowledged that. You know, there were some things you did wrong. You know, you've done well since you got out of prison. I understand, you know, the situation of, you know, you get stuff. You know, we saw one of the things I just heard about, you know, we searched, of course, your storage room and stuff. That was one of the things we looked at. And someone says they came across some banks trying to collect a lien against you or something like that. So, you know, it's constantly someone's trying, you know, people trying to kind of keep you down. So,
Right.
so, you know, and we find this a lot of times with offenders and they get released back out. It's hard for them to really turn their life around because the odds kind of stacked against them.
I can't never seem to get, okay, right. Now this, since I saw you last, I've been thinking about that. Did I fully tell you everything that might have helped you? No.
Correct.
Did we get to that point? We were close.
Right.
Okay, well, we got to the point that mattered. And that was when you told me that when that juice was flowing through my veins, regardless of whether I did it or not, you could make it seem as if I did.
Right.
And that was all scientifically based, you know, on science,
right.
little pieces. But I think, you know, humanity came in and told you you needed to know more.
Right.
Or you needed more.
Right.
They put it in the paper. That was uncool. Okay, that was very uncool. That's going to be hard to deal with for a long time.
Well, here's the thing. I don't see it as uncool because he already told on himself. It's not like a big deal. You know what I mean? I tell people it's not like you're telling on somebody they've already told on themselves. You know what I mean? And usually when I tell people that, when I go, the guy's already outed himself totally. You're not saving him, you know? So, you know, if it helps you, tell me, you know, everything. It doesn't, you know, there's no point in not saying, saying something at that point.
I thought of something that might be, I don't know if y'all know or not, but I thought of something. And you know, it's really weird. It's hard for me. You got to understand, okay, man to man. I mean, just me to you. I don't care about the cameras or whatever. I don't care about none of that. Just man to man. It was hard for me to do that.
Sure.
But you made it. You should get an Academy Award for that because I've been down for a long time. I've done probably 20-something years in prison.
Right.
And the one thing we learn is you do not do that.
Right.
You see, I mean, that is what keeps you alive in there.
Right.
See, I'm not actually considered, you know, I'm not concerned about the guy himself.
Right.
I'm concerned about the group of people.
But here's this is the way I see it. And maybe I don't see it the same way you do, but this is the way I see it, and I think a lot of people will see it the same way. It's like, but this guy put you in this situation, right? This guy put you in a situation where, and you know, you're talking about, is it going to help you, hurt you? Had we not talked, you'd be charged with murder right now. No question about it, just based on what we found in the car. Okay, already. Sean, you know, wouldn't even talk to him. You know, why would we talk to that guy? You know, maybe we'd have figured it out sometime later. But so that sort of, you know, different things sort of started unraveling stuff for me in my mind. You know, when we found the car, that started unraveling that part of it. When we found, you know, when we started talking to people, that started unraveling a little bit more of it. When we found Sean, of course, that unraveled, you know, everything. So I think it's unfair, you know, you have a situation where you got a guy, you know, where you're not in for killing anybody, you know, and again, maybe you're doing something you're not supposed to do, maybe you're, you know, down for taking some property or something like that, but you're not in for someone getting killed, you know what I mean? That's a whole different level, you know. Burglary is a non-violent crime, you know. Burglars are non-violent people, you know.
I guess you kind of sort of tell that I'm not a
right, exactly.
violent kind of person.
And we talked to you, you asked me about, we talked to your wife, we did, you know, and she didn't say that you're a violent person towards her or anything.
I'm not a bad person.
Yeah.
I have to love her a lot.
So a little different maybe if she's out there saying this guy
I
beats
never
me
thought
all
I
the
could
time, stuff like that. And I'd be like,
I never thought I could do that.
Right.
I never thought I could love again.
Right.
Okay, after all I've been through.
Right.
And people like yourself, maybe your boss looking, I don't know who it is, but they never gave me a fair shake.
Right.
Ever.
Right.
I never got one
Right.
fair shake. If there was a little discrepancy, they always smashed before they would try to get to know me or understand, if there was anything, they just would smash. And I'm tired of being smashed on, okay? And I don't want to let an individual like Sean or anybody else smash on me anymore.
Right.
I'm tired. I'm tired of being. I need a chance to be somebody. I'm not a bad somebody.
Yeah, I agree. So what's happening is that Sean, of course, to protect himself, is trying to show you as the bad guy, show you as the one who forced him. I mean, not just asked him to, but forced him to kill those people. So when we have that situation, it's again, I have to come. We have to just we have to discuss the whole thing, find out the truth. Because what I don't want to go in with that. I don't believe that he made decisions of his own free will. What he did, and I don't think that you were mind controlling him to do anything. Charles Manson.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Okay.
So
well, definitely, I'm not.
Right. So and that's the thing. And like I said, okay, you were making some mistakes during this time period. Okay. We know that, kind of what was going on there, but again, there's a difference between, hey, we're there to do a burglary as opposed to we're there to do a murder, hugely different thing. So that's the kind of stuff that we have to go. So
what exactly do you need to know?
Well, very simple. It's very simple, but it's complicated. Okay. So it's simple in this. I need to know everything about how you met Sean and what all happened in the murders. Okay, from your perspective. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
So here's the thing. Okay, I just want you, and here's where it's very important. Okay, and this is where we ran into a problem last time. Okay. And the problem is that
you thought I wasn't being truly honest.
Right, and you know why that is? Because it took hours to even get to the point where we got Sean's name. And also, you did tell me some stuff that I know is not correct, okay? And I understand why, because it's like, again, you're trying to avoid getting in trouble for something somebody else does. You kind of don't want to put yourself there in that area because people can get the wrong idea about it. And so I understand why that would be. But, in terms of like where you're at, that is easy for us to know, okay? Where you're at any given time. And I wasn't kidding. I don't know if you saw in the thing, but there actually was video, okay? So we know that your car pulled up there, where we said. So there's no, all the stuff that happened, we know what happened, but we know that Sean got out of the car and went in and did what he did, okay? So that's information that is out there. Now I know, and I think Ray told me that when you were out there, you said, I know a lot more stuff than is in that affidavit or that was on the news.
It was
so
what I read in the paper.
Right, or what you read in the paper. And I'm sure you do, and that's another reason we want to come in here. Now, of course, we didn't put everything we know in the affidavit. That's for one. That's just one murder. So we're looking at and we just discussed just the minimum that we needed to charge them. All the rest, kind of hold our cards back until we actually go into court or until we actually have to do it. So that's kind of where it is on that. So my job is to try to make sure that to get because again I know facts, things that I see about where people are at and what's going on. I don't always know some of the things, like if he's saying, well, he did this.
You're not that kind of guy, so you wouldn't be in long enough to know.
Right, yeah. Right. So some of the stuff I'm just getting from Sean. You know what I mean? It's just him, and I don't want to go just based on what he's saying, okay? Because like I said, he's not painting a pretty picture. He's basically saying that even though he did the killings, you're really the murderer. You're really the bad one.
I know you did that before, and you know better. Why would you go there when you know better?
I'm not. I'm just telling you what he has said. And if you saw in the news, or read in the paper, then you read what it is he's saying, and you put him up to it. Okay, so that is what I think. I mean, what I know is okay. Put him up to the burglary, but that's different than putting him up to a murder. You know what I mean? So that is a different thing altogether. Okay, being a burglar, way different thing than being a killer. So we want to differentiate that because it all kind of gets blurred around a little bit
and thrown together.
So we want to, we have to really get in the details so we can sift that out. We can sift that, more minor crime, that nonviolent crime, away from
the actual thing.
a pretty serious thing that happened.
All right, now Ken, before I talked about this,
sure.
Before I mentioned it to you before,
right?
That I can't just put all of my stake or faith in that I'm going to be not screwed around again.
Mm-hmm.
You see, I need to know better that I'm not going to be screwed around again. That you're going to actually, like you already got my PO against me already. And I don't know, maybe she's just scared. I don't know if it's something you said or
no. What it was is I think, when we talk, so these particular offenses that occurred, I'm just telling you, it's got people all freaked out. Okay, right. So I think when she heard that you were related to all of that, she got really freaked out. So that's what freaked her out. Okay?
I'm not I don't know how much related I really am. I can tell you my position on it.
Right.
I know how to take something that you net and turn it into what you want.
Right.
That's what I know how to do.
So and how do you do that?
I usually can take you to somebody like his particular using thing is X value.
Right.
Okay, and I'm sure he probably let you know that.
Right. Yeah.
Well, I can get them. I know how to get them. So if I get them for you, I can. That's what you want. You don't want the items you take or the money or anything. You want value. So I know how to get them. All right, so I would get them, and you found evidence of that. You found 15 and that you charged me with. I wish you hadn't have done it that way,
right.
But that's still it helped quicken get to the bottom of it. So I'm going to chin that. I'm going to take that. I did have them.
Right.
They were in the room, and I wouldn't let her take responsibility of them because she didn't even know about them.
Right.
So I had to do the honest, fair thing, which was own up to them.
Right.
I did that. Now, I don't know what else you want, for me to...
Okay. Well, what I want to talk about, okay, and again, we hold a lot of our cards back, but I will tell you that we do know a lot of details, and not just based on what he's saying. He's kind of, like how you have your play-by-play guy and you have the color commentator, okay? Right. So I'm kind of the play-by-play guy. I can tell you what happened, when it happened, who was involved, people who were there. What I can't do is I can't do the color stuff. And right now it's Sean's doing the color. Okay, so Sean right now is getting to say, here's the guy who's here's the guy who put me up to it. Here's the guy who told me to do the killing, and that's the key right there. Okay, the key is that you told him to go kill the person. Okay, that's problematic. Okay, yeah. If you said let's go do burglary, it's just like you get a bank robbery thing. Somebody says, hey, let's go do bank robbery, and you're like, yeah, cool, and you're the getaway driver or whatever. The guy goes in, shoots the teller, comes back out. Yeah, I got the money. Let's go. You had no idea that was going to happen. You didn't plan it. You may not even know it, right away after it happens. But
I actually didn't until you knocked on my window.
Right. So what's important is we absolutely have to lay out. But I do know, okay, and this is what I and I'm not BSing about this. And I don't want to overstate because we're still working on clarifying some of the stuff. We're still waiting on more data to come back. But I do know that you were present during these burglaries. Okay, so by present I'm not saying you were inside the house, okay? I'm certainly not saying you were killing anybody or doing anything like that. But you were present when these things happened. So that's what we need to know about. So we want to know what was going on.
I'm not even sure of that exactly.
Okay.
I am sure of this much. I know for a fact, I think y'all don't have something related to the crime.
And what's that?
And that would be the stuff that he had on him.
And where is that?
I can't tell you. I can only take you to it. That's all I can do.
We can arrange that. Where is it at?
It's over by Show Creek area.
Okay.
Okay.
Is it in a river? Is it in a creek?
I just had to take you to.
Yeah.
I don't know where it's at.
Because here's the thing.
I don't know.
Because I knew you were a smart guy, and in fact, somebody else said this. This Tim guy's a smart guy, and what they said, and the reason I said it, and what they said was Tim's a smart guy, and somebody actually predicted this to me. They're going to say he's going to know where those clothes are at, or he's going to be able to take your stuff because that's the ace in the hole to prove that he didn't do it. You know what I mean? So a smart guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I would hope by now that you know that I didn't do it.
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. But you might not have. If Sean wouldn't have come forward, it might have been harder for us to be able to figure that out. So, having that ace in the hole would be smart. You know what I mean? But
But you see, I know. Okay, there's people listening, watching,
Right.
or whatever y'all do. I don't understand fully. I've never been on this side of anything.
Sure.
When you come to me,
Right.
I don't want junk.
Right.
I want the high valued items.
Right.
That's what I want. Something I can turn in to get my investment back. That's
Okay.
what I would like. Like if I'm going to give you $500 worth of Valiums and Xanax, then you're going to have to give me $500 worth of something.
Okay.
That's how it works. You can't bring me a bunch and ask me to give you $500. I don't work that way. So,
Right.
Thank you, by the way.
Yeah, that's right.
That's not how it is. Okay, now that you have to understand that to know that you couldn't have come to me any kind of. I only know what I got told.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I know.
Yeah, that's all you know about what happened inside. I have no doubt about that. Okay.
That's all I know. Period. As to what you did, I did not involve myself in it in any way.
Okay.
Other than just. If you have something of value, I know how to get it and turn it into what you want.
Okay.
If you want green money, I know how to do that.
So
you see.
So let's talk about the stuff that he had at the time. You're saying it's over near Shoal Creek somewhere.
I just know
it's outside.
The way he described it to me, it's the only way I know how to get to it. I know the area pretty damn good.
Okay.
And they did this back at the yogurt shop deal thing.
Mm-hmm.
They questioned me. I didn't know anything, and they wouldn't believe me.
Right.
But I knew the area good enough to maybe rule out that I didn't know anything. You see, by describing.
Right.
I can only describe. It would have to be in the daytime. It would have to be in the daytime because I don't know if I would know it at night.
Mm-hmm.
He just described what he did with it.
Okay.
So that's all I can. I know approximately. I mean, it might be a 5-minute little look arounds to find it, but I kind of sort of know approximately where he disposed of that stuff.
Okay. So tell me about this.
I don't know what it was. I don't know.
That's fine. And we're gonna do that.
That's what he did.
So
that's what he said he did.
So for the time being, until we're able to get you out there, give me a little notion of where he told you it was at.
I'm trying to remember. I was thinking this past weekend, he was worried about blood being on all the stuff,
right,
or something like that, and that he wanted to get rid of all of that stuff,
right.
And he had prepared.
And this is from which one?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I wasn't part of it, so I wouldn't know. I just know what he told me, what he did with it.
Okay.
You see, that's all I really know.
Sure. Okay. So what did he tell you?
That he put it. There's a baseball field or something like that. Maybe it's not even a baseball field. He described it as a baseball field or entrance or something like that, a way to get into a
Right.
baseball field. And the only one I know of in that area is over by Shoal Creek.
Okay.
And I know approximately where that would be.
And where did he say? Is it at the ball field itself?
Yeah, he told me what he did with it.
Okay.
That he discarded it there in that area.
In a wooded area and trash and
in a like a little area, a
Okay.
fielded area, something around this ball field.
okay.
Okay.
And this is a ball field that's on Shoal Creek or it's near Shoal Creek?
I think the entrance to it is on Shoal Creek. I'm not even sure if it's an active ball field or anything.
Like a baseball field.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just know that there's a way to get into it from there.
Okay.
And it would be somewhere in that at the beginning of the entrance area, where he discarded some shoes. If I remember correctly, he said shoes and clothes.
Okay.
If I'm remembering, I got this after
Right.
the fact, so I'm not sure exactly. Trying to remember all of it, I couldn't be pinpointed detail about it, but that he did discard some of that in that area.
So it sounds like you helped him get rid of some of the property because you said when someone wants to get rid of stuff.
He didn't net anything of any, as far as I know, he didn't have anything to give me to get rid of, just.
Well, the last time we talked,
not
you
much
said
of
that
value.
you said that he had showed you some stuff.
Yeah, nothing much, which I don't even remember exactly what it all was, but it was basically junk stuff, like costume stuff, not valuable stuff.
Okay.
And he wanted to get rid of everything related.
Mm-hmm.
That's how this came up, is he wanted to get rid of everything related to this. And then he told me exactly where he did that. Or maybe not exactly, but I can describe it to you how he described it to me.
You mean about getting
get rid of the stuff, whatever it was.
Okay. Okay. So what it is,
and I think that's probably why he.
So tell me, what is it he told you that he
lady
did?
Because he didn't get anything of value or something like that. I'm just guessing.
Okay.
And I'm not scared to tell you because I've been advised not to.
Right.
By my last attorney, but I don't even. Honesty is the best thing. It's, at this point,
sure.
It's the best thing to do. And I think we should figure it out.
I agree with you.
I think we
so.
Should figure it out.
So let me. So what did he tell you happened?
He didn't tell me what happened inside or anywhere like that. He didn't tell me anything about any of that. It's like on a need to know basis. If you
sure, but he said there was blood on it and stuff. So what did he tell you about what he actually did do?
Oh, he said he was worried about blood being on his clothes and stuff.
Okay. And
he wanted to get rid of the stuff.
Right.
Okay, and where and how he had got rid of it.
Okay.
That's I can probably go within 5 or 10 minutes of probably where it is.
Yeah, we'll definitely take you up on that.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I don't know what we would need to be able to find it. I got a dog or whatever.
Car and flashlights, and you go out there. You can show us where it's at. If we can't get close, we'll bring in more people to help us find it.
Huh. Okay. That's that much I know.
Right.
I just know he said whereabouts to an entrance to the, and I could only think of one in that area. I can't think of another one. If you know of another one, you might be newer than me because I was gone for a long time.
Right.
I just know of the one that they built off of Northwest Park, back behind Northwest Park. If you come in from Burnett Road, say. Mm-hmm. You can come in on Burnett Road and come down. It's Justin on that side. I don't know what the name of it is on this side of Burnett Road.
And what are we talking about here?
How you get to the park.
Oh, how you get to the park.
Well, that's the entrance to the park is on that road, but he wasn't describing the entrance to the park. He was describing the entrance to a ballpark.
I see.
And there's a ballpark on the back side.
Right. So if we had like a map of that area, do you think maybe you might be able to pinpoint?
I know what he described.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, he said he described an entrance to a ballpark.
Right.
That's what he described.
We'll get a map to you.
I don't know.
To look at it.
Anyway, it'd be newer because, like I said, I've only been out since 07, so I wouldn't know it.
Yeah, so
built
it's newer.
since 07.
Well, yeah, since that time.
Or used since that time.
Right.
As far as I wouldn't know.
so some stuff I want to get back to. And I know this is difficult because it's always difficult. To
Yeah,
talk
it
about
seems
stuff that's
like, okay,
embarrassing.
from my side,
Sure.
it seems like I'm dropping dime
Right.
on somebody, and that's not my interest,
Sure.
I mean, you wear your pants just like I do.
Right.
We both put them on one leg at a time.
Mhm.
I don't like it,
Sure.
but if he's implicating me that I had anything in to do
Absolutely.
with somebody killing
Yeah.
somebody and I didn't, okay?
Right.
So I
Well,
want
that's
to
why
get
all
that
this
clear.
is very important.
Yeah.
Okay, because I know that I know that
It's like I can't. It's like, hey, I'll go this far, but I'm not going that far.
mhm.
You see, that's where we're
Well,
at.
here's the thing. I mean, this is why it would be a mistake. Okay, because you're telling me some things. I have to. A lot of times, I have to fill in the blanks on stuff.
Okay.
And not just me, but I have what I do is I present stuff to other people, and other people fill in the blanks.
Professional people that study this shit all the
Right.
time.
Well, not just professional people, but also people like juries and judges and stuff like that. People who make decisions, grand juries.
Right.
So
Because you know that I didn't do this
right.
murder, and I didn't
So-
have nothing to do
so
with
here's-
the actual murder.
right,
okay?
right, and that's the thing that I'm getting at.
As long as
okay?
that people know that out there,
But right, but
I don't want to be able to.
here's
I
but
want to be
here's
able to
the
go
thing.
work if I get to see
Right.
daylight.
But here's the thing, is that people, people start believing the wrong thing, just like I did. They start believing the worst when you hold back information or when you're not fully cooperative to do it. So, well, here's the thing.
What else did he say?
Well, here's the thing. It's not just about what he said. We want to talk about what the things you personally observed, okay? Because here's some things that I know, okay? And this is what is important, okay? Is that and you already talked about picking him up from
Silver Creek area.
Silver Creek.
It was the wrong street, though. He named the wrong street.
Right. But
It was on the top. Silver Creek is back this way.
Right.
At a light. He was at the next street up, and I don't know what the name of that street is, but
sure. But here's the thing that we know, okay, and it's very easy to prove, is that you were there also when he went in, okay? So we know. So when he says, Tim drove the car, okay, to it, and this is all out there. This is all the stuff he said. When he says Tim drove the car, okay, that's a fact that someone tells us, okay, and it's either true or not true, and we can determine, okay, whether it's true or not true. I know that, but the question is what he said. Some specific things he said. I mean, what he did is I'll just tell you. We went down and he gave me a very specific timeline of what happened and when it happened.
I wouldn't know a specific timeline.
Well, but I mean, a specific timeline. I mean, like this happened, and this happened, and this happened, and this happened. Okay. So, and when he did that, he gave me very specific things that I can check. So if he's saying a factual statement like this, that he said, Tim told me to go kill the people inside the house, okay? If he told me a statement like that, okay, then I have to try to figure out, okay, do I believe him when he says that or do I not? And this is one of the ways that I or anyone would use to try to determine that. If he's told me a bunch of different things and they all check out that they're true, like about what he was doing, about what you were doing, then I can say, well, everything he's told me is true. Then why would this final thing, why would I think that it's not true? When he says that you were involved or that you actually ordered him to do the killing. Okay, so this is why this is so important.
Is it still in your mind? Is it still in your mind an absence?
Well, what's in my mind is irrelevant because ultimately it's other people besides you and I who make the decisions in this. I take my stuff, I take it to the district attorney, they put it in front of a grand jury. So if we have Sean saying, okay, we met at this location, and then and then he drove me over to the scene, and then he went inside, and then you drove him away from the scene. So those are facts. So I'm just telling you, those are facts, and those are facts that we can check with other evidence we have. Okay. So and when I check that against other evidence we have, I'm able to say that he is telling me the truth when he says those things, okay? Those are what we call corroborated facts. So he provided me a fact through video of what we see, through a cell phone analysis. And I told you about that before, right? And I told you, and this is what kind of caught Sean up too, is that when I explained the whole situation to him about the cell phones, that's when he started to realize that, we kind of knew what was going on. And that is because, so like initially he tried to say that, that you weren't, that he got in there and then you left, and then he left, and then you went and did something, and then he came back and you were there, and the end, okay? So obviously a big chunk in the middle. And I explained to him this, okay? I said, look, it's very simple. Everyone carries cell phones. We take those cell phones. The technology is that we can take that cell phone
and track where it was.
And track where it was at all times. So we can say if you and Tim, so what you're saying is I see you pull up and leave and Tim's still there. And then later on you come back. But we have a problem if you show up and then you and Tim go around and then you come back. And then that's when he realized things were up. So I'm telling you the same thing, okay? What I'm telling you is that we can tell where you're at. We can tell when you were with Sean, whether you're with Sean, and all of that, and your location, for the last really several months, and down to within a few feet. I think it's maybe 20 feet. The guys who are doing it, the FBI guys are doing it. It's like they have these little handheld deals. They get strength off the towers, and they can fine tune it even more. And that's kind of more stuff we can do. So, but we can tell whether or not the fact that he's telling us is true. So that's what I'm telling you. So that I know that information that Sean gave me is true. Okay, that doesn't make you a killer. Okay, but what it does is it lends more credence to what he's saying. Okay, about what happened. So that's why I'm saying it's in your best interest to explain all of the nitty-gritty details so that we understand. Because these things, if you say I didn't drop him off and I wasn't waiting for him to come back out, okay, then that leaves us in a situation where we can check that. That's a fact that can be checked,
He wanted me to pick him up. He said Silver Creek, which is, it's one block down. It's not the street because he wasn't there.
Okay. So, but what about dropping him off? You dropped him off as well. You drove with him. He drove. See, yeah. We can watch the phone. So I see him driving from Galveston. I see him arrive at your hotel. I see you all going in. We also have, although that video is crappy on the back, we can see cars coming and going. So we can tell when cars coming and going. So we know that, that y'all are together because his car doesn't leave, and when you see cell phones go together out to sea. So all of that stuff, we look, that's part of what we do. We've been doing over the last month and a half is just piecing little bits of information like that together to get at the truth. So when someone finally tells us something, like Sean did, I know that what he told me is true. He told me a lot of things that were
untrue,
that were specific. Okay. And really, there's a few things that hang out there, and one is this issue right here, okay, of your knowledge and participation in the killing itself. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't.
So that's the big sticking thing. Okay, and I realize it's embarrassing for you to say, I went back to doing burglaries. Okay, I realize that is embarrassing, but I also realize that the situation that you're in. The situation that you've been in, not being able to catch a break, trying to do it the right way, since 2007, you finally get into a situation where you're kind of just caught up and you're like, I got to make money. I got bills. I got a wife to take care of. I got all that stuff, 7-Eleven's
Yeah, but
laying me off.
I wouldn't resort to
All
killing
this stuff.
somebody though.
Right. Killing is totally different.
Yeah.
You know, these days in Travis County, I realize your situation was kind of weird, but these days in Travis County, I mean, I can't, and I used to work burglaries, and I can't remember anyone ever going to prison for a burglary. I mean, that's how, like, serious they take burglaries in Travis County. Usually people get, some sort of, probation or something like that, So what I'm saying is a burglary, a way different animal in terms of seriousness. I mean, people don't like it, right? They don't like to have their stuff taken, but we also understand the situation, especially when someone's desperate.
You got to put another factor in there though.
What is that?
It's my size and my age and my
Right.
health.
Right.
I'm not a jumper. Okay.
Right, exactly.
I'm not the one that jumps and does these things anymore. I don't
Right.
do anything with
Exactly.
If
You have to rely on other people to help you with it.
If you check, you'll be able to find out that he contacted me.
Right.
I don't know exactly where he was, but he said he was not into Austin yet, and that he would, I think it was 30 or 45 minutes. I'm not quite sure, but I'm sure you can check it to find out.
Right.
He contacted me and said that he'd be there, and he had somewhere I needed to take him.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. So, and then what happened?
That you can check.
Right.
And I'm sure you can verify that. As long as you know I'm telling you the truth.
Well,
then
what
I'm
you're
in
doing
good
right
shape.
now is you're giving me facts, and I can check facts.
Yeah.
So that's good.
Okay. And then I took him from my hotel to where he wanted to go. And don't know why he didn't want to take his car, but that didn't come up. Okay, so I don't know why. I guess maybe being linked to him. I don't know.
Right.
Okay. Don't know of any other involvement, he might have in anything else.
Right.
Okay. I just know that he contacted, and I took him to where he wanted to go. But he called it, when we left, he called it Silver Creek, but that is not where it was that I took him. It's on another street. I don't know the name of the street, but Silver Creek is down here.
So tell me.
The street where I took him
Okay.
is on the next block up.
So let's back up. When you took him over there, okay, what was he wearing?
Let me think. I want to say he had on a black, maybe gray pants with a lot of pockets.
Okay.
Like the kind with like the pockets not in the right spots. Like on the outside.
Right.
And I can't remember exactly. Didn't focus that much on it. What shirt it was, don't remember exactly. It could have been gray or black or dark, green maybe even. Something about that color.
Okay.
Shirt, some type of shirt, dark, and some kind of it was kind of cool at that time. Some kind of a head covering, but I don't remember what exactly.
Remember any details of the head covering? Was it just a stocking cap or a baseball cap?
Kind of sort of, I think I told you already in the interview before, kind of sort of like one of them ones that they wear, like y'all wear when y'all jump in on somebody. If I remember, but it was, if I remember correctly, it was rolled up.
Oh.
So I wouldn't have
So
known.
like
whenever you roll it down, I wouldn't have known because I never saw it that way.
Okay. But you're saying it looks like
he
something.
Had it like a sailor cap, just like about like this.
Right.
But it appeared to be had rolled up whenever I saw it.
And so I'm not really clear. So what would it be when it was rolled down?
It wasn't one of those kind, like the wool kind. It wasn't one of those kind. It was like a pantyhose kind.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about? Different, a little bit different.
Right.
The common ones are the wool kind,
right.
like you wear on a ship or whatever, or when it's cold, you keep your ears warm. Not one of those kind.
Right.
But he didn't have it down, so I couldn't describe what it would look like down because he didn't have it down. He only had it to right here.
Okay. Well, you said it looks like one of those things like when
One
we
of those
jump out
kind
of-
where you can see the face, you know, the face is open, but like maybe would cover to right here.
Oh, so it's like a
Yeah, like a
face
pull
coat
down kind of deal.
Okay.
Well,
So
I've
it could
seen-
be a hat, but if it got really cold, you could pull it down over your face.
Yeah, I've seen some people wear helmets before and have
Mhm.
those on underneath.
Okay.
Okay, that's the only way I could describe that.
Right.
I didn't see it, so I don't really know. I didn't see it pulled down, so I wouldn't know.
Sure.
And I don't know if it had any markings on it. You know, like a name brand or
Mhm.
whatever, or a skull or whatever.
And what kind of shoes was he wearing, if you remember?
I should remember. We were out in the parking lot. It's been a month now. Okay, dark shoes, probably.
Okay.
You know, just dark Denny's, some kind of dark shoes.
And what was he carrying when you picked him up? Or what was he carrying when he left?
When we left together,
No, when he dropped him off, what was he carrying?
whatever he had on him, he had. You know, he didn't expose it, so I wouldn't have known. You know, I didn't like frisk him or nothing or
Right.
nothing. You know,
And what was he carrying when he came back?
Something inside a coat, inside a black coat.
Mhm.
But I want to say he had the coat on, a black pea coat,
Okay.
a black pea coat. Pea coat meaning
I know what a peacoat is, like
yeah,
a navy.
like a navy or a sailor
Right.
kind of coat.
Right.
Yeah, pea coat. Real funky buttons on the front. I don't remember exactly any more about them. I thought they were kind of big
Right.
on the front. You know, so that's about all I can remember.
So this is a map. Does this look like the baseball field that you're talking about? This is Shoal Creek, North Park Drive.
Yeah, because this is the backside. This is Northwest Park.
Okay. Yeah, Northwest.
Back up
okay,
in there.
Northwest District Park. So where is it that he said that he?
Just know that. Okay, from what he described to me, it would have been somewhere. See how you have to get in here to get in there?
Yeah.
So from what he described to me, it's somewhere around in here.
Okay. Can you just kind of mark that right there? What we're talking about.
I don't know.
Just circle the area that we were talking about.
From what he described to me, he described the baseball park entrance.
Okay.
Okay, so that would be this.
Is it not going? Here,
Somewhere right around in there.
okay.
Yeah, somewhere right around in there.
Okay.
That's the entrance. I guess that's how you get up in there.
Okay. So in
I don't know.
bushes and we're at.
So
That's a bridge right there, right?
I don't know exactly. I would have to see it to be
Okay.
better because all I got was a voice description. So I would have to be there to see it
Okay.
to know better. But he described something about this entrance.
Okay.
So I don't know, what is this right here?
I'm not quite sure. It looks like a little cement berm or something, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, he described something like right in this area somewhere.
Okay.
I don't know any more than that. Now, are you still in the stage where, I know you read me my rights and everything, and treated me fairly well so far. Are you still in the point where you're trying to implicate me into his side of the thing?
Well, what we're trying to do is unimplicate you from
that's
what he's saying.
That's what I want to do.
So just like you were before,
Okay,
you were in boiling water, okay, and you got yourself most of the way out, okay, because when we met the last time,
how
it
can
was
I
like,
make somebody go kill somebody? How
So,
can I
and
do
that's,
something like that?
you know, and that's something that we have to figure out. But like the stuff you're telling me is very helpful. It's very helpful to what I'm trying to figure out. That's the stuff I'm trying to.
As far as
stuff
I
I'm trying
know,
to figure
he
out.
said he discarded everything in that area.
And when did he discard it?
Now that I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know about that part of it. I'm trying to think of what he said about that. And then he said he was going back about mm, I want to say about 4 o'clock or so in the morning.
Oh, that same night.
I'm guessing so. I've been trying since you told me to think
Sure.
about what all has happened, and I told you it, and I hinted to it on the way down here. To see, do you care about what happened or not?
Right.
That's where I have to stand.
Right.
Because if I'm going to get
I
screwed
absolutely-
either way,
I absolutely care what happened because
see
or else
why,
we wouldn't be here. And if I wanted to screw you, I could do it. I already have what the guy said.
Yeah.
I mean, he's told me like everything. So, I mean, but it's from his perspective, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, of course, he's trying to take some of the heat off himself. He's confessing to stuff, but he's trying to take the heat off of stuff, you know what I mean? Off of himself because,
saying that
yeah, saying that you
I put
so
him up to it.
That's stuff that we have to, that's the kind of stuff we have to deal with. So, okay, so, and then you picked him up. So, at some point you said that you had seen the jewelry and stuff. When was that?
It's gonna be. Well, I just saw everything that he had in that he discarded. Okay.
Okay.
That's all I saw. Is what he had. He wanted to discard it. There was nothing in it.
Oh, the jewelry too.
Yeah, there was nothing in it of any value.
Right.
Is what he was telling me. So he wanted to discard it.
Right.
And I don't know any more than I could only think of that. That's what he said he discarded it at. Was in that area. Something about the baseball park entrance and one side of it or the other of the baseball park entrance.
Right.
Vaguely remember him saying one. I just can't remember if it was to the right or to the left of the baseball park entrance.
So from the time that you dropped him off to the time that he came back, how long was that?
30 minutes, 20 minutes, 30
Okay.
minutes, something like that.
Not
30
really.
minutes, probably 30 minutes.
All right. So.
I mean, wouldn't it show that?
But again, like I'm asking you a lot of questions that, like I'm trying, because the more stuff that I can corroborate, the better. The better.
Yeah,
it
I
is.
want you to
So I'm
know.
trying to ask you questions that I can go, well, he can answer that. I can corroborate that. So that's good.
Yeah.
That's when I
Yeah.
can put in his corner. You know what I mean?
Well, I definitely from before. Okay, this is a relationship now.
Mhm.
Okay, even though it's a forced one,
Right,
it's still
right.
one.
Sure.
Okay, if you want me to tell you everything I know, then I'm gladly gonna do that. Okay,
Right.
I want it known that I cooperatedly did it. It
Absolutely.
didn't have to happen. Under however y'all do
Absolutely.
it. Right. I want to.
That's the way I wanted to.
I want it that way
Right.
because I want you to know that I didn't kill somebody,
Right.
and I didn't order nobody killed, or anything like that. I didn't know anything about any killing or any weapon or anything like that. And you can look for my prior history of that.
Right. Sure.
So that we got to know because I don't feel good in this situation.
Right.
I don't feel good at all, even talking.
Sure.
With you. I just don't want to get
Well, the situation
blamed.
is, I'm feeling like that you weren't there. I mean, when you told me these hands did not kill anyone,
I didn't know anything.
I didn't believe you
about
then. I believe you now. Okay, I did believe you.
I don't
So-
want anybody killed or
Right.
order anybody killed or anything
Right.
that having to do with
Right.
anybody killed
Absolutely.
or
But
anybody
we
getting
still-
screwed around.
Yeah, but we
either.
still have to figure out this part though about So again, and how we combat that. What he's saying.
Pretty
is that
sure he
two people
left.
saying stuff.
We went back to my hotel room and he left around 4 o'clock. I'm
Right
pretty
around
sure
4
of
o'clock.
that.
Okay.
I'm
Did you go anywhere together after that? Or he just
no,
left?
no. I'm pretty sure he left at around
Okay.
4 o'clock.
He left in his car.
Yeah, I'm positive of that. I'm trying to think. Let me think. That night, it was real late whenever he called. It was real late. 1 o'clock
Okay.
or 11:30 midnight. But that he called to let me know that he was almost to here.
Right.
You know,
And he was
and
coming
then-
in from Galveston.
and yeah, that he was coming from Galveston. Then he had somewhere he needed me to take him.
Right.
And that's the part where I'm kind of wondering about that. I've been wishing I'd have never, you know.
So let's fast forward a little bit and talk about some other times when that same sort of thing has happened. You know, so, and in particular, we're looking on the, you know, on the 5th or the 14th, okay, when he came into town, all right, and that's over on Brentwood. You dropped him off somewhere over there. So tell me
On
about
the 14th.
Oh, it was the 14th or the 15th, somewhere in that time frame. Tell me about that.
I'm not remembering much about that. I've been thinking about this lady that you've been.
Well, he remembers a lot about that.
I
Okay,
don't
so
remember much about that. You got to.
so you're gonna have to help. You're gonna have to help me out with that. Okay, so it was. So the next time he's in town, right, is after this
I don't
incident.
remember how.
You guys went somewhere. How did that happen? You
Mm,
went somewhere.
Don't remember that very well.
Well, because it's going to be a problem if you don't remember much, because it's pretty, like I said, the facts are pretty easy to prove, you know,
Well,
especially in this case, you know.
If it happened,
We
it
know,
happened.
right, we know where people are at and what was going on. We need to know what did he say? I mean, he didn't, I'm assuming he didn't say, I'm gonna go kill some people, let's go do that, right?
No, well, yeah,
Right.
I wouldn't have got
Right.
down with that.
Right, so what did he say?
It would have probably, I'm trying to remember, but I'm probably guessing he would have called first. That's
Mhm.
for sure.
The house I'm talking about is the Sheltons' house, okay? The night that they got killed, all right? Tell me about that. Because you know who the Sheltons are.
Well,
You've
I've
been to
never
their house
been-
before. Yes, you have. We talked to your brother. You've been to the house before.
I've been to the house before.
Yes. We have a statement from your brother.
What was my reason for going there?
You painted. Okay. So you've been there. Your wife's been there a bunch of times. So this, you know, this is the things we're talking about. So
Yeah, I'm
so
not
I
remembering. It must have
expect.
not have been very much,
Okay.
or I would have remembered.
Right. So this is the one we need to figure out, okay? Because this is the one that we're still, the DAs really want me to figure out on before they decide what they're gonna do on it, okay? So I think, you know, we've kind of pushed through on Tamarack, so we kind of, you know, passed that. He's charged up and everything on it. What we need to figure out is what it is here, okay? We need an explanation of why you were there with him.
I
At
can't.
night.
It looks bad when I say that I'm taking somebody to do something. You
Right.
see,
Well,
that, you know, that part's going to be hard to beat over.
And
you see.
here's the thing, okay? And here's the deal.
And then if you think
If you're not taking them to go murder somebody, then I don't think you need to worry too much, okay?
okay, yeah, I haven't ever done that.
That is the difference, and that's what I'm saying. I understand it's embarrassing to do stuff, okay? Like I said, we've talked to a lot of people, kind of know what was going on.
Embarrassing one thing, hurting me is another.
Right. But what I'm saying is, we've talked to a lot of people. We kind of know a lot about what was going on in your life over the last, during this time period and stuff, and what was going on. So we know you weren't an angel during that time, okay? So and we're not trying to say you were, and you've already said yourself that there, plenty of mistakes have been, you made mistakes. We're all human beings. We all make mistakes, okay? And so we know what was going on. So that, don't worry about. Don't worry about that. I feel bad. It's bad if I say that, I'm doing something for someone or dropping them off. So we just need to know what's going on.
And this was 2 weeks later.
It was 9 days later.
9 days later.
I mean, you couldn't have been doing so many burglaries that you've forgotten this particular one. Okay.
Well, I haven't done any. That's the thing. You
Well,
see.
here's the thing. Okay, I want to push through this. Okay, because I want you to understand that we know that you were doing burglaries. Okay, and that's not.
I know,
Hold
but
on.
not me.
Right, not you personally.
doing
Yes,
them.
I get it. I
You
get it.
see.
Not you personally. You're helping out other people who are doing it. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. Okay,
Yeah.
so that's not a big deal. That we know that we know we've talked to people. Nobody when you start talking about murder and all this stuff, people tell you everything. Okay, so
Yeah.
people have told us everything. They have nothing. They have nothing to lose. And we're not hemming people up, for stuff that they did and things like that. So that's
Minor things, or
right. Minor,
Yeah.
yeah, exactly. I mean, we talked to a lot of people. We talked to Dylan. He told us about some stuff that was going on, and he's not in jail, right? So we're focusing on a killer, catching a killer, okay? And I know who the killer is, Gant, but it hurts me, my case, okay, if a guy who has all the information is not being forthcoming with it, okay? It hurts my case, and it hurts,
I don't know.
and to a certain degree, it hurts you because
Well, yeah, you already
then
did
you're
that.
leaving him to fill in the blanks.
Yeah, you already did that.
Right.
I don't know about this.
So
I'm trying to think about.
So when, I mean, it's not like a question of whether we're there and stuff, okay? It's, the question is why, what happened, what brought you there, what did he tell you, how did you, how did you come to be there, and what did you do? That's the biggest thing.
Yeah.
I need to hear that from you. I need to hear that from you, what you did and didn't do, because that's a fact I can check.
I picked him up on. I dropped him off on. I picked him up, dropped him off, and picked him up. Dropped him off on one street and picked him up on another.
Okay,
Dropped
what
him
street?
off on. It ain't Pegram. It's Brentwood runs this way.
Okay.
The street where I dropped him off comes this way. Brentwood School is right here.
Right.
So it'd be this street.
So maybe we can get a map for that. Keep describing, but we'll get a map so you
I
can.
dropped him off somewhere right in here, right up. This is Brentwood Street.
Okay.
I dropped him off somewhere right here, and he wanted me to pick him up on Arroyo Seca.
Okay.
Arroyo Seca. Picked him up on Karen in Arroyo Seca.
Okay. So, and what was he carrying when he came out?
Let me think. A pillowcase. I think he was carrying a pillowcase. I'm not. Don't quote me on that, but I think it was a pillowcase or some kind of a white cloth bag. And trying to think of what he had in his hands. He had something in his hands. I'm not positive, but it could have been a hat and gloves that he had in his hands.
Okay.
When he got in the car. When I dropped him off, he had those items on. When I picked him up, he had those items off.
Okay.
That I'm pretty sure.
What kind of gloves did he have?
They're kind of like you buy at AutoZone or somewhere.
Okay.
Kind of, sort of like that. They're A lot of mechanics use them.
Right.
Those kind of gloves.
Okay.
Lycra or Velcro, you know, those kind of black kind that come all the way over.
Okay.
And then they'll have some kind of little deals right here to snap them.
Are they just cloth in the front, or?
Yeah, like but black ones. Black.
Okay.
I think they were black and maybe another color. It might have been another color. Okay, I remember him. Whatever the bag was. Threw it in the back area. That's where y'all found that blood from. It was in the back area. The bag, he threw it in the back, and
The back area of the camera, you mean?
yeah, the back area, and had something in his hands, and then, as far as I know, whatever they netted from this deal went somewhere between here and Galveston, as far as I know.
Right. So here's the thing, and here's, like I said, we've been talking to a lot of people, so we have kind of seen all of the, a lot of evidence of things that were going on and stuff like that. So one thing I know, okay, and is that, and I just kind of mentioned this before.
With that stuff, though.
Right. But one thing that I know is that you and he were doing burglaries, okay? And that you knew he was doing burglaries, okay? You knew that was going on, and that you were helping to select the places that were burglarized. This is why we are able to connect these particular places to you, okay? And I get it, that doesn't make you a killer, okay?
Or a bad person.
Or even a bad person. It just makes you a guy who's kind of desperate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I didn't.
So knowing that, and knowing
This
that,
is a bunch.
yeah,
for
no, I
one guy.
totally get it.
Okay.
I totally get it. But knowing that he's, that's what's going on. Obviously, you're sharing in the stuff, so you have to have looked at what the stuff was, before you split it up, right?
No, never got a chance to do that. He had that venue took care of.
Yeah, the what?
He had that area took care of. Never had a chance to do that.
The area of the property? So
yeah,
what,
I mean, he had
give you money or drugs or what?
No, my whole deal was to give him drugs for money. But how he made his money, I don't know. He gave me, I gave him Valium and Xanax.
Right.
And I can't remember exactly how many, because there was a bunch.
Right.
I gave him enough to take back each time.
Right.
And enough to have.
So let me
but
tell
he
you,
uses a bunch, so I don't know.
So just so you understand, we're not trying to just hem you up over little stuff, okay? We know about the burglary stuff. We know that you and he were doing burglaries together. And just to give you an example, just one of many, is that like Dylan even told us about a burglary he did with you, okay? And even showed us the house and everything. So we know that that's what was going on. But we haven't charged Dylan with that burglary. We haven't charged you with that burglary, okay? So we're not looking for a burglar, okay? We're looking to try to figure out about this murder. Okay. Because like if you drop Dylan off.
Do you plan on doing that later?
We have a killer, and that's the guy that we're doing. So what I have to figure out is that's what I'm saying, the nitty-gritty details, because when other people start, kind of getting into it with you or about what happened, they gotta listen. You got what they call co-conspirator type of things. You got another guy who's trying to say one thing on another guy.
I mentioned that
stuff like
from
that.
the beginning.
Right. So
I'm worried about
what we want to
how
do,
he's linked in.
Right. And what we're trying to do is separate out the burglaries, okay, from the murder. Okay, that's what we're trying to figure out. So I know you're in for a burglary. Okay, so basically what I'm saying is you're in for a burglary, but you weren't in for a murder. Okay, and that happens all the time. So I know that you and Sean and other people were going out and doing burglaries. You were selecting the places that were done based on people that you had, you encountered through different works and stuff like that. I don't know if you chose every location, but I know that was kind of the thing, that you would be the one to choose where to go. You had a lot of places kind of in your hip pocket and things like that. Nobody's blaming you for that. Totally understand that.
It's not
you
going
have
to
to do
bite
it.
my butt later.
Well, listen, I'm not going to say,
No.
here's the deal. There's consequences for everything. Okay, I'm not trying to shine over anything. I mean,
Yeah.
unfortunately,
I hope not.
whether you liked it or not,
Yeah.
you end up getting involved with a murder. Okay, even if you
Right.
weren't the murderer, but it's important people understand what your role is in it. If you're just like, hey, we're going to do a burglary, and
Just a driver.
yeah, and you're just a driver, then that is different, totally different than, the situation where it's like he's saying, he's the mastermind, he's the guy who's going, no, just, I think you were the mastermind of the burglaries, you know what I mean? I think you were the guy who's like, hey, I know the places to hit. I mean, obviously you chose Kathy Blair. I mean, in this case, you chose Kathy Blair, you chose the Sheltons, chose other people, what Dylan chose. So, it's not just Sean saying that, it's other people saying that as well. So we do kind of know that whole dynamic that was going on. Vanessa said the same thing. We know kind of the whole dynamics of what was going on of that. Again, you did those things with all these other people and no one got killed. The only difference in the equation right here is that Sean Gant was involved and he was up for killing people.
I know one thing. I don't know I don't know what it means or how it pertains.
Right.
But I know that he said something about putting a knife in somebody's face.
Okay.
I know that much.
And who did he say that about?
I don't remember. It just came out.
Okay.
That he went back. He said something about heard noise, went back, and put a knife into somebody's face.
Right.
Or something like that.
Right.
Okay, I don't.
And when did he tell you this?
I can't really. I don't remember which one it was. Actually, honestly, if it was Tamarack or if it was
The Brentwood?
something about put a knife in somebody's face, like shove the knife into their face or something like that.
Right.
And that's when we were here before. You touched a chord with me,
Okay.
and when we were here not in the same room, but in a different room. And that was, you've been chinning because you don't want to let your part be known in anything. You've been chinning all the punishments and never getting a fair break. And, you don't want to get involved in something you didn't do or had nothing to do with.
Right.
So you need to let them know what you know.
Right.
And so I did start to let you know what
I'm good.
I know.
And I think we're making a lot of progress right here. I mean, I feel very comfortable with everything that's going on. So, I mean, I realize it's hard for you. I mean, I'm not minimizing that. I deal with people all the time. It's hard. It's hard to be there. But in the end, we have to know because there's a lot of facts that speak for themselves.
Yeah,
like I gave you a lot of facts.
Yeah, how is it gonna? You got to understand what I'm worried about.
Right.
I'm worried about two things, and I expressed one of them to you, and you didn't give me a care or interest about it.
And what's that?
Well, somehow he's connected
with
some other kind of people that are like him.
Really?
And I don't know how.
People in Austin or people in Galveston?
I don't know how. I don't know.
Right.
I just know he came to me highly regarded. With like it'd be like submitting for a job. He came, like he's the one that can do it. He's the one that can do this or that. And
so he came in and said,
yeah,
you need a partner. I'm your man. I mean, he applied for the job.
Kind of. I mean, not like but I mean, like in an instance like that, if you were hiring for somebody, looking for somebody specific,
yeah. Well, he kind of said that his sister had kind of talked him up and everything like that. I don't know if that was true or not.
He's linked in somehow with some. I wanna. My gut notion, is that it's some other service people. That's my gut notion. But there's a group
military
of them.
People.
There's a group of them that are doing some heinous type.
Right.
And he's hooked in with them because he never had no need for any of my service other than the.
Right.
He didn't have he didn't have no need for me to know how to vent things or where my where I could take things or anything like that. to get money for him or get trade for drugs or whatever.
Right.
He never had no need for any of that. So that tells me he's got another place for that.
In Austin or in
I
Galveston?
don't know. That part I don't know. I never knew him long enough. I've only known him about 6 weeks.
So let me tell you, just
Well,
so
maybe 8.
let me make sure, just so it's 100% clear, like that this was, just something that was intended to be a burglary, not something that was intended to be a murder. At least from your standpoint, I think he had different ideas, but from your standpoint. So when y'all discussed, tell me how this came about. I mean, tell me about the whole run up to this whole thing.
It actually started with an intended, which never ended up that way, but it actually started with this guy. Okay. And as far as I know, something else happened there, but I don't know what. I wasn't a part of it.
Right.
But it was intended to be that this guy, I don't know if that's it. Honestly, it was intended that this guy was messing over his sister.
Right.
Okay. And that's how I got enlightened into whatever happened before I got enlightened, I don't know about.
Right.
I got enlightened that this guy, I want to say his name is, I'm not sure exactly how that name is spelled, was messing over his sister. So his sister meets my nephew, okay, and my nephew.
Right.
And there was whatever they conspired or whatever for whatever, I don't know. I wasn't around. I wasn't enlightened about the issue until I got enlightened when she got with my nephew and got in trouble. She got arrested or whatever, or something like that. And I don't know the whole facts on that one because I wasn't there either. Right. Okay, I just know from after the fact. And that's how I was able to tell you the guy's name because I knew y'all had her here.
Right.
Okay. I didn't even really know his whole name.
So how did you meet Sean?
Through her. Through her.
Okay.
And it was intended that I don't know exactly the intent because I wasn't a part of the original group that planned whatever they were going to do. But somehow or another, he needed to be brought in for it. Sean needed to be brought in to do whatever was going to be done to this guy. Well, that never happened. Okay, I didn't.
But you don't know what they had planned to do?
No, I don't. Okay, because I was not part of any of that until I got enlightened that he's coming into town to fix this guy, whatever method or I don't know. Okay,
right.
But he's coming into town for that reason. They wanted him to meet me. Okay, well, I'm a case. You put your 21 years. I saw that in the paper.
Right.
You put your 21 years knowing that, hey, if you need to kind of orchestrate something, or, need to do something in this particular realm, this guy's got a ironclad, background for doing that.
Yeah.
Well, I did.
Yeah,
15,
that's what I've heard. You're kind of the godfather of that area.
No, well, yeah, but I did
unofficially.
I did 15 years and changed my life, sir. I changed my life. Y'all didn't help me in any way to change it. I changed it.
Right.
I came out. I did pretty damn good for a pretty good while, 6 years. I scratched and clawed and did everything I could to get a stand where I could stand on one foot on the ground, knowing that, hey, I'm doing the right thing every day. I'm laying my head down, and I'm pissing clean. I'm following all their rules. I'm doing everything I could. All right. Well, they want me to meet this guy, and I don't like this guy. Tell you the truth. Honestly, I don't.
Right.
I didn't even know
Sean.
Yeah, I didn't even know his whole name.
Right.
I just knew he had 3 names.
Right.
Or a 3-part name, and I met him just by Sean. That's it. Didn't know the last of it. I had got the last part of it when she got arrested. Didn't even know her name.
Right.
And she's already living with my nephew. And I didn't, and in my sister's house, and didn't even know the last name didn't even know her real freaking name.
Right.
And didn't really cotton to her either. She beat up on him You know, she got arrested for it. You know, she tried to kill him. She hurt him. He says she tried to kill him with some kind of a stick in the throat. I don't know.
Tried to,
No,
no, that Sean tried to kill him.
no, she said that, Ellen said that she tried to kill her, and that's why she went to jail. Tried to kill him, I mean.
Oh, okay.
At some kind of a domestic
Right.
thing.
Right.
Well, I found out after the fact.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I wasn't there.
Right.
And so I was able to knew her name from that. You know, they knew that's when her full name came out. And I knew that he was her brother. Okay. That's how we met.
Right.
Okay.
Got it.
Met over there. He came into town, landed there, help her with this deal or whatever. You know, I don't know anything about it. I wasn't part of it.
Right.
But apparently y'all have been there. Austin police have been to some kind of a altercations there at the what the hell name is that? It's way the hell south.
Okay.
Y'all to this guy or whatever his name is.
Right.
And I don't know because I don't know anything about it. Okay. Never had any dealings with him. Don't know anything about him. But I know that something happened because she went from him to my nephew instead of being with him still.
Right.
It was his girl. Some shit happened. She leaves him, finds solace with, and they concoct some kind of a plan. I don't know if Sean was part of the plan to do this guy or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. I honestly do not know that part. I can't tell you because I didn't know the guy yet. Okay.
Been done in?
I don't know.
Don't know. Okay.
I don't know. That's when I came into this whole picture.
Right.
Is when this was going on. When the configuring for all of whatever they were going to do with this guy.
Right.
Was in the method stage. That's when they had let me meet Sean.
I see.
And I actually do honestly feel like he knows some other people that do the same thing he does.
Maybe.
I told you because I honestly told you I was worried about that.
Right. From
the beginning, I told you, I said, you're not seeing something here.
Mm-hmm.
You're only looking for your job to find the answer for this.
Yeah. I think my mind is more open now.
Okay, I think there's something else going on because I think there's some other ones that are.
Yeah, and we're continuing to look at this guy. He's shady.
Okay.
No doubt about it.
Because you got to understand the way that. I've been 15 years in prison. How are you going to introduce somebody to me 20-something years old?
Right.
I'm 50 years old.
Right.
You better have something, about himself, or you're not going to introduce him to me.
Right.
I'm going to read him like a book.
Right.
I see them all day long.
Right.
There's something, I'm seriously worried about this guy.
Yeah.
I really am. And that's why it didn't last long. That's one of the reasons why I didn't.
And about what time? When was it you met him?
Huh?
When did you meet him?
I want to say right around Christmas, I think. Right around.
When you first met Sean?
Well, right around the first, right around the Thanksgiving. I mean, right around the holidays.
Okay, that makes sense.
Around the holidays. Right around the holidays when this shit happened.
Right.
And it's been kind of like a roller coaster ride, a whirlwind ride for me ever since. And like usually I say, or do, something usually, but I didn't have this was done outside of my hands, this guy coming in from Galveston or wherever he says where he's from, Galveston, getting into, knowing anything about anybody or anything. I wouldn't have known. I probably would have never chosen none of that.
Right. So how did you end up getting hooked up with him in the end? I guess
this deal
desperation kind of.
Well, no, it's this deal with didn't happen.
Right.
As far as I know.
Right. Okay.
I don't know what happened with that because it didn't. Apparently, you're not reading about it, so.
Yeah.
He didn't get killed or whatever. I don't know.
Sometimes it takes us a while to find the body, so
well, yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I honestly don't.
We'll assume that he survived whatever.
It went amiss somehow, and that's how I met him.
Okay.
Okay, that's when I met him. Is whenever this wasn't going right.
Right.
That's how I met him.
And so.
I don't.
So
I
how did
regret
that?
the day I ever met him.
Oh, sure. And so how did that? How did that kind of progress into doing burglaries?
It kind of. It's hard to explain that. Whatever he came in, whatever his intentions were for their problem, that's why they brought him here or got him to here. Didn't happen. It's kind of like he fell into the second notch or the third notch, instead of the one that he. I don't know how. I don't know the guy or anything about the guy, so I don't know how to,
Right, but
say whatever.
Yeah, right. But at some
happened,
point, you all decided you were going to do some burglaries.
Yeah, it ended up where he ended up, like I needed to know what he was about, or whatever, It ended up that way.
So how many total burglaries do you think you did with him?
With who?
With Sean. Not worry about the other ones. I just want to know about what he's been up to.
I would have to show. I could only show it to you. I don't know. I only know I don't know the street. It's not in my. It's on the south.
It's on the south side.
Yeah, it's on this. I just know how to get to it. It's on the south, and he did it. And as far as I know,
you know what street it is?
It's over there off of. You got to go 35 south. It's one or two past 71. Stastny or William Cannon? William Cannon.
Okay.
William Cannon. Off of, in an area right off of William Cannon. I don't know any. It wasn't none of my doing. I didn't have any of the.
You didn't.
I didn't know anything about it or nothing. It was already just.
You're saying he did that one on his own?
Well, no, it was just a drive.
Oh, it was just a drive.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just a drive.
You just drive. So you hadn't picked that one.
Yeah, I didn't. I don't know anything about.
You know why he picked that one?
I don't know anything about it. I just drove. I don't know anything, but I know where. I know where it's at.
Is it a house or apartment?
Yeah, house.
Duplex?
A house.
Okay.
Off of William Cannon. Shortly off of William Cannon.
And when was that?
A week or two before Tamarack. Maybe 3 weeks before Tamarack.
Okay.
A week or two before Tamarack.
And
I don't know any.
It was at nighttime though?
Yeah, I don't know any particulars.
You don't know what he took?
Yeah, I don't know any particulars.
What was he carrying when you don't remember what he carrying when he came out?
I'm just a driver.
Okay,
I don't know anything about it.
So
I didn't have nothing to do with.
So that was the only one besides. Are you saying that's the only one besides Tamarack and Brentwood, or are there other ones?
That's the only ones I can think of. Okay. Now, okay, you got to understand. He was here before I met him.
Right.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Stuff before you got
yeah. What all?
So what made you choose Tamarack as a location?
I didn't. I told you he came to me that night.
Okay.
And had picked some. He had. I told you that.
But here's the thing.
I know I'm implicated in that. I worked there 6 months before.
Right. And the same with the Brentwood. And we also know.
Like, I don't remember when that would have been. I honestly don't.
When you worked there?
Yeah, and it wouldn't have been very much.
Just painted like one wall.
Yeah, I wouldn't have remembered much about it at all. But the only thing I can think of is that, okay, I told you from the beginning. You got to, please don't ever forget, I told you from the beginning. I told you that I was worried about who took my freaking van, because they had all that data in the freaking van.
Right.
It was in the front seat.
All the data about?
All the places that I worked, 6 or 8 months.
Okay.
You see, it was in there. I mean, who, phone numbers, everything.
So are you saying you think Sean got hold of that?
It's very possible. I mean,
because here's the thing. I mean, and what I'm trying to do is
I'm thinking his group. Okay.
Yeah.
This is what I really honestly think. Okay.
Right.
His group is a couple of steps up from just what I'm known to do.
Yeah. Let me just.
See? So
let me just tell you about the group thing. This dude doesn't have many friends. Okay. So I don't think he's really tied in with too many people. Okay.
There may not be many, but I know he's tied into something.
And
he's got a way to
aside from
stuff.
that, right? But aside from that, let's discuss these particular incidents, Tamarack and Brentwood, okay? And so what we know, because again, we're talking about, specific, so one thing I know, and I told you this already,
On
is one
Brentwood, he
thing,
had something in his hands. Now, I can't do
when he went in,
No, he had something in his hands when he came out.
well, yeah, of
He
course.
didn't
Because
put
of
it-
burglary, you would
No,
expect.
he didn't put it. He put the whatever it was in the back seat,
On Brentwood,
and whatever he had in his hands, I never got to see what it
Right.
was.
but you know what it was. I mean,
I
come
don't
on,
know what it was.
here's,
I didn't
here's-
go in. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I know you didn't go in, but at some point you had to, because where did you go after that? You
I'm
went,
trying to think of where he. I think he left again right after that.
right, but you went back to a hotel first, right?
My wife would.
Because that's what happened in Tamarack. You went
No, my
back.
wife would have been there, man. No way. Hell no. She wasn't staying for that bullshit.
Okay.
No way at all. No. Never would have went back to the hotel.
So I know that again. Okay, so again, and I want to make sure I'm trying to steer you in the right direction.
Yeah,
because what I'm trying to do is
trying to
avoid.
not have a 5 hour like we had on
Yeah,
last.
absolutely. What I'm trying to avoid is a situation where somebody comes up and says, he's not saying the whole thing, or if he, or we can say, we know this, and so therefore we don't believe anything
I
he
just
says.
told you another one
Yeah.
that you didn't even know about.
Right, exactly. No, and that's kind of stuff that's golden, But
I know where.
one thing we know, one thing that I
the
know
name of it,
is
though.
that you
I
had
just know where it was.
right.
I know
What-
exactly where it was.
One thing we know, just from talking to everybody and stuff, and this kind of goes along with what Sean says. So again, we don't want to put one in Sean's column. We want to keep putting them in your column. And that is that you were taking people around saying, do this house, do that house. So you had a lot of places in mind, in particular, that you would choose. So it makes perfect sense to me that having a connection to Tamarack, having a connection to Brentwood, that you would have chosen those. You would have been the one to make those decisions. There's no shame in that. It doesn't change any fact. Doesn't matter who, whether he thought of it or you thought of it. It doesn't change anything. You all are going to do a burglary. It's and like again, going to do a burglary, not a murder. So that is so all the details, they don't matter
So much.
except that they have to be accurate. So we don't want anyone thinking that you're holding back or that you're
Yeah.
that you're
So
saying stuff.
what is it?
So about I'll just lay it out. I know that you chose Tamarack, the Tamarack location. I know you chose the Brentwood location. That you had chosen those. I'm just trying to figure out why. What was it about those in particular that you thought would be good places to find stuff that would be valuable?
You got to understand. I was only the driver. I'm not making any decisions. You see, at all. That. When I initially met, he had the reins when I met him. You see, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right.
I'm not making any decisions. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together until you said Tamarack.
Well, what people are telling us, and here's the thing, it's even like your relative like Dylan and stuff like that, is that not only were you
You're trying to make it out to me like I'm some kind of a.
I'm not. That's what we're trying to. That's what we're trying to undo. But we have to be honest with what you are. Okay,
Yeah.
so if people are saying, "Hey, he's saying, let's do it. Let's do this place. This is a good place. This is a good place," and be a term that was used is and being very aggressive about it. That's where it's a sticky thing because that kind of starts to go along with what Sean is saying. I think that's maybe an exaggeration. You weren't aggressive about it, but it's like, hey, you're pro at this. You've been doing it for years. A thing or two. A place that's going to have stuff that you want in it. And stuff that that you can get that can be liquidated and stuff like that. So there's no shame in that. We know that y'all were doing the burglaries together. That you knew that the burglaries were going on and everything. And so it's not.
Yeah, that's.
It's not.
I didn't know any further.
Yeah,
until you mentioned
right about
until
that.
I met you.
Right.
That's when I knew, and it was pretty quick
Right.
to meet you. You know,
Right.
what, 3 or 4 weeks.
Right. Yeah, I had no idea that the murders had happened.
Yeah, I didn't have, or I would, and
Right.
then when you said the words, I completely cooperated.
Right.
And I'm still cooperating to
Absolutely.
this point here.
Absolutely.
I want to continue. I want it to be finished.
Sure.
And be able to still cooperate. You see, I want to be able to do. I'm old now, and I want to be able to do. Have a chance at life. I'm almost made it.
Right. And I know that you had a situation where you got behind the 8 ball because of things that were happening, out of your control that were happening to you. So I mean, no one blames you for this. So I just want you to understand that. I'm not making a judgment when I say these things. I'm just saying about this is, just something that happened, and it's something that had to be done for survival. It's like, when somebody, you might judge somebody who steals, but if you know that someone's stealing to like put food on the table or take care of the kids, that's different. There might be something that's strictly speaking illegal, but not immoral. You know what I mean? And there's sometimes there's stuff that's not strictly speaking illegal, but
I don't want to be in an immoral category.
Right.
Okay.
So
I don't belong there.
So most of the time people think of stealing as immoral, but they understand that under certain circumstances it's not, because you have to take care of yourself.
When I got put that's a good way for you to put it, because I kind of sort of understand that. I shot pool before.
Right.
When I got put behind the 8 ball, I never acted without the reins.
Right.
You see, I didn't have the reins.
Right.
In any of this, I didn't make any calls. Where does this stuff go? Anything, which is normally what I would do. You see, that's my normal.
But the problem is, and when you're saying that, the problem is that if we have other people who are going to testify to say, and they go in front of a grand jury and say, well, he was, not, and I'm not talking about Sean, but I'm talking about other people around you who are going in front of a grand jury and saying, no, he was saying, do this place and do this place, and this is what you do, and this is how you, and this is what you get when you go in there. That makes that statement hard to fit into that. Okay, so that's the evidence
you've got to find the evidence for that.
So again, evidence, when people give testimony, that's evidence, and especially if it goes against them. If it says, I did a burglary with my uncle, that's not exactly something that is something that's easy to say, right? Because he says, I did a burglary, that's something that he can get arrested for, and he laid it out. I mean, he laid exactly where it happened and the whole thing. So and I know just from what you said that, your ticker isn't at the point right now where you can, you can go inside and do this stuff, yourself. So if situations, if beyond your control have forced you to the point where it's like, man, I gotta, I'm laid off from my job, I got bills, I got, people trying to collect on me, I gotta put, I gotta keep things going, you gotta do things to hustle, you know what I mean? And that's like, selling you're hustling, that's doing the burglaries. It's hustling. So we get that. It's not a judgment call.
Yeah, but it wasn't none of that. It wasn't none of that.
But it's no killing. I understand that. But but when you're saying I didn't, I wasn't. I was just I wasn't a shot caller in any way. Then that goes against the evidence.
When this guy came in, I didn't have the reins. When this guy came in, I had the reins before that.
Right.
But when this guy came in, I didn't have them anymore.
And so
that's the truth.
And so what did he say? So when it's Tamarack, we're going to go hit a lick over this place, and
I need you to drive. That's all I need you to do. Mm-hmm. Park here, do this, do that. Mm-hmm. One of those kind of deals.
Right. And
actually, never get out of the car or anything, or be in the car. That came up at once or twice. Stay in the car.
Right.
Be where you can see what's going on. Well, one of them, I'll tell you the truth. One of them is I don't know which one it was though, but one of them he communicated with me by phone, pick me up.
Which one was that?
Pick me up at the creek. Pick me up at the creek. Roy Sika, pick me up at the creek.
Okay.
Pick me up at the creek. That sure was. That was what he pick me up. Pick me up at the creek.
So tell me everything he told you about what had happened on Brentwood.
Oh, the only thing I already told you.
Mhm.
The only thing I remember him saying is something about putting a knife in somebody's face.
And was he more specific about?
Something about he still heard noise, and then he kicked them.
Okay.
After that, after putting a knife in their face. Now, the how, I don't know. You know, he's just talking like a threat or
right.
What, you know, I don't know. I'm hearing this from not being
sure
in the scene or on the scene.
Yeah.
Put the knife in their face. I had to put a knife in their face. And he went to leave and heard noise or something, and came back and kicked them.
Both of them?
That's what he just said, kicked them.
Kicked them.
You know, went back and kicked him with the boot, like the boot of his. He made a gesture like he used
Like show me.
Like he used the boot of his foot on the bottom of the heel of his foot. You know, kicked him after putting a knife in their face, something like that.
Right.
That you know, I wouldn't know anymore. You know about any.
So this is real important. Okay, on the Brentwood thing, is. Of course, you know we have your DNA, we have fingerprints, obviously.
Oh yeah, I've surrendered all that.
But
gladly.
Yes, but I just want to make sure.
Yeah, well, I gladly gave you that.
That there would be no reason that we would find any of that stuff inside.
Yeah, never.
And nothing when we like triangulate your phone to really great detail, and you get it within a few feet. You're not going to see you inside the house.
Never left the car, sir.
Okay.
Never.
I'm gonna get a map and you want another cigarette?
Yeah.
I'll get you a cigarette. I'll get some stuff. One of the things I want to do is a map and.
Can I be?
Yes, you want to do that right now?
Yeah, because it's starting to get there. It's getting late at night. I can tell. Yeah, that gets you that lines. I just pull them up. Is it the first one?
Yeah, right here.
Okay. Yeah, I could use another one. Yeah, that'd be helpful. William Cannon. William Cannon. Mr. Israel, I have been told you from the beginning that mattered. I hope you don't forget that mattered. That's when
the other people.
No, when my van got stolen, that's when all the shit. I lost control of everything. It's just kind of weird how to explain it.
Right.
After it got stolen, I didn't have no. It's almost like people were doing what I would be able to do, and then they started doing it.
Right.
You see, like what I'm saying? It's like they had more. They were able to call more.
Right.
Or do more, and I can't put that part together. You know, I can't put that part together at all. Give me an extra one. Why you take 5 minutes? I won't do that fast. William Cannon. William Cannon, and I thought of another. I thought of a couple of things while I was pissing that might be helpful. I needed those, man. You don't understand. I don't need this mess, but I'm trying to get it all. took care of. I'm trying my very best.
Right.
My memory ain't the greatest. I never remembered working over at Brentwood.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
And it may have just been painting one wall, with
Right.
my brother. I may have done that. I'm not denying that. I may have done that.
Right.
All I did was I lost the reins, like the directorship or whatever, and it kind of sort of was weird how everything happened that fast and how they got. This is definitely out of my realm, and to see y'all guys, the other guys. I recognized the skinny guy that was here before. Real super skinny, old guy. I recognize him. He was around when we were questioning before. And I'm sure he'll even tell you, and I think some of the other guys will even tell you that your buddies that will even tell you this is way out of my domain, way out of my, I would never voluntarily go to that. Okay?
Right.
So as long as you know that, then, whatever happens is going to happen.
Right.
I can't do anything about it. All I can do is tell you what I know.
Yeah, I mean,
do the
listen,
best
I mean,
can.
there's consequences. I mean,
I've been reaping them already.
Yeah, and you're saying,
I've been truly good.
Let's be honest, had you been caught for what you did, you still would have caught a burglary,
Right.
So,
Yeah.
I'm sure
that's
that
not
seems
their
fair.
interest, though.
But that's not,
Yeah.
burglary is not our interest, yeah.
Okay, and it's not anybody else's interest, to stick
I can't,
it
well,
on
I can't,
me,
yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you about that, I don't know. It goes from me, it goes to the district attorney and a grand jury, and they can decide whatever they want,
Why didn't y'all give me that attorney? That attorney that I got. I showed you his card. Why did I get him? And why did he tell me that? He read
Who was your
those two.
attorney? This was for your POCS thing,
Yeah.
right?
Why did I get him and not?
I have no idea. Those were signed, that was a public defender, right? You didn't pay for him?
No.
Yeah, so
I couldn't pay for him anyway.
the judge over trial appoints that person, and.
So y'all didn't, there's no reason why I got him?
No. We have well, first of all, it would be totally wrong for us to, plant the right attorney or something like that with them.
Something happened totally wrong from y'all's side. I want to point it out
Sure.
to you, okay? And that was when my PO came to see me and give me the paper for the POCS to be finished, it's already done. I got 14 days, so I already spent 14 days in jail. It's only 7 days,
Right.
I think, is how they do it.
Right.
Well, she basically said that I did these things that you're fishing for.
Who?
Miss.
Oh,
So
okay.
she's not gonna, no matter what I say or do, she's not
Right.
gonna have any kind of she thinks I did them. You see?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't matter.
Okay,
I mean, you did.
I didn't do these.
Oh, the
murders
murders and stuff.
you know.
Oh, well, that's a separate issue. I mean, the POCS, I think you're talking about the POCS thing.
And I wished
So-
you hadn't. I wished you hadn't used that. Okay, I wish
The
you.
POCS?
Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but it's like
Well, that's the best thing I could have used.
Yeah.
That's a misdemeanor right there.
gentlemanly.
Yeah,
If you want to get to the root of all,
sure.
that's the best way with me because I'm older and I've been through the ringer and,
Right.
and I've did all I could do. And now you got to remember when they put me in the box for 15 years, you weren't there to help me. Nobody was there to help me.
Right.
I did it. You see.
Right.
And I tried to do my best, and I'm trying to do my best right now. Okay.
Good. So I just want to, this card that you showed me, because people may be curious, is one of these lawyer cards.
Yeah, he kept on telling he okay, he's young.
So what he told you is, don't
Do
answer
not
questions from the
cooperate,
cops. Right.
in any way.
Right.
And I've learned that for 15 or 18 years,
Right.
20 years or so. But for me to want to, just to be
Yeah.
willing to try to help in any way,
And even though he told you that
Yeah.
just a few days ago, you still want to
I
cooperate.
still want to
Yeah.
cooperate. That's what I want you to know.
Right.
Because we're just men, okay?
Right, exactly.
I had a little bit of enlightenment. I lasted for a pretty good while, not doing anything wrong.
Right.
Okay. And this is important that you know this.
Sure.
Okay. And whoever's looking or whatever,
Right.
it's important that they know this. When I was arrested a year ago, asleep in a van, no keys to the van in sight, they were in my pocket. The windows don't roll down on the
Right.
van. So I had to get in my pocket to be able to get out of the door.
Right.
You know, I had to turn the key on to be able to do the door.
Right.
I was asleep, and they found some in the vehicle.
Right.
And they pushed on the weed. You don't do that.
What do you mean pushed on the?
They charged me, pushed it on me like there's no way out of it.
Right.
And it's a little minor thing.
Right.
You see, now you're telling me that the minor things are important, that you know everything. Right. But if all the minor things are going to hurt me, then you know
But there's different ways. But you know this. There's different ways. So what we're talking about is when we're talking about a capital offense, okay?
Yeah, that's
you don't want any part of that.
You woke me up to that.
You don't want any part of that. So when I say it's minor things, I'm not saying that there isn't.
Okay.
You know, there's not consequences, but I'm saying the difference between the death penalty and you know, and you did a burglary, we're going to revoke your parole or whatever. That's different. You know.
Right, that's a little different.
Right.
And you enlightened me to that. That's why I'm trying to tell you, I don't know how it matters, but it matters, and you didn't regard it last time.
Okay.
It freaking matters, man. Because, okay, it would be like, you got to go back, you're a detective now. You have 21 years, I read that in the paper.
Right.
It would be like, I just took your 21 years away, and you're still here operating, but you don't have no 21 years.
Right.
Okay, that's how this has been, took this course.
Okay.
You see, that's what I'm trying to.
You weren't in the driver's seat anymore.
Yeah, that's how it's like. They're younger, they're newer, they're more like.
So it's rather than being a shot caller.
Yeah, they're more hooked in.
Sean was a shot caller. He was telling you what to do.
Well, no, he just. Okay, all I did was, these are possibilities, you see, of where you could net something.
Right.
You see? But it's almost like he didn't care what he was netting.
So you think he was, now in retrospect, maybe looking back and thinking he's more in for the killing than he is for the taking the property.
Yeah.
Well, you're just in it for the property. I need some extra money.
Yeah, make some extra money.
Exactly.
And it's gone way out of my, it's hard for me to even figure it all.
Right.
I don't have 21 years of this kind of figuring like you do.
Right.
It's even hard for me to figure it all. You brought it from Manchac? I mean,
no, this is for the Tamarack and the Brentwood. So we can see if you remember where you parked at.
Yeah, I think I kind of sort of do, because, okay.
But anyway, before you get distracted on that, finish what you were saying about
I only have a little bit of a tidbit. The people that, when y'all arrested me that day and I had the people in the van, y'all just disregarded them, you know, apparently, because you had came and said, well, I let them get their stuff. Well, of course, I didn't put it together right then. Right. You know, but now I'm putting something together now. Okay. Because he met me to two different, I don't know if you should say groups, but he met me to two different peoples that weren't from here. Okay, that I met because I knew him. You see, so I'm putting something together here now.
But those guys lived over in your place, right?
Yeah, but no, not lived there, but they were just there temporarily there, and they were from and that one guy ejected. One guy freaking ejected from that group of people. He ejected post hasto, like boom, he was gone. And something fucking matters about that. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
What do you think?
I mean, I'm trying to think about it because, okay, the one group of guys that he met me to were out of Tampa. Okay, and one of those was in the car with that day when they arrested me in the car and took me to jail. Mm-hmm. He was driving because I couldn't drive because y'all gave me that ticket for not driving. And by the way, I want to give that back to you so bad. Okay. As far as I know, it's still like legitimate or whatever. You know, I still have to go deal with it. You know.
Right. Well, we can deal with that.
Okay.
Later. So
okay. I want to get that. It's too much for me to worry about. Okay. I want to do what's right. Right. Well, the guy's from Tampa, and then the other guy that was in the car is from a different little group that I met through them, and they're from New York, and they're here. You see what I'm saying? It's like I can't understand it because it's not how I do. You see, that's why I can't understand it. Right. They're from different places and they're younger. Now, the guy that was driving's my age, so I felt comfortable to let him drive.
Right.
I don't think that he's ill of shape, so I don't think that he, was a part. I'm just saying that there's some other group
Sure.
there's something to worry about here that we're not keying in on, and I've been trying to key in on it because it's like, how can I take your 21 away?
Right.
You see, I can't unless I got something of
Sure.
equal to.
Right.
You see,
So somehow you got bumped down.
and it's the bump is there in the midst of this shit.
Right.
They're looking and seeing, like, or not, like watchful eye or mindful eye to it.
Mm-hmm.
You see, there's something that I've been extremely worried about that.
Sure.
Because of my wife is very, like puppy doggish or whatever,
Right.
very naive or nice and
Right.
real, happy-go-lucky kind, and I've been trying to be that way too. I lost it on this, man. It's something there, dude, because like if you're sitting next to a freaking killer,
Mm-hmm.
it's a freaking killer.
Right.
You just kind of sort of know. Something tells you, your big toe, your gut, whatever, something tells you. And I'm sitting next to a freaking killer and I don't even know. You see?
Weird.
So there's something there in that. I'm not figuring it all out, but there's something there.
So take a look at this one. This one's Tamarack. Okay.
Okay.
So here's Tamarack Trail, and maybe where it's at is not on here, so you have to take a look. But if it is, you just figure out where you parked when you got out of the car.
Where's the house? That's what I need to know.
Okay, so this is Tamarack, right?
Okay, where's the lady's house?
Oh, do you know which one it is?
No, that's what I'm asking you.
Okay. Well, just this is Tamarack. So based on where
somewhere,
Tamarack is.
Okay. I think that I'm pretty sure. Okay, Silver Creek is down here.
Silver Creek is right here.
Okay. So where does it come out at?
It goes all the way back around.
Okay, Silver Creek comes to Palmer, so Palmer would be right around over here somewhere, right?
It loops around back like this. So Tamarack hits back into Silver Creek.
Okay, so Tamarack is right here?
Tamarack is right here.
Tamarack. I'm thinking that I probably would have been parked somewhere right in here.
Okay, can you just mark that?
Yeah, I'm thinking.
Here, I'm going to give you a better pen.
There we go. Somewhere right around in here.
Okay, so
this is where I was told to be.
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're parked on Council Bluff.
Yeah, on this street.
Like between Tamarack and Oak Creek.
Yeah, somewhere right around in here. Not on Tamarack. That's how come I could tell you. I was never in the premise or on the premise. I was instructed to park right here, somewhere around in there. I think more closer down towards the next street.
Closer to Oak Creek Drive?
Yeah, somewhere right in the middle, in between. This is Tamarack.
Which direction did you park your car?
Facing this way, facing
towards Oak Creek Drive?
Yeah, not toward Palmer, the other way.
Okay, and not towards Tamarack?
Yeah, somewhere right around in there.
Okay.
Yeah, because I couldn't see any. This is just, and then, like in order for me to be seen, I'm thinking that it would be somewhere around in here or somewhere around in here, you see, so it would have had to have been right in there somewhere.
Okay, so.
Guessing, I'm pretty sure that's, I didn't go on the street.
You never even drove past it?
Yeah, may have, I just know this is the street where I was told to be.
Right. Okay, can you just sign that so that later when people are looking at it, they'll know this is what we were looking at.
This one too?
Yeah, so that one's Brentwood. We'll do the same thing.
Okay.
And can you date that right there? It's 1/16/15.
That's TP. 1/16?
Yeah.
1/16/15. Okay.
So here's a little better marker. If you can just draw the car on here.
Okay.
Like about where you think it is at.
Oh. It was about right here somewhere, I'm thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, in between those two blocks.
Okay, make an arrow in the direction that it's pointed.
I think it was pointed that way.
So after you left, what route did you take?
I wouldn't remember.
Don't remember? Okay.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Mm-mm. I don't remember.
Okay, so let's do the same thing here on Brentwood.
Oh, boy. Okay.
So this is the school.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna have to get a. Okay, that's where I picked him up at. So it would have been like this. So I would have been. I'm not seeing that street. This is where I picked him up at. In between, yeah, more like about right down it, somewhere right around in here.
Okay.
And
So on Arroyo Seco between Brentwood and Karen?
yeah, Karen. Okay, but Karen comes up this way. And then this street would have been where there's a car parked right there, it looks like.
Okay.
Yeah, that I would have been somewhere. Actually, I don't even think it's on this map, but I think it's back over here somewhere where I dropped him off at. And that might have been, there could be a million reasons for that.
Right.
Why he's had me drop him there.
Like on the other side of Karen Avenue.
Yeah, but right on this street though. See how it goes down like that?
Okay.
I think if I remember correctly, I parked somewhere right by this parked car.
Okay.
Somewhere right around in there, if I remember correctly. And when he called me to pick him up by the creek, pick him up right there.
So you dropped him off here and then parked, and then he picked you up, and then you picked him up here?
Yeah, I just can't remember exactly. But see, this street, okay, here's the end of Brentwood.
Mm-hmm.
The Brentwood, like, they got a fence.
Okay.
Like a fence around it.
Right.
And like a steel fence. And it comes right to the street, the fence does. And so it was like, I couldn't go anywhere through that way.
Okay.
Because it's fenced off.
Right.
And there's a park or something over here. I'm vaguely remembering. So it was a little bit of a distance that I dropped him off. I thought it was a little bit of I didn't know anywhere about, even though even though he may have knew of this, I didn't know if that's where he's going.
Okay.
You see, because I dropped him off way over here. Somewhere like right around, it goes backwards. I don't know the name of that street. Are you familiar with it?
Not super familiar. We can get a bigger map that shows more
It
streets.
goes like this. I know how it goes. You come, yeah.
Like mark on here, like
Park.
parked, yeah,
Yeah.
and then mark on there, like picked up.
Parked right there, and then this was pick him up. Pick up. And those were that's the weirdest thing about it is because I never had nothing to do with this. Normally I do that shit.
Right.
You see, normally I say, and I didn't have no say. You see.
Is it possible you could have mentioned this to him before, and that's how he figured it out?
Yeah, that's okay. Whenever I had met him, my van had already been stolen, and I hadn't got it back yet.
Okay.
Okay, whenever I had just barely, like a couple of days.
Did you sign that?
Yeah.
116.
116. 15.
Mm-hmm. And then just sign.
Are you going to use these?
Well, these what we use them for is if someone is watching the video and they go,
oh, okay.
What was he doing? They can know that I wasn't drawing stuff on there, that it's, this is what you actually did.
When we went to take a piss, I need to think a minute, okay? I'm trying to think. I've been thinking for about 10 days or so now, or however long it's been. When we just went out to take a piss, he gave me a cigarette. I was happy with that. I thought that something links in there to the other groups. They're different. You see, they're not people I know or people that I've, tried or tested or anything, or, I know that they're cool under pressure or whatever. They're not anybody I know. And they all kind of sort of, it's really weird. If you asked her plain outright, she'd probably tell you, yeah, what time is it anyway?
Oh, it's still kind of early. It's 8 o'clock, yeah.
8 o'clock?
Hmm.
I was thinking it was past dark. That's what I was noticing. I had to piss. I usually had to piss 3 or 4 times before I go to sleep when I'm up late. I can judge.
So one of the things, yeah, and one of the things I mentioned was, is it possible that you had mentioned these to him and that's how he chose them?
It's very possible. It's very possible.
Right,
But I don't think so.
right.
I think I was asked.
Oh, okay.
You see, I think I was asked.
You know.
Are these something you know about? Is this a good
Right.
area or whatever, something like that? You see, I think that I was asked, honestly.
Right.
Because
But did he ask you specifically about that address, or did he say, "Is this a good place?"
No.
And maybe you mentioned.
No, he knew.
Well, I
already.
know. There's some people who are.
Are you
who
getting?
are there.
Have you talked to the guy?
Sean?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Are
yeah,
you
yeah.
getting the understanding that the guy's pretty keen, sensed wise? You know, like you don't have to like for me, you have to spell it out. You know,
Right.
because I'm not like really slick. You
Yeah.
know, and this guy you don't have to. Are
Right.
you noticing that?
Oh yeah.
Something about that. There's something to that, man.
Right.
I'm telling you that I told you before, and you didn't even you disregarded it before, and it means something. I just
Right.
can't figure out what. And the only thing I can think when we went to take a piss, I had those guys in my van when y'all arrested me.
Mhm.
Okay, I didn't do anything with those people,
Right.
the guys that were in the van.
Right.
But there's other people involved with them. One of those guys ejected. Okay, he just disappeared. And I'm trying to figure out why. Because, you know, he left owing money and everything. You know, he owed me a little bit of money. And he just disappeared. He just ejected, stage left. And that was in between the times of this and the time that I met you.
Right.
So I'm thinking I know his first name, I don't know his full name, but I bet you the guy that was with me in the van knows his freaking name.
Right. So after this, Sean came back into town.
He always called me.
Right.
He always called me.
Right. And you came back in town and you're with them again after Brentwood. Okay. And y'all did some driving around then. What did you look at during that time? This is like, I don't know, I can't remember the exact date, it was around the 19th or so. He was staying at the Motel 6.
Yeah, I told you about that already. I told you that he called me to there, and I met him there, and he already had some stuff there.
But,
and I didn't know where the stuff came from. You see, he already had it there when I met him there.
But I'm talking, this is not at the time of Tamarack or Brentwood.
It wasn't that.
This was like, shortly before Christmas. This was after all this.
After these things that happened.
Right.
I don't know.
And you got together with them?
He didn't do it with me. Whatever it was. However he got that stuff that he had at that room, whenever I met him there at the room, he didn't do that with me. He had that shit from somewhere else. You see, that's what I don't know about. Because all I did was be able to see some of it on the bed.
Okay.
You know, I don't know where that shit came from.
All right.
And did he mention any of that?
Yeah. So.
I wouldn't know anymore.
Okay. Well,
about that. Can you get William Cannon and I know I can't think of the freaking name because I'm not familiar with that part of the town, you know. It's right off of William Cannon and not Brody, it's further up from Brody. Y'all got something from over there unsolved?
Well, I don't know. I mean, a burglary? Or is it something else?
I don't know. I just drove. I wouldn't have known what happened, you know.
Right.
I wouldn't be able to tell you anymore.
I
know the place.
Is it around William Cannon and where?
William Cannon and there's two. You take William Cannon to get to the one where this guy's from or stays at or wherever. Mm-hmm. And it's a little further up past like wherever the highway comes at the end of William Cannon. Mm-hmm. And then the other one that I know that he had me take him to is on William Cannon, and I would have to see it because I don't know it.
Okay.
Okay.
Just getting back to something, he told you, you had mentioned on Brentwood about sticking a knife in someone's face.
That's what he told me.
Yeah,
I don't know.
When did he tell you that?
When I picked him up, and he had something in his hand. and I don't know what the something was. Okay, it's like a code, I'm busting the code already, even
Sure.
talking to you.
Right.
It's like this code. Okay, if you're the driver, you're just the driver. You don't ask no questions about it. It's except for a direction, which way do I go, or something like that. You only ask questions about the driving.
Right.
If you ask questions about something else, then you're like not good.
But he didn't tell you what he had gotten? I mean, he mentioned to you about this, the sticking a knife in someone's face, but he didn't mention what he had
He
gotten.
mentioned some, but it was in real like sputtery, like real
Right.
fast, like
Right.
ampy kind
Right,
of.
he was amped up.
Yeah. Something like I put a knife in their face, or I think it said I put a knife in their face,
Okay.
or put a knife something
Right.
in their face, or her face, or his face, or something.
Right.
Put a knife to their face, or in their face, or something.
Right.
And went to leave and heard noise or something, and came
Right.
back and kicked them.
But did he say anything
Something.
about what was taken? Do you remember? Tell you that. So the stuff that were disclosed.
Whatever he had in his hands went in the side of the freaking coat, and I never got to see whatever it was. Okay.
And
never got to see it. I vaguely think I remember seeing, I want to say mechanics gloves. They're weird gloves. They're not the kind of gloves, that I would use to, I get the, brown mule or whatever,
Yeah.
cheap gloves.
Did he tell you how he got in the house?
I don't think so.
Did he mention beforehand how he was going to try to get in the house?
Yeah, no, that's one of those. That's one of those. It's really weird how that happens.
Yeah.
You got to understand for
Don't
future.
ask too many questions.
Yeah, you don't ask no freaking questions,
Right.
especially when. Long, kind of like if I know what I'm doing, I'm supposed to be doing. What I'm supposed to be doing, even though it's not really what I'm supposed. It's what I've been told to do. If
Right.
I know, as long as I know I'm doing that, then I'm okay.
Right.
It's kind of like that.
So these clothes you're going to take us to, are they from Brentwood or from Tamarack?
I think they're from Tamarack.
Okay.
I'm not positive.
What happened to the clothes
I
from
don't
Brentwood?
know. Oh, you see, that's that fucked up part. You're not believing me on that. I can
No.
sense it.
No. But I figured if he told you about what happened to the stuff in Tamarack.
I just remember him saying something about, because he's not from here, and he said something about an entrance to a ballpark.
Right.
Okay, and then something a few feet either way of I don't remember if he said right or left, but I'll know what he described. He described something about. Dog, what did he describe? He described something about to the right or to the left of the entrance to this ballpark.
Okay. So,
I don't know any really much. I'm sorry that I don't know any particular stuff. You got to understand.
No, I totally get it, but I have to ask because I'm just trying to think of stuff to ask. What was he wearing on Brentwood? Besides, you said the mechanics gloves, but what else?
Well, I'm just thinking there's some kind of mechanic. I've seen them before, like at AutoZone when I go to buy a part to fix one of our cars. They're black, and they'll either have yellow or red on the top part where you snap them out or whatever, the Velcro stuff, and then maybe like down the fingers a little bit,
Right.
cheap. They're cheap, they're not cheap. When I say cheap's $1, you go to the dollar store, get a $1 pair. These were more like the $10 kind.
Right.
That's how I would know how to describe them.
So
they might fit better, or you could feel better in them. I don't know exactly, why you would pick those, but that's. I remember seeing something like that in his hand, and they went into his coat pocket, and whatever was in all of that, I never got to see. You see, so I don't know what the hell that would have been. That would, basically you have to understand that if you're not describing everything and saying this way, that way, or whatever, then you don't really know about those little particulars.
Sure.
So
when he was telling you about the stuff, did he mention like about the weapon he used? Did he have a weapon
Didn't
when
say,
he
he
left
didn't
or
say,
when he
he
returned?
didn't say nothing about Tamarack. He didn't say nothing.
Nothing about Tamarack.
He didn't say nothing about that at all. And that's what's weird is because that one dude that ejected just popped up and disappeared. Fucking disappeared after that. Okay. I don't know. Did he mention anything about that?
That may have been during the time I wasn't talking to him, and another detective was, so maybe you mentioned something to them.
I know the guy's first name, and the guy that was driving when y'all arrested me would know probably more about him. I just know he's from Tampa, Florida.
Okay.
That's all I know for sure. And the other group, the one that was there was two guys with me when y'all arrested me. There was a little guy and an old guy.
Mm-hmm.
The little guy's from New York.
Right.
And they're all younger. They're in their 30s.
Right.
You see, they're just totally different. They act different. They do things different. I don't understand their methodology for all of it. I don't. It completely missed me.
Right.
Okay.
So what else do you remember about what he was wearing that day, that on Brentwood?
I only remember him paying issue to the one on Tamarack. That's the only remember
About the clothes.
Yeah. I don't know if the stuff that he got rid of is from which one. I wouldn't know.
Okay.
I just remember I remember him saying something about it.
Okay.
And that he had to get rid of it.
So,
and I guess y'all don't have it or whatever.
The stuff?
Yeah.
You're gonna take us to it.
I don't know exactly. I'm pretty sure I can describe where he mentioned.
We'll take.
And the other one, I have to see it, but it's on William Cannon. It's right off of William Cannon. I just can't think of the cross street. William Cannon runs this way.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and there's some Brody's across street that comes this way to William Cannon, and there's another cross street. I just know it when I see it. There's a bunch of little restaurants or something right there on the corner of William Cannon and right there, and it's back this way a little bit of William Cannon, back south just a tad of William Cannon, and I'll know it when I see it.
Okay.
For sure. Yeah, even though it was at night, I still wouldn't know it. I'm pretty sure.
Did you see anything that he took on that one? Or did he tell you anything about what happened?
That's the weird part. All I did was supply him with tax.
Right.
That was what I got, that was my deal in the whole deal, And he eats a extreme amount of them,
Right.
I couldn't eat, I'm a big guy, and I couldn't eat that many,
All right, so
Hey, let's do this one more time before
what we're gonna do is I'll give you a cigarette. You can smoke a cigarette.
a minute.
Yeah,
I'm gonna think. Okay, I don't know when I'm gonna see y'all again.
Right.
But I am gonna try my damnedest to try to think of everything I can think of that would help. Okay. Not just help me, but just help to finish. I need this shit done. I can't take it.
One of the things you can do is you write me a letter, and you can always call me on the phone too from the jail. Okay.
So I don't have no way. I wouldn't know how to call you. You'd have to tell me how to do it.
I'll give you my card. You can.
Yeah, because the one that y'all gave me, you and that other guy, the other guy didn't give me one. I don't think.
Probably the best way to contact me is to simply write me a letter. I'll give you my mailing address.
Okay.
So you have some writing stuff.
I'll do my damnedest because I don't need to be associated with that.
Right.
You should be able to tell that. I'm hoping, and I hope you can portray that to my PO too.
Right.
Because she thinks that I'm some kind of weirdo, and I'm not.
So
if you ask me, if you're fair with me, I'll be fair back with you.
Right.
Other than that, you can't even. You just can't even deal with me. If you're coming to me from left field, I came here voluntarily. I had a feeling, that I'd be hearing from somebody again.
Right.
And
so what we're gonna do from here is we're gonna take you out to that ballpark and see if you can show
right now.
That. Yeah, because we're not gonna have another chance.
I ain't gonna be able to describe it. I mean, I can't go by his description at night. It had to be during the day when I could see what he was describing. He said something about to the left or to the right of that entrance.
Okay.
And that's all I can remember. It would have to be when I can see. It would have to be. Now, I'll tell you what, I thought about something else too.
Mhm.
I thought about something else. I'll be damned. And it should be in y'all's record somewhere, which you can check for fact.
Mhm.
Before, it's been a long time, but before I took y'all to where a gun was. Okay, before.
Okay.
And another time.
Okay.
I took some detectives, they took me to where I could show them where the gun was.
Right.
And it took a minute to find the gun. It had been there a minute too.
Right.
But we found the gun that
Right.
I had told them where they put it at.
Right.
Okay. And that happened, it was probably, God, it's been a long time. It was off of Anderson Lane where they discarded the gun at. And I took them to where the gun was, and they found the gun. I had to be able to walk to look around to figure out, because it's been a long time.
Right.
But I kind of sort of know the area pretty good, and streets and stuff like that. I know which way they run,
Right.
and then like which way to, if you're going to exit or come into what street, how, the shortest distance, for driving, save gas, etc. And I took them right to where it freaking was. I mean, I think we were a house or two off, from where it was, but they found it. It was discarded somewhere under some trees, and they found the freaking gun.
Okay.
It's in the record somewhere. I don't remember when it was. It's been a long time.
Sure.
But I did do that, and that should, help you for your facts thing. I understand you operate on science and on facts. And
Well, you're not saying that I would go to that place and find something there now. You're saying
no, that was before.
You're just saying, that you've helped.
Yeah,
helped the police
in the past, they needed the weapon, or they needed to know something about where's the weapon, or where's
Do you
the
know where
stuff.
the weapon is at on this one?
I don't know. I just know where
that clothing is.
I know where he described to me where he did something, and he didn't do it during the thing. He did it after, like when he came back from coming back out of town. Coming back to town from being out of town. Okay. And he described it to me by this ballpark. Can we see that again so I can get a better?
I don't have it right here, so let me.
It's not the ballpark one.
I don't have the ballpark one.
Maybe that other.
Yeah, so much for setting up my recorder. It ran out of space, so.
Yeah.
But we're recording.
Yeah, I'm not interested in hurting anything. That's mine. I better keep that.
Okay, so
I really did think about that. I was thinking that that plays some kind of pertinence, man. That guy disappearing, man, it does play some pertinence.
They will. So here's that thing. So you want to look at.
Okay, there's an entrance. It's really weird how it goes. Okay,
it looks like there's an entrance right out here off Shoal Creek Boulevard.
Yeah. Okay, Shoal Creek goes around like that, and he was describing the entrance to the park, which would be right here. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't have to mark this one, do I?
Right, no.
Okay, he was describing that, and his description of that was. It's real. I can't remember if it was to the right or to the left of that entrance, and something about crossing the street to the entrance. I guess that would be Shoal Creek. And then that's the entrance. See how it goes like that? It comes up in there. Yeah, it's going to be right around in there somewhere. Somewhere right around in there.
Okay. Do you see what he put it in? Like, did he bury it, put it under a bush, shove it into something?
Only thing I vaguely remember, I remember him saying something about he had to get rid of it.
Right.
Okay, and then I just can't remember what side of the freaking deal.
So you can find this William Cannon one again?
Yeah.
Okay.
I visualized it.
So what we're going to do is we're going to go down and have you drive us past that William Cannon one. Okay.
Right now?
Yeah. And I realized that
Now,
it's harder to do it during the at night.
Yeah, I'll give it a whirl.
But yeah, we'll give it a shot.
I don't think
out
I'll
here.
disappoint you, but no. Okay. Before you didn't know, you told me something.
Okay.
You didn't know. You told me that the day before this new development, happened, you knew that I didn't kill these people.
Right.
Okay. And then you said the next day, now you think I did.
Right.
Remember you telling me
Mm-hmm.
that?
Yes.
When you said that you thought you're just an individual, okay, one person,
Mm-hmm.
or any of the guys that work with you or whatever.
Right.
If it was just one person, and I had to explain to you, or tell you, or make you believe somehow that I didn't do something,
Mm-hmm.
you saw differently.
Right.
Okay. You said something when you picked me up today. You remember what you said when you picked me up at the jail, that you realized that I wasn't lying to you.
Yeah, I owe you an apology.
Okay, yeah, and that you realized that I wasn't lying to you.
Right.
Okay, that's not in my interest. Okay.
Right.
My ass is so torn up. I've been through the ringer. Dude.
Right.
I've been through it all. I did 15 freaking years in prison.
Right.
That's something.
Mm-hmm.
That's almost a life sentence. 20 years is a life sentence, and I did 15 freaking years. I don't have no interest in doing anything but what is right or fair.
Right.
Okay.
Correct.
As long as I'm done right or fair, I'll do what's right and fair in return.
Well,
Okay.
I'm going to present every word that you said to, the people who make those decisions, and those.
It matters to me more. Yours, that matters to me because you're the one that's dealing with me face to face.
Yeah.
I don't think you don't think I'm some kind of weirdo.
Yeah, I don't think your hands killed anybody.
And hopefully you don't think I'm some kind of weirdo, that gets off on doing this kind of stuff, because I don't.
You seem like a normal person.
I've had some hard knocks.
Sure.
I've had some rough time. It's been rough, but I'm trying to do the best I can.
Right.
Okay. I mean, what else can you ask of a man than to do the best he freaking can?
I agree 100%.
I just want to do the best I can to get this done and over with. And I need a chance to move forward. I need a chance to get this behind me so I can figure out,
Well, that's the thing. I mean, like I said, I think I mentioned before, you can't change the past. All you can do is improve the future.
Yeah, do the best I can to do what's right.
So we're gonna get ready to take that trip.
Leave me a cigarette.
Yeah, let me go grab that.
Maybe bring one or two with you. Come on now. I was tempted. I don't really need it, but I'm going to do one maybe. I've been tempted. Where would it have been? Somewhere down in there. But yeah, I can't remember exactly, but I remember him describing that very vividly. I just don't remember if it was to the right or to the left of that entrance. But seeing that now, I think I know how you get to it.
Okay.
I think.
Awesome. Well, we'll give it a shot. We're going to try it tonight. I know it's hard at night, but I think might be able to.
You might need some
Oh yeah, we'll have good flashlights.
Flashlights. Sure. I tried to adjust that, but it don't want to adjust. To the left. To the left of the entrance. To the left. I don't know until I see it. Shoal Creek. Yeah. Yeah, I better do it. Gonna do it.
Hey, it's gonna be a few minutes. Now's a good time. You want something to eat? You want something to eat?
Yeah, I better.
A hamburger,
Yeah, whatever, something like that.
hamburger, French fry. What kind of drink?
Tea, sweet tea.
Sweet tea. Okay.
Yeah. I need to talk with you for a second before you go up.
Okay.
Before we do that.
Sure.
I need to make sure I don't feel so great
Right.
knowing. I need to know, person to person. I don't care. I've taken my bumps and scrapes.
Sure.
Person to person. I've done the honorable thing.
Right.
Up to this point.
And what we want is if there's going to be consequence, we want them to be for what you did and not for what you didn't do. Okay, so that is our goal to ensure that.
So I didn't kill anybody. Okay.
Right, you didn't kill anybody, so no one can say that
I need
that your hands killed anyone.
Unlinked from this.
Well, that's what we want to do. We want to try to separate out the burglary and the murder because Sean did the murder, and we know that, and that's the thing. I'm not saying there's not consequences for trying to do burglary or doing a burglary.
Yeah, but how are you going to present me? Because I'm going to be presented.
Right. I'm going to present it with the facts, the actual fact. In fact, I'll tell you what. This is probably the easiest way to do this, so that it's really clear.
Willing.
It's really clear. I will actually write out a statement for you, and you can look at it and make sure that's correct. This is what I'm saying happened. Based on what we've talked about. So it's real clear that you're voluntarily cooperating. That you're telling that you
trying to help in any way.
You're trying to help in any way. You were not trying to. Trying to be involved in a murder,
Right.
but that this is what happened. You took him over to Brentwood to do a burglary. You took him over to Tamarack to do a burglary. Didn't realize there'd been a murder and all that. All the stuff we talked about. And we put it in that way. There's no misunderstanding.
Okay, but person to person, when you first, when I first laid eyes on you, you knocked on my door window of my van.
Right.
And from that point, is when you can say, hey, this guy has been helpful. I consented the whole
Absolutely.
way.
Everything, all of that stuff is documented from day one. We asked for a buckle swab. You gave us a buckle swab. We asked to search your van.
Yeah. And then I need to know something else too.
Sure.
It's bugging me. It's been bugging me all along.
Sure.
Every single, I tried in my mind, to figure this out. Every single thing that y'all took from me, this has happened before.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have to do a lot of investigating with some other departments to get this right. But I need to make sure that I got to know in my heart, I got to know inside of me that I'm done right. Does that make any sense to you?
Yeah, you don't want to be held responsible for something that you didn't have any control over.
Yeah, and I didn't do.
So that's the thing.
Yeah, that's.
And since we've been here today, I've never said that.
Yeah.
You with your hand, just like you said, your hands have not done, murdered anyone.
I've never done bad to anybody with my hands, directly a human being, never.
Right.
And that needs to be,
Okay. Well, let me work on that, and we'll also work on getting some food.
Hey,
and we'll bring it out. You can take a look at it.
Can I get some other smooth while
just give me a few minutes, okay?
I think I know. I'm getting a vivid. I was looking at this while you were gone. You don't have to do that.
That was concept.
FBI, Texas Rangers, everybody. To the left. Right. View. Water by the entrance. I'm not going to know which side. Yeah, I'm trying to Look at that. I'm trying to remember.
So, quick question about what time was it when you picked Sean or dropped Sean off on the Brentwood? I'm just gonna close this so the smoke doesn't.
Yeah, well, yeah. You can't get in trouble for this, can you? Somewhere between 1 and 3.
1 and 3. Okay.
Somewhere around in there, maybe 3.
How long was he inside there before you picked him up?
30, 40 minutes, maybe. Maybe an hour, maybe 30, 40 minutes or an hour, something like that.
Okay.
A pretty good little while.
Tamarack, when you
Both
did
times.
you pick him up? Did you pick him up at the same location as you dropped him off?
Tamarack?
Tamarack, yeah. You showed me where you dropped them off. Is that the same place you picked them up?
Yeah, I was just told to sit there and wait.
Oh, so you just waited.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Got you something to eat.
I was curious as to how, is that your role or something that you do
My role?
yeah, like you do the opposite and you don't talk to me or nothing? I was curious about that.
Oh, no, we all kind of have different roles in this. I'm doing like many other different things, but I'm also just helping Detective Israel and other detectives with various things. So right now my role is just to give you something to eat, man.
Well, I thank you very much for that.
Yeah, no problem. You got a straw, and I got you a sweet tea. You said you like sweet tea.
Yeah, I hadn't had one in a long time.
There you go, man. Got you one tonight.
Thank you, sir. Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. Remind me again
Mm.
how Sean told you that he kicked the person.
Something about he put a knife in their face or something like that,
Got that.
and heard something. Went to leave
Right.
and heard something else and went back and kicked him in the face or something like that.
And how you kind of demonstrated a little bit on how it was.
He did it in the car only like with the bottom of his foot.
Okay. What kind of shoes was he wearing at that time?
Ooh. I don't think I don't think I keyed in on that.
Okay.
But he did say that though. Good.
Okay, you can read and write English, correct?
Yes, sir. Oh, you did that part you were saying already?
Yeah. I was working on it. So just read over. There's no signing or anything, but just read over. Right now, starting here, that because that's the statement part. Are you done with this right here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Not that.
Right.
Hey,
See, that looks good. I'll come back in just a second.
can I get one of those for while I'm doing this?
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah, actually, it's on my eyes kind of. I had to focus a second
Okay.
for print.
Still working on it?
No. I read it once. I was rereading it.
Okay. Does it look all right to you?
Okay, yeah, but what does this mean to you or
That's
for
just, that is just laying out, because this is what we discussed. It's like,
you?
you want to make sure that you have something that shows exactly what it is that you're saying.
I'm cooperating.
No one's putting words in your mouth. You're
Yeah.
cooperating,
Mhm.
doing the whole thing. That's all it is.
I want to do
You
that.
know?
I've been wanting to do that.
Okay, perfect.
Actually, did you notice the day when you first met me that I wanted to?
Yeah, I can tell that you
I
deep down
definitely-
wanted to. Hey, so let me ask you a question. So just do me a favor, and just so I know that you can read that, I'm going to have you read some of it out
Okay.
loud, okay?
There's a little bit of it wrong, but I mean, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, if there's anything wrong that needs to be changed, please change it, because that's your statement. So it has to be, if you want to change anything on there, you can change it. Something spelled wrong.
There's something like, it's Palmer Lane.
Okay, so just go
It
ahead.
says Patmer.
Oh, see,
Yeah.
typos. Go ahead and change those. Anything you change, if you would please just initial.
TP, I put a TP
Yeah.
beside it. And it's supposed to be Palmer.
Okay.
And then there was no, I don't know, when you say there's no plan, that's a typo, but for anyone to get hurt or killed, I didn't know of that. If there was a plan for that, I didn't know of it.
Okay.
You know, so
If you want to write that in, if there was a plan to hurt or kill anyone, I didn't know about it. You can just
Yeah,
write that in.
I didn't know of the plan. I was just a driver.
Okay.
I didn't know of any. That's the part that's worrying me. Like, you don't know.
Right.
It's really worrying me
Sure.
because the guy that exited, and I don't know where he went, but he was from Tampa, and I know his first name.
Mhm.
I don't know, there's some parts I don't know, and
Right.
it's bugging the
Right.
fuck out of me.
Well, we're just trying to stick. That's why we're trying to make it not complicated and just stick with the stuff we do know for now while we still develop other stuff.
Any plans
Okay.
for what was to happen there?
Okay. Sure.
For what was to happen there? For what? W-A-T, what?
WHAT.
Yeah, W-H-A-T. For what was to happen there. Because I wasn't, I'm just a driver.
Right.
So I didn't know of any plans for what was to happen there. And that's basically, it's pretty
Yeah.
much
Yeah, like I said, you weren't in for a murder.
interest to the blogger. So it's going to be a booger. You might even need if I'm thinking correctly.
Well, we're going to drive by there in a little bit until we'll pick it
Yeah,
out.
you may need those people in there. Now, where do I sign it at?
Don't sign it yet
Okay.
because we have to sign in front of witnesses. So I'm going to have 2 people come in, and we're just going to verify that you're signing it, and I'm not like.
Coercing it,
We're
yeah.
video, but still,
Yeah, you're not
make sure I'm not
coercing
holding a
me.
gun to your head or
Yeah.
anything like that. Okay, Tim. These 2 are witnesses. They're non-police officers. They're just witnessing it. They can't say anything or anything like that, so they're going to do it. So
I'd
like you to
I
do-
want to sign it.
Sure, I know. But so they know that you are doing this freely.
Freely. Yeah.
What I'd like you to do is
I need everybody to know too that I'm trying to cooperate.
You are cooperating.
I want that known.
that's the biggest thing, and that's why I put that in there.
Okay.
So if you can just read it for me,
It's-
start at the top.
It says at 9:35 p.m. on January 16, 2015.
No, start all the way up here.
Okay, at 9:35
Yeah,
p.m. on January 16, 2015, and before making the following statement, I, Timothy Scott Parlin, Homicide Unit 715 East 8th Street, was warned by Detective Israel of my rights, and I was, to whom this statement is given of my rights as follows. It has all my rights on there. I have the right to refuse to sign or refuse to cooperate. It says, I do hereby knowingly and intentionally and voluntarily waive my right. And my right to have a lawyer present and advise me. I make the following statement.
And can you actually read those out so that?
I have the right to remain silent and not make any statement at all, and that any statement I do make may be used against me at my trial. Any statement I make may be used against me in court. I have the right to have a lawyer present to advise me prior to and during any questioning. If I am unable to employ a lawyer, I have the right to have a lawyer appointed to advise me prior to and during any questioning. And I have the right to terminate the interview at any time. I, the undersigned, receive foregoing warnings, and I fully understand each of the rights contained in the warnings. I do hereby knowingly and intentionally and voluntarily waive my right to be silent and my right to have a lawyer present to advise me. I make the following statement in writing without any threats or promises of any kind having been made. And I have been informed that under Penal Code of the State of Texas, Section 3702, a person commits the offense of perjury with the intent to deceive and with the knowledge of the statement's meaning. He or she makes a false statement under oath or swears to the truth of a false statement previously made. And the statement is required or authorized to be made under oath. You want me to read the rest of it?
Yes, please.
That says, my name is Timothy Scott Parlin. I am giving this statement because I want to cooperate with the police. I have been cooperating with the police throughout this investigation. And I have been doing that, by the way. On December 6th, 2014, at about 1 a.m., now the time I'm not sure of exactly, I drove Sean Gant-Benalcazar, is that how you say that?
Mm-hmm.
In my sister's green to a neighborhood off of Palmer Lane. I stopped the car on Council Bluff, and I didn't know the name, he had to show me. Near the intersection with Oak Creek Drive, Sean exited the car and walked onto Tamarack Trail. The plan was for Sean, and that part I'm not sure of. I put it down here. I wrote it in. I didn't know of any plans for what was to happen there. Okay. I just was the driver. I just gave him a ride. There was no plan for anyone to get hurt or killed. I was only involved. Well, it says I was involved with the burglary because I needed extra money. That part
Okay, is that not what you?
It's kind of weird how it's worded, but it says Sean had picked the house and Sean told me to stay in the car while he did it. Sean returned to the car about 30 minutes later and was carrying a bag with something in it. On December 15th, again, the dates and the times I'm not exactly sure of, but 1 to 3 p.m. sounds about right.
3 a.m.?
3 a.m., I drove Sean to Yates Avenue where I dropped him off, and I then parked on Yates Avenue between Karen Avenue and Brentwood Street. The plan was to burglarize a house. And again, I wrote that so you can know that I didn't know of whatever the exact plans were.
Well, but hold on. I just want to make sure you understand. This is your statement. You're saying that you knew that there was a plan to burglarize the house.
Yeah, I didn't know exactly what his
plans
were.
You didn't know that he was going to kill.
I didn't know anybody.
Right.
He was going to kill anybody or anything else.
But the plan was to commit a burglary. And
And
that's what you're saying is.
The plan was to burglarize a house, is what it says. Sean chose the house to burglarize. I was just a driver. About an hour later, I'm guessing it was pretty close to an hour. Pretty close. Better than 3 or 4 cigarettes. And 3 or 4 cigarettes is about 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. Sorry.
So it was longer than that. And Sean called me and told me to pick him up near the creek. I picked him up on Arroyo Seco between Brentwood and Karen Avenue. When he came back, Sean told me he had stuck a knife in someone's face. He didn't elaborate, but he said that. And when he started to leave, he heard a noise, so he went back and kicked them in the face. That's what he said. Of course, I wasn't on the scene, so I don't know for sure. Sean told me that he had hidden bloody clothes, which we're going to go find out about, near a ball field. And he gave me some particulars. I'm just not remembering all of them. I will lead you to this location. I will also lead you to another place. And I believe he bled there. He said something about bleeding there.
He bled at okay.
Yeah, at this other place. And
okay, can you read what it says?
Exactly what it says.
Yeah.
I will lead you to this location. I will also lead you to a place off of William Cannon where I drove him to do a burglary before the Tamarack burglary. Okay.
Okay. So you've read this. You understand what's in there. correct?
Yeah.
This is your statement.
Yeah, this is.
Raise your right hand.
I raised. Yeah, I
You sw-
definitely raised my
Okay.
right hand for
Do you
that.
swear or affirm the information contained in this document is true and correct to the best
Yes.
of your
Yes,
knowledge?
sir.
Okay, if in the entirety of the statement is true and correct, please sign that.
As long as that part that I didn't know of exactly. You said the plan was
Right,
a
you
burglar.
didn't-
I didn't know exactly
Okay.
what his plan was because I'm not the one going with him to do it.
Right,
So,
so let me ask you this, so we make sure that we understand, okay? So you didn't know that the plan was to kill anyone?
I didn't know that.
Right,
Yeah,
but you
that
knew
plan.
that-
Was,
you
I
knew
didn't
that-
even know what
You knew
exactly
that Sean
the
was gonna
plan
commit a
was,
burglary?
or something. Jack somebody, whatever the hell. I don't know. I wasn't in part for that. You
Okay.
see, so I don't know what his plan was exactly.
Okay, so this statement is it true and correct?
Pretty damn close, yes, sir.
Okay, it can't be pretty damn close, it has to be true and correct. You're swearing to everything that's in the statement.
Yeah, I'm swearing to. I mean, this part's recorded, you know. So
Yeah, everything's
yeah, I'm
recorded.
swearing to the part that I took him to these places. Yes, and what his motives were, I have no
Okay,
idea.
all right. So if this information is true and correct,
Okay.
please sign right here.
Right here.
Yes.
All right. Should I print it too?
No.
Okay. Oh, I found it on the floor, by the way.
Okay.
And they just have to.
Yeah, they're just gonna sign. You can just sign and write your name right here. That this is, that you sign voluntarily.
Yeah, I signed voluntarily. Everything has been. I've been voluntarily trying to cooperate.
Maybe just print your name, or, oh, you did right there. Okay, that's fine. Okay,
Later.
well, these people are,
Later, will I get a copy of that later?
your attorney will.
Okay.
So, and what these people
Am
are,
I
just so you
gonna have
understand, they're not with the police, I mean, they're just civilians, and their whole job is just to watch and make sure that you're treated fairly by the
Okay.
police
Yeah,
department.
yeah,
Okay,
like
so
I wasn't
these
cooperating
people are, they're on your side.
in any way to cooperate. I choose to cooperate. Hey, there's that other guy that was with you that day. He just walked by.
Thank you. Which one? Scanlon?
Scanlon, the guy that was with you the first
The
day.
astute one?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
The guy that, okay, I asked you, you never did answer that.
What's that?
But y'all took a lot of things from me,
Uh-huh.
and then I eventually get those things back, right?
Yeah, once all of this is over.
I mean, as long as they're not tied in.
Yeah, as long as they're not
to
tied
this.
into anything.
Yeah,
you get it back.
yeah. Hey, Mr. Andrew.
Yeah.
Shit, you gotta talk with me about that for a second.
About what?
Because I've never done that before.
Yeah, all that is just putting
I've
down and
never
writing
done
what you
that,
said.
okay? So
Yeah.
you gotta, I'm trusting that you're gonna,
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, you know?
okay, I've never done that, so
Yeah.
I've never been asked to do it.
Well, it's a serious case, so,
Yeah,
we make sure we make no mistakes about what you're doing.
yeah, I didn't have no earthly idea what to do.
Right. Okay. We'll be getting going here in a minute.
Okay, thank you, sir.